Chapter 455. At the same time, on a mountain outside the city, two men and a woman stood side by side. They were Lu Tingting, Lu Feng, and the masked man. The masked man asked, "Where is Lu Xingchen's body?" Lu Tingting said, "We don't know. After Lu Xingchen and the ancestor died, the inner palace didn't send their bodies out." The masked man said, "It seems that they are buried somewhere in the inner palace. If they are really buried in the inner palace, there is nothing we can do. Because the inner palace is in the Extermination Mountain range. Also, there are two palace lords there." Lu Feng said. "It doesn't matter. With the help of the Sand Whale Emperor and the Demonic Snake Emperor, even if the two palace lords find us, they can't do anything to us. The most important thing now is to find the coordinates of the inner palace. After all, the Extermination Mountain range is too far and too dangerous. We can't force our way in," the masked man said. Lu Tingting asked, "Do you have a plan?" "No plan. We just need to keep an eye on the Dong family. Once the Dong family leaves the city, we will catch them off guard." The masked man sneered. Lu Feng said, "What about the coordinates? You are so stupid. I don't even know why the master spared your life. Think about it. There are so many old monsters in the Dong family. How can they not know the coordinates? Even if those old monsters don't know, there is still Dong Qing. Don't forget, she is a real inner palace disciple." The masked man sneered. Lu Feng clenched his fists and glanced at the masked man. There was a trace of viciousness in his eyes. Lu Tingting looked at Lu Feng and sighed deeply. She said, "Lu Feng, you stay here and wait for us." The masked man raised his eyebrows. Lu Tingting looked at the masked man and said with a smile, "The two of us are enough to get information. We don't need a burden." "Burden?" The masked man was stunned. He nodded and said with a smile, "That's true." "Bastard." Lu Feng cursed and shouted, "Lu Tingting, what do you mean? He looks down on me. Even you look down on me. You have to know your own place. The Lu family is gone, and you are no longer the young master of the Lu family. If you continue like this, you will die. Stay here and reflect on your actions." Lu Tingting said indifferently, then sped down the mountain. "Did you hear that? Reflect on yourself. Don't lose your life if you're not careful." The masked man sneered and chased after Lu Tingting without looking back. Lu Feng looked at the backs of the two, his hands tightly clenched together. His gaze was as gloomy as water. He had been pampered since he was young, so he was proud and arrogant. He had long since become used to looking down on everyone. Even if the Lu family was destroyed, he would still think that he was superior to others. It was only at this moment that he realized it. He was no longer the old Lu Feng. Right now, he was just a pitiful worm who was desperately struggling to survive. He no longer had the right to look down on others. He felt helpless, desolate, pained, angry, and lost. He didn't know how long this kind of life would last. Who knew what would happen in the next moment? At the base of the mountain, the masked man caught up with Lu Tingting and said, "You will break his heart if you do this. That's all I can do. Because he's too naive, too stupid. I have to let him see clearly how cruel this world is and how difficult it is to survive." Lu Tingting said. The masked man was silent for a while, then said, "Do you think he can understand your painstaking efforts? If he wants to survive, he must understand." Lu Tingting said coldly. Who knew Lu Feng better than her? Other than his talent, there was nothing good about him. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a useless person. She also couldn't figure out why that mysterious master didn't kill him. However, she had no choice now. She could only do her best to protect Lu Feng. Because now, only she and Lu Feng were left in the Lu family prison. Fan Jian's cultivation had already broken through to the 9-star War Emperor. At this moment, his entire body was immersed in an uncontrollable excitement. The 9-star War Emperor, this was simply an extravagant dream for him in the past. However, he didn't expect that with just a single pill, in just a dozen breaths of time, he would actually step into the realm that he dreamed of. Not only that, he could even feel that the bottleneck between the War Emperor and the War Master had been broken. Stepping into the War Master was just around the corner. Although this Qin Feiyang was young, he was truly an extremely terrifying figure. Because, as long as Qin Feiyang was willing, he could create a large number of 9-star War Emperor, or even War Master. Such a person could only be a friend and absolutely not an enemy. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who? He let out a long breath and cupped his hands. Brother Qin, this fan will never forget your great kindness. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Wolf King urged, now is not the time to be polite, hurry up and change your appearance, don't waste time. Fan Jian nodded. Yes, let's go quickly. Wolf King said, we're going out just like that. Aya, look at my memory. Fan Jian suddenly slapped his forehead and laughed awkwardly. I'm sorry, I was a little too excited and lost my mind. Understandable. Qin Feiyang laughed, took out her appearance-changing pill and handed it over to Fan Jian. Qin Feiyang also changed his appearance into Fan Jian's, and Fan Jian even gave him a set of armor to wear. As for Wolf King, he hid inside Qin Feiyang's armor. After everything was ready, the two of them walked out of the prison one after another. Greetings, guard captain. The 8 people guarding the door bowed. Fan Jian nodded and said coldly, Fan Jian and I are going out for a while, you guys watch carefully. Yes. The 8 of them respectfully replied. Whiz. Fan Jian waved his hand and brought Qin Feiyang with him as he soared into the sky. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, you're going to fly over just like that? You know, the teleportation gate is very expensive. With my economic foundation, I can't afford it. Fan Jian scratched his head in embarrassment. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, and said, stop, I have a teleportation gate. Fan Jian slammed on the brakes and stopped in midair. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and was about to open the teleportation gate. Wait. Fan Jian stopped him and said, Brother Qin, you're a 4-star combat emperor. Isn't it inappropriate for you to pretend to be me? Qin Feiyang asked, is the Dong family familiar with you? Fan Jian said, I don't have much interaction with the Dong family. Qin Feiyang laughed, then it doesn't matter. But when you talk to the Dong family later, you have to be careful, don't let the cat out of the bag. This, Fan Jian hesitated for a while and said, I think it's better for you to tell me in advance. After all, I'm not as smart as you. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and nodded, all right, then we'll fly over. I'll tell you on the way. Whoosh. Fan Jian once again swept up Qin Feiyang and quickly disappeared without a trace. Half an hour later, the two of them landed in front of the Dong family's gate. Greetings, guard captain. The 4 servants who were guarding outside the door bowed and said. Fan Jian nodded expressionlessly and said, do I need to report? No need. Master has already ordered that as long as it's the guard captain, there's no need to report. Please come in. The 4 servants smiled flatteringly. Let's go. Fan Jian called out to Qin Feiyang and walked toward the gate. Qin Feiyang was about to step forward. How is this possible? But at this moment, Wolf King's surprised voice sounded in his mind. Qin Feiyang was secretly shocked and asked, what's the situation? Wolf King said, there are 2 familiar smells here. Whose? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Wolf King said, the masked man and Lu Tingting. What? Qin Feiyang's body trembled. He turned his head abruptly and looked at the street behind him. On the street, pedestrians were coming and going, but they were all unfamiliar faces. Qin Feiyang said to himself, are you sure? Impossible. I may be mistaken about the masked man, but Lu Tingting has been chasing me for so long. I will never forget her natural fragrance. Wolf King said decisively. That's strange. Why are there smells in the Dong clan? Did they sneak into the Dong clan? Qin Feiyang frowned. Wolf King said, no, they didn't sneak into the Dong clan. Their smells can only be found on the street. Then what do they want to do? Qin Feiyang's eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and he was extremely puzzled. Fan Jian walked into the gate of the Dong clan and found that Qin Feiyang didn't follow him. He turned his head in confusion and asked, what are you doing? Guard captain, wait for me. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, then turned and ran to an empty alley, and took Fatso out of the castle. Then he pulled Wolf King out of the armor and said, "Let's split up. I'll go rescue Yi and Aunt Shue. You and Fatso go and investigate them." "Wait, investigate what?" Fatso said hurriedly. Because Qin Feiyang and Wolf King were communicating with each other through their minds, they didn't know the situation yet. "The white-eyed wolf will tell you. Remember, we must not let them slip away this time." Qin Feiyang gave a death order. Wolf King chuckled, "Leave it to me. After you find out, send me a message as soon as possible. Be careful." Qin Feiyang warned again, then turned and ran towards the gate of the Dong clan. Fatso and Wolf King also immediately took action. With them taking action, Qin Feiyang could deal with the Dong clan without worry. Fan Jian was still waiting for Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang arrived in front of the gate, tidied up the armor on his body, and walked through the gate. He and Fan Jian walked down a long corridor, one in front of the other. "Brother Qin, what are you going to do?" After walking for a while, Fan Jian couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Qin Feiyang whispered, "Wolf King found the masked man who massacred the Lu clan." "What?" Fan Jian's eyes trembled. "Don't make it public. I've already asked Fatso and White-Eyed Wolf to investigate. I believe there will be a result soon," Qin Feiyang said. "With Fatso taking action, we definitely won't be able to escape." Fan Jian laughed in a low voice. He was very confident in Fatso. Qin Feiyang looked at him in surprise, then shook his head and laughed. He lowered his head and pondered while walking towards the conference hall. It was definitely not a coincidence that the masked man and Lu Tingting appeared at the same time. That was to say, after the masked man took Lu Tingting away, he didn't make things difficult for Lu Tingting. Instead, he made Lu Tingting his accomplice. But there was a problem. The masked man was the executioner who slaughtered the Lu family. How could Lu Tingting be willing to be with him because of the hatred of exterminating her family? According to Wolf King's observation, the masked man was not strong. It was the sand whales that were strong. Sand whales? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. That was right. The masked man was not as strong as the sand whales. How could he control the sand whales? That was right. Chapter 456. If this speculation was true, then why did the mysterious expert want to destroy the Lu family? Did he have a deep grudge against the Lu family? But why didn't he kill Lu Tingting and Lu Feng? Was he interested in their talents? Impossible. Qin Feiyang didn't know about Lu Tingting's talent, but Lu Feng was a good-for-nothing with no value to cultivate. Qin Feiyang had too many doubts in his mind. After a while, Fan Jian said in a low voice, "Brother Qin, we're here." Qin Feiyang raised his head and saw a majestic hall in front of him. It was the Dong family's meeting hall. At the door, there were 2 guards and 4 maids waiting for her. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feiyang temporarily cast aside the thoughts in his heart and followed behind Fan Jian, walking towards the main hall. "Greetings, Captain." The guards and maidservants bowed in greeting. "Yes." Fan Jian nodded and asked, "Where are your patriarch and patriarch?" One of the guards said, "Please take a seat inside, we'll inform them immediately." "Okay." Fan Jian nodded and led Qin Feiyang into the hall. "Take good care of the captain." The 2 guards warned the 4 maidservants and left in a hurry. 2 of the maids went to prepare tea. Fan Jian laughed. It seems that Wei Zhongyang is respected in the Dong family. Snakes and rats alike. Qin Feiyang sneered. Fan Jian was stunned, then he shook his head and laughed. He sat on a chair and pointed to another chair. "Sit. I'm your confidant now, I can't sit." Qin Feiyang shook his head. He walked behind Fan Jian and stood there with his back straight. Fan Jian felt awkward. Although he was a 9-star combat emperor, he was afraid of Qin Feiyang from the bottom of his heart. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, "Don't be nervous, be careful." Fan Jian took a few deep breaths and asked in a low voice, "Can you guarantee that the Dong family and Wei Zhongyang will be defeated?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Fan Jian breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Qin Feiyang was not confident. Because now, he was basically Qin Feiyang's accomplice. Once he failed, Wang Hong would look into it. Even if he was a 9-star combat emperor, he wouldn't be able to survive. After waiting for about 100 breaths, Old Monster Dong and Patriarch Dong finally arrived at the main hall. The Dong family's patriarch cupped his fists and smiled. "Brother Wei, we are honored by your presence. Why didn't you inform us in advance? We would have gone to welcome you." "Brother Dong, you're too polite." Fan Jian stood up and greeted him with a smile. Patriarch Dong hurriedly said, "Don't get up, just sit down." After Fan Jian returned to his seat, Patriarch Dong looked at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, "Brother Wei, who is this?" Fan Jian smiled and said, "He is my confidant. His name is Fan Jian, and he is completely trustworthy. You don't have to worry about him." "Despicable?" Patriarch Dong and Old Monster Dong looked at each other with strange looks in their eyes. How could there be such a strange name? Patriarch Dong smiled and said, "Brother Fan Jian, since we are all on the same side, then don't be polite. Sit down and talk." Qin Feiyang said, "It's okay, I can stand." Patriarch Dong didn't say much and sat on the main seat with Old Monster Dong. Old Monster Dong said, "Brother Wei, you suddenly came to us. Is there something wrong with Qin Feiyang?" "Something wrong?" Fan Jian was taken aback and said disdainfully, "Lin Yi and Luo Chenxue are in our hands. Can he still make waves?" Hearing this, Old Monster Dong and Fan Jian suddenly laughed. Patriarch Dong said, "Then have you talked to him?" Fan Jian said, "I just finished talking to him." "What's the result?" The two looked at him nervously. Although Wei Zhongyang repeatedly assured that Lin Yi and Luo Chenxue were Qin Feiyang's Achilles heel, judging from Qin Feiyang's actions in Ju City, he was completely a ruthless person. They really had no confidence in their hearts. "Don't worry, he has compromised." Fan Jian smiled faintly, reached out, took out a jade box from his arms, and put it on the coffee table. Old Monster Dong was surprised. "What is it?" Fan Jian said, "Potential pill." The two's eyes lit up. Patriarch Dong immediately got up, walked to Fan Jian's side, grabbed the jade box, opened it, and was immediately stunned. "En." Seeing this, Old Monster Dong stepped forward suspiciously and was also stunned. "How is this possible? There are actually 3 elixir patterns, and there are a total of 10. Fan Jian said, "Qin Feiyang has long been able to refine elixir with 3 elixir patterns, but he has been hiding it. Not many people know." The two took a deep breath. How could this little beast's alchemy talent be so amazing? In fact, these elixirs were refined on the way here. After all, Qin Feiyang carried the elixir fire and the elixir furnace with him. It was only a matter of minutes to refine 10 elixirs. And these 10 potential pills were bait. How is it? Very tempting, right? I heard that the last potential pill with 2 elixir patterns auctioned by Precious Treasure Pavilion was sold for around 20 billion. And I heard that Precious Treasure Pavilion is going to start auctioning again in a few days with a starting price of 30 billion. And the potential of 3 elixir patterns will definitely double again. If you sell these 10 potential pills, even if you are banned by Precious Treasure Pavilion, it will be enough for your Dong family to survive for decades. Fan Jian said with a smile. Survive for decades? The two of them trembled both physically and mentally as their eyes shone brightly. Old Monster Dong gulped and asked, "Old Brother Wei, are these 10 potential pills for our Dong family?" Fan Jian put away the jade box and said indifferently, "What are you guys in a hurry for? As long as we have the elixir recipe for the potential pill, why worry about not having enough?" Yes. Brother Wei is right. Then, is he prepared to give us the elixir recipe? The two of them asked excitedly. Sigh. Fan Jian sighed deeply and said helplessly, "You guys also know that Qin Feiyang has a treasure to hide in. Although he can't escape from prison, I can't do anything to him." Old Monster Dong nodded. Fan Jian said, "He told me that he must see Lin Yi and Luo Chenxue with his own eyes before he is willing to give us the elixir recipe." Family head Dong shook his head and said, "This won't do. This little beast is full of tricks. If something happens, won't we fail at the last step?" Old Monster Dong said, "Yeah, we can't take this risk." Qin Feiyang, who was standing aside, frowned imperceptibly. Fan Jian lowered his head, frowned, and said nothing. In fact, he didn't know what to do next. Qin Feiyang glanced at him, looked up at Old Monster Dong and Luo Chenxue, and said with a smile, "You two don't have to worry. Although Qin Feiyang is treacherous, as long as you don't let him get close to Lin Yi and Luo Chenxue, he can't do anything. Yes. With me here, what are you afraid of? Let me tell you, I want to kill him more than you because he caused me to lose everything. My son died because of him. This time, I not only want to get all the treasures on him, but I also want to end his life. As for Lin Yi and Luo Chenxue, they will also die afterward." Strong murderous intent and resentment emerged in Fan Jian's eyes. Heard about it. Old Monster Dong and Luo Chenxue also fell silent. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked down at Fan Jian and said respectfully, "Guard Captain, it seems that the Dong family still doesn't trust you. We have to consider this matter at length so as not to be used as a tool." Family head Dong hurriedly raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Brother Fan Jian, you can't simply say this. It's not that we don't trust Brother Wei, but because Qin Feiyang is too difficult to deal with. We must eliminate all possibilities in advance." Yes. This is a misunderstanding. Brother Wei, don't take it seriously." Old Monster Dong also looked at Fan Jian with a flattering face. Now, Wei Zhongyang was the key to keeping Qin Feiyang in check. The relationship couldn't be strained. Otherwise, it was very likely that the Dong family would end up in a situation where they went for wool and came home shorn. Is it really a misunderstanding? To be frank, the current Dong family is no longer what it used to be. At most, it is only a first-class family in the state capital. The guard captain can come to you in person, which is giving you enough face, but you repeatedly refuse. Is this the sincerity of your Dong family? I also want to ask, if the plan succeeds, will the pill formula of the potential pill belong to our guard captain? Or to your Dong family? Qin Feiyang said. Fan Jian nodded and said, "Yes, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, we need to discuss this issue in advance." This Old Monster Dong and Fan Jian looked at each other, feeling a little anxious. "It seems that you have never seriously thought about this issue. In that case, wait until you think about it before coming to the guard captain." "Guard captain, let's go," Qin Feiyang said. Fan Jian nodded, got up, and took out a portal. This portal was also given to him by Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang did this to force the Dong family to hand over Lin Yi and Luo Chenxue. He also believed that the Dong family would definitely compromise. Because in the current situation of the Dong family, they did not dare to fall out with Wei Zhongyang. Sure enough, seeing that the two were about to leave, family head Dong and Old Monster Dong began to get anxious. They quickly got up and stopped the two. Old Monster Dong smiled and said, "Brother Wei, don't be angry, let's have a good talk." Fan Jian said blankly, "With all due respect, with your current attitude, I can't sit down and have a good talk." Yes, this is indeed our fault. Well, for the sake of safety, let's have someone pretend to be Lin Yi and Luo Chenxue to meet Qin Feiyang. Old Monster Dong smiled apologetically. Pretend? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Still not giving up. You're courting death. The corner of his mouth lifted, and he sneered, "Do you think Qin Feiyang is a fool? If he is so easy to fool, how can he bring down your Dong family and the Lu family? Letting someone pretend to be them will only backfire." Family head Dong and Old Monster Dong looked at each other with a trace of helplessness in their eyes. At the same time, they felt very unbalanced in their hearts. Why is this little beast so difficult to deal with? Compared with him, the children of the Dong family can't even catch up with him. Old Monster Dong let out a long sigh and said, "Well, let's listen to Brother Wei. I believe Brother Wei can handle it properly." Fan Jian was overjoyed and smiled, "Don't worry, with me here, they can't run away." Old Monster Dong nodded and smiled, "Brother Wei used to be the county king of Yang. I definitely trust your ability, but you have to wait a while because Lin Yi and Luo Chenxue are not in the Dong family now." Not in the Dong family? Qin Feiyang's heart shuddered. If not in the Dong family, where would they be? Could it be? Suddenly, there was a flash of light deep in his eyes. Chapter 457. Fan Jian wondered, then where are they? Old Monster Dong whispered, they are in the mansion master's mansion. What? Fan Jian's eyes widened. Qin Feiyang's pupils also shrank abruptly. It was unbelievable to the extreme. Lin Yi and Old Monster Dong are actually in the mansion master's mansion? Isn't this too unbelievable? Could it be that the mysterious combat master is the mansion master? Impossible. The mansion master would not do such a thing. But apart from the mansion master, who else can hide Lin Yi and Old Monster Dong in that mansion? Could it be? Is it one of the 10 commanders under the mansion master? Qin Feiyang looked at Fan Jian and gave him a subtle wink. Fan Jian understood. He looked at Old Monster Dong and said angrily, are you crazy? If the mansion master knows about this, we will all be finished. Captain, don't be nervous. Since they dare to do this, they must be confident. It's even possible that this matter is related to the mansion master. If this is the case, it means that the mansion master also dislikes Qin Feiyang's actions. This is a good thing for us. Qin Feiyang smiled. He and Fan Jian echoed each other in order to let Old Monster Dong reveal the identity of this mysterious combat master. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, both Old Monster Dong's expressions changed. Family Head Dong said, Brother Fan Jian, don't say this again. If the mansion master hears it, we will be finished. What do you mean? Does the mansion master not know? Then why do you still dare to imprison them in the mansion master's mansion? Fan Jian was shocked and angry. Brother Wei, don't worry. The mansion master doesn't know anything. And the most dangerous place is the safest place. No matter how smart Qin Feiyang is, he will never think that Lin Yi and Old Monster Dong would be in the mansion master's mansion. Old Monster Dong laughed with a hint of pride on his face. These people are too daring. Fan Jian muttered secretly. At the same time, he sneered in his heart. They thought that their plan was flawless, but little did they know that Qin Feiyang was right in front of them. It seemed that the Dong family was no match for Qin Feiyang, no matter how smart they were. It was a wise choice to stand with Qin Feiyang. He could even foresee how miserable the Dong family would be in the future. Cough cough. Qin Feiyang glanced at Fan Jian, clenched his fist, and coughed dryly. What happened? Fan Jian and Old Monster Dong both looked at him doubtfully. I'm fine. It's just that my throat is a little uncomfortable. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Fan Jian meaningfully. Fan Jian thought for a moment and understood. He turned to look at Old Monster Dong and said, who is guarding them? I want to know if this person is trustworthy. Brother Wei, don't worry. This person is absolutely trustworthy. However, he requested that we not mention his identity to anyone. So, I hope Brother Wei can forgive me. Old Monster Dong cupped his hands and said with a trace of apology on his old face. Fan Jian was hesitant. He couldn't make up his mind. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, My lord, since Ancestor Dong has said so, then in my opinion, you shouldn't ask any more questions. After all, we're all on the same boat right now, and we need to make money peacefully. Family Master Dong smiled and said, Brother Fan Jian's words are right. Harmony breeds wealth. Fan Jian nodded and said, well, bring Lin Yi and Luo Chenxue here first. As for the distribution of benefits, we will discuss it slowly after the plan is successful. Okay. Old Monster Dong were also overjoyed. Family Master Dong looked outside the door and shouted, Go and tell the Grand Elder to go to the mansion of the Mansion Master immediately and bring the 2 women here. Yes. One of the guards responded respectfully, then turned and left quickly. Old Monster Dong smiled and greeted, Brother Wei, come on, let's have some tea. Fan Jian nodded. Old Monster Dong returned to his seat, picked up the teacup, and took a few sips. He was about to say something, but suddenly, he looked at Fan Jian in surprise. Qin Feiyang noticed it at the first moment, and his heart couldn't help but shudder. Old Monster Dong said, Brother Wei, your aura seems to be a little stronger than last time. Although his cultivation was now crippled, he was once a 1-star battle grandmaster after all. His eyesight was still there. However, Due to the awkward atmosphere before, he didn't notice it until now. But when he heard Old Monster Dong's question, Qin Feiyang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Because he had guessed early on that it might be seen through, so he had already told Fan Jian what to say. Fan Jian smiled and said, "Not long ago, I broke through to the 9-star combat emperor." Really? The two were surprised. Fan Jian nodded. It's really worth celebrating. In this way, our strength is undoubtedly stronger. But Brother Wei, you can't be careless. Qin Feiyang and Ruffian Wolf are not easy to deal with. I am the best example. Family Master Dong warned, his face full of resentment. If it wasn't for Wolf King and Yang Nanshan who crippled him and Old Ancestor, the Dong family wouldn't have fallen to such a state today. This hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. I will be careful. Fan Jian nodded solemnly. Old Ancestor Dong put down his teacup and said, "Brother Wei, this old man has a presumptuous request." Fan Jian smiled and said, "There's no harm in saying it." Old Ancestor Dong said, "Can you give us a few potential pills first?" Fan Jian immediately frowned. "Brother Wei, to tell you the truth, my Dong family has a genius disciple who is very talented. He is now a 9-star combat emperor. I want the potential pills to fulfill his wish." Old Ancestor Dong said. The Dong family's current situation could be said to be very bad. They must cultivate a battle grandmaster as soon as possible. Because a family must have a battle grandmaster to be able to establish a foothold in the capital. And the potential pills were undoubtedly the fastest way at present. Fan Jian thought for a moment and asked, "Are you talking about your eldest grandson, Dong Zhengyang?" "Yes, it's him." Old Ancestor Dong nodded. As long as the door of potential was opened, with Dong Zhengyang's talent, it wouldn't be long before he could step into the battle grandmaster. Dong Zhengyang, Qin Feiyang muttered. It seemed that when he returned to the inner hall, he would have to properly inquire about this person's situation. His eyes flashed slightly as he looked at Fan Jian and smiled. "Sir, allow this subordinate to say something. Since you and the Dong family are cooperating, then you definitely can't take all the benefits for yourself." "That's true. The benefits should be divided equally." Fan Jian took out a jade box, took out 5 potential pills, and threw them to the two of them. His eyes were filled with reluctance. One had to know that this was an astonishing amount of wealth. If these were his pills, he wouldn't give them to the Dong family even if he was beaten to death. Ancestor Lu and Patriarch Lu were ecstatic as they hurriedly grabbed them. Shua. At this moment, a powerful pressure descended out of thin air. Following closely, 3 figures appeared. One of them was the great clan elder, and beside him were 2 women. One was a beautiful woman, but time didn't leave too many traces on her face, and her charm was still there. The woman next to her was no more than 20 years old. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her hair was draped over her shoulders. Her facial features were like a masterpiece of heaven, exquisite and peerless. At this moment, they were all imprisoned by the great clan elder's pressure. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the others in the main hall, their gazes were as cold as ice. When Qin Feiyang saw them, killing intent surged from the depths of his eyes, but he instantly concealed it. Because these 2 people were Luo Qianxue and Lin Yi. Moreover, both of them were in a very sorry state. Not only were their eyes unfocused, their faces were haggard, and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of their mouths. Old Monster Dong glanced at the 2 of them, then looked at Fan Jian and smiled. "Brother Wei, I've brought them to you. You must take good care of them." Fan Jian said, "Just put your heart at ease." Patriarch Dong asked, "Brother Wei, when Qin Feiyang sees them, what do you plan to do with them?" Fan Jian smiled and said, "Let's look at the situation. If Qin Feiyang wants to play any tricks, I will send them to you. After all, there is no place safer than the mansion master." "Yes." Old Monster Dong and the other 2 laughed. Brother Feiyang. When Lin Yi heard the conversation, her eyes trembled slightly, and she asked, "Where is Brother Feiyang?" "Brother?" Old Monster Dong was stunned and joked, "It seems that your relationship with Qin Feiyang is really deep. Don't worry, because you will see him soon." Luo Qianxue said, "I know Feiyang's temper very well. You will definitely regret it." She looked at Fan Jian again and said, especially you, Wei Zhongyang. What a joke, he can't even protect himself now. What can he do to us? Old Monster Dong and the other two sneered suddenly. In order to act, Fan Jian also showed a disdainful look at Lin Yi and Old Monster Dong. He got up and said, okay, let's not talk nonsense. It's time to find Qin Feiyang for the final negotiation. Be sure to tell us the result as soon as possible. Old Monster Dong also got up hurriedly. Fan Jian nodded and said, no problem, but I am very puzzled. Why is the person in the mansion master helping us? Old Monster Dong smiled and said, he has a good relationship with me. Oh. Fan Jian suddenly realized. He was afraid of exposing himself, so he didn't ask anymore. He opened a portal and said to Qin Feiyang without looking back, take them. Let's go. Yes. Qin Feiyang responded respectfully. He walked to Lin Yi and Old Monster Dong, grabbed each of their arms with one hand, and said coldly, you better cooperate with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. After speaking, he dragged the two of them and walked toward the portal. After Qin Feiyang and others left, Old Monster Dong's old eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. Family head Dong said gloomily, old ancestor, this person is too arrogant. We have to teach him a lesson. Don't worry. As long as we get the potential pill formula, not only Qin Feiyang and Ruffian Wolf will die, but Wei Zhongyang will also die. Because that person will not allow anyone to snatch the pill formula from him. Old Monster Dong sneered. Family head Dong and Grand Elder also showed a murderous intent. Outside the city, above a certain dense forest, 4 figures appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang and others. Go down. Qin Feiyang glanced below, waved his hand, and took Luo Chenxue and Old Monster Dong into the dense forest below, landing on a black rock. Then, Qin Feiyang let go of Lin Yi and Old Monster Dong. He stood opposite the two, looked at them, and frowned slightly. Fan Jian stood behind Qin Feiyang, watching silently. What? Luo Chenxue frowned and said coldly, bringing us to the wilderness, do you want to kill us? Chapter 458. Luo Chenxue and Lin Yi looked at each other, their eyes full of suspicion. Fan Jian was also very puzzled. Didn't he spend so much effort to save these 2 women? Now that they were rescued, why didn't Qin Feiyang speak? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked at Luo Chenxue and said, how do you and Qin Feiyang know each other? Luo Chenxue said, why should I tell you? Qin Feiyang's eyes burst with murderous intent, and he said coldly, if you don't answer, I will kill Lin Yi. I understand. Fan Jian suddenly realized. It turned out that Qin Feiyang was afraid that the 2 people in front of him were impersonators, so he didn't reveal his identity immediately. This guy is really cautious. No matter what, he does it flawlessly. However, Luo Chenxue was silent. Lin Yi also looked at Qin Feiyang fearlessly. You don't want to say it? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, pointed to Lin Yi, and said, kill her. Fan Jian nodded and rushed towards Lin Yi. Luo Chenxue's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly said, don't kill her, I will tell you. Say it. Qin Feiyang shouted, his face filled with impatience. Luo Chenxue sighed deeply and said, in Iron Ox Town, we were bewitched by a villain to besiege Qin Feiyang, but in the end, he not only broke out of the siege, but also kidnapped my daughter. Who is the villain? Qin Feiyang asked. Luo Chenxue said, Lin Bailey. It should be fine. Qin Feiyang murmured, but for the sake of safety, he asked again, what happened later? Later, he let my daughter go. When I learned the truth, I felt guilty and wanted to make it up to him. So, I asked my daughter to send him some compensation, but he didn't accept it. Luo Chenxue said. It can't be wrong. Qin Feiyang murmured. Because only he, Luo Chenxue, and Luo Qingzhu knew about the compensation. He looked at Lin Yi again and said indifferently, how did you become friends with Qin Feiyang? Lin Yi said, I was born in the same year, same month, and same day as Brother Feiyang. This reason is enough. Enough. Qin Feiyang nodded. But suddenly, he noticed a bracelet on Lin Yi's wrist. However, this bracelet was very ordinary in both design and quality. It was obvious that it was a cheap item. Qin Feiyang found him somewhat familiar. After thinking about it carefully, he figured it out. It turned out that this was a cheap gift he gave to Lin Yi on her birthday. He didn't expect this girl to wear it all the time. Silly girl. Qin Feiyang mumbled to himself and smiled. Show me your fire phoenix. Lin Yi was surprised and asked, how do you know? Qin Feiyang said, don't worry about how I know. Lin Yi's eyes were full of doubts. She took out a jade pendant from the clothes under her neck. The jade pendant was fiery red with a lifelike fire phoenix carved on it. That's right. Qin Feiyang whispered with a smile on his face, Aunt Xue, I'm sorry to trouble you. The two were taken aback and looked at Qin Feiyang vigilantly. Luo Qianxue said solemnly, if you want to kill or torture, do as you please. Don't play tricks. Qin Feiyang took out a facial restoration pill, threw it into his mouth, and quickly restored his true appearance. Feiyang. Brother Feiyang. Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue glared at him in disbelief. After you were kidnapped by the Dong family, Uncle Yang came to inform me immediately. It's all my fault. If I had killed Wei Zhongyang earlier, none of this would have happened at all. I'm really sorry. Fortunately, you are all safe. Qin Feiyang blamed himself. Brother Feiyang, it's really you. Lin Yi came back to her senses and burst into tears of joy. She threw herself into Qin Feiyang's arms. Tears moistened his chest in an instant. Don't cry. I'm here. Everything will pass. Qin Feiyang patted her on the shoulder and comforted her in a low voice, but his heart was even more uncomfortable. In the past few years of separation, Lin Yi's feelings for him not only did not decrease, but also became deeper and deeper. But he really only had a sibling relationship with Lin Yi. Child, you don't have to blame yourself. Yi and I are too incompetent to drag you down. Luo Qianxue said with a smile. His dim and lifeless eyes became extremely spirited at this moment. Aunt Xue, if you say so, I feel even more sorry in my heart. Before Uncle Jiang Zhengyi died, he repeatedly asked me to take good care of you and your mother, but Qingzhu, when Qin Feiyang said this, the self-blame in his eyes became stronger. Luo Qianxue's eyes dimmed again, and there was sadness between her eyebrows. She forced a smile and said, don't mention the past, as long as everyone is fine now. Qin Feiyang nodded. Luo Qianxue suddenly looked at Fan Jian, with a trace of doubt on her face, and said, Feiyang, he shouldn't be Wei Zhongyang, right? Yes. He is a friend of mine, named Fan Jian. This time, it's all thanks to him that I was able to successfully rescue you. And, when I saved Uncle Yang, he also helped a lot. It can be said that he is my great benefactor. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Brother Qin, aren't you treating me like an outsider? If it weren't for you, would I be able to step into the 9-star combat emperor? To be honest, you are my great benefactor. Fan Jian said. While speaking, he also took a facial restoration pill to restore his true appearance. Luo Qianxue cupped her hands and said, Thank you, Senior Fan Jian. Fan Jian hurriedly said, Don't call me that. I can't afford it. If you don't mind, you can call me by my name. Luo Qianxue smiled, but her heart was filled with emotions. Thinking back to when she was in Iron Ox Town, Qin Feiyang was just a young child. How many years has it been? She didn't expect that he would have today's achievements. Even the 9-star combat emperor was polite to him. She turned to look at Lin Yi and said with a smile, Girl, your brother Feiyang must have a lot of things to do. Don't stay in his arms. Heard it. Lin Yi's cheeks suddenly turned red. She broke free from Qin Feiyang's arms and stood beside Luo Qianxue. She lowered her head and grabbed her belt with both hands. She was very embarrassed. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. He said, Aunt Xue, go to the ancient castle first. Lu Hong will tell you everything. Wei Zhongyang is also imprisoned in the ancient castle. Luo Qianxue nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and was about to send the two into the castle. But Lin Yi suddenly raised her head, ran to Qin Feiyang, and took the initiative to kiss Qin Feiyang's face. Luo Qianxue and Fan Jian also looked at each other. Qin Feiyang was also a little stunned. But in the next moment, there was a sharp pain in his heart as if it was about to be torn apart. His face also turned pale instantly. At the same time, the concentric knot on his chest also emitted a ray of bloody brilliance, but it was covered by his clothes, so no one noticed it. Oh no! Qin Feiyang felt bad. This concentric knot would really prevent him from being intimate with other women. However, this kind of pain quickly disappeared. Brother Feiyang, what's wrong with you? Seeing Qin Feiyang's face instantly turned as pale as paper, Lin Yi was frightened on the spot and panicked. Luo Chenxue and Fan Jian also looked at him with concern. I'm fine. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, then waved his hand and sent Luo Chenxue and Lin Yi into the castle. Fan Jian frowned and said, Brother Qin, what's the matter with you? Maybe it's because I fought with the Lu family in the past. The internal injuries left behind haven't healed yet. It's fine. Qin Feiyang smiled, and his face was quickly recovering. It turned out to be like this. You scared me. Fan Jian patted his chest and asked, what's the next step? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, you don't have to worry about the next thing. Continue to pretend to be Wei Zhongyang. Go back and cultivate in seclusion. Break through your cultivation and step into one-star battle master. Fan Jian's body shook, and his eyes became fiery. Battle master. If it was in the past, he didn't even dare to think about it. Fan Jian asked, what about you? Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered, and he said coldly, I want to find out the masked man. Fan Jian frowned, and said, then I'll stay and help you. Qin Feiyang shook his head, there's no need now, because only when you step into the battle master will you be able to truly help me. All right then, be careful. Fan Jian nodded, took out the jade box, and handed it over to Qin Feiyang, and said speechlessly, you're really generous, giving the Dong family 5 potential pills at once. It doesn't matter. In any case, the potential pill is already useless to me. You can keep these 5 potential pills. It just so happens that you can also open the first 3 stages of the Gate of Potential. Qin Feiyang faintly smiled. For me. Fan Jian was startled. However, to open the Gate of Potential, you need the assistance of pressure. And with your current cultivation, you still need the pressure of the Battle Master. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment, and said, go to the temple to find Yang Nanshan first, tell him that I told you to go, he will help you. All right. Brother Qin, thank you. Thank you so much. If there's anything you need help with in the future, just let me know. Even if I have to climb a mountain of blades, I, Fan Jian, will not frown. Fan Jian's voice was sonorous and forceful, his eyes filled with gratitude. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, let's build a contract bridge, it'll be convenient for us to contact each other in the future. Fan Jian nodded. The two of them took out the image crystal, and after building the contract bridge, Qin Feiyang gave Fan Jian a few more teleportation gates. Then, Fan Jian opened the teleportation gate and went to the temple to find Yang Nanshan. Qin Feiyang looked at the teleportation gate that disappeared with a smile on his face. Once the Gate of Potential was opened, it was equivalent to being reborn, and Fan Jian's future achievements would definitely be limitless. As for Fan Jian, although he was not very talented, after a few interactions, he was indeed worth nurturing. That was because Fan Jian was an honest and loyal person. Most importantly, Fan Jian really wanted to be friends with him. And he would definitely need help to enter the imperial capital. Although there was Fatso, Lu Hong, the Pangolin, and Wolf King, it was far from enough. Therefore, it was better to take advantage of the resources in his hands to cultivate a force that belonged to him. For example, Lu Yun, Yang Nanshan, Ren Wushuang, including Luo Chenxue and Lin Yi, these were all potential stocks that could help him greatly in the future. Chapter 459. After collecting his thoughts, Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal stone and sent a message to Fatso. But after waiting for a long time, there was no response. What's going on? Qin Feiyang frowned. The white-eyed wolf was a tracking master, and Fatso was also meticulous. It stood to reason that he should have tracked them down long ago. Did something happen? It shouldn't be. The white-eyed wolf's combat power was unparalleled, and he carried 2 ribs with him. Even if he was chased by War Master, he could probably escape, let alone the masked man and Lu Tingting. Phew. Qin Feiyang exhaled a long breath. His figure flashed and entered the castle. Wei Zhongyang was lying on the ground with his last breath. His body was bloody. He didn't look like a human or a ghost. As soon as he saw Qin Feiyang coming in, he struggled to get up, knelt at Qin Feiyang's feet, and begged, "I was wrong. Please give me a way out. I will be your slave for the rest of my life." Qin Feiyang said faintly, "Your cultivation is now crippled. What qualifications do you have to be my slave?" Wei Zhongyang said, "Although I am a cripple now, I can help you plan. Aren't you an alchemist? I can help you sort out the herbs or something." Qin Feiyang said faintly, "No need. You don't need to do these. Do you really want to kill me?" Wei Zhongyang roared hysterically. His blood-stained face was full of hatred and despair. "Can you be quiet?" Qin Feiyang kicked Wei Zhongyang and knocked him out on the spot. Lin Yi looked at Wei Zhongyang in disgust and said, "Brother Feiyang, why don't you kill him directly?" "I can't kill him yet." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Aunt Shui said that you are now a 9-star martial master?" En. Lin Yi nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "Then I will help you open the door of potential now, but the process is very painful. You have to be mentally prepared." Door of potential. Lin Yi's tender body trembled. She nodded firmly and said, "Brother Feiyang, just do it. No matter how painful it is, I can bear it." Beside him, Luo Chenxue took out a jade box. Inside the jade box was the potential pill that Qin Feiyang had given her. The potential pill was the 9 tunes yellow dragon pill. Luo Chenxue took out a potential pill, walked to Lin Yi, and said seriously, Once you take the potential pill, there is no turning back. You have to think about it." Lin Yi glanced at Qin Feiyang. Without any hesitation, she grabbed the potential pill from Luo Chenxue's hand and put it into her mouth. Alas! Luo Chenxue sighed and retreated to Qin Feiyang's side. In less than 3 breaths, the effects of the potential pill began to take effect. Lin Yi screamed in pain immediately. However, she only let out a scream before she sat down cross-legged on the ground. Although her facial features were twisted in pain and her body was twitching, she did not let out another scream. She gritted her teeth and endured. Boom. Meanwhile, Qin Feiyang's coercion pounced and shrouded Lin Yi. Luo Chenxue whispered, "Feiyang, do you know why she is so strong? She just wants to catch up with your footsteps and stay by your side." Qin Feiyang was silent. Luo Chenxue sighed, "In fact, is a good girl. You can consider her." Qin Feiyang whispered, "Auntie Shui, you should know that I have always regarded her as a sister." Alas! Luo Chenxue sighed deeply and said nothing more. Lu Hong next to her also opened her eyes and looked at Lin Yi with a complicated expression. Although they were both women, and they both liked the same man, she really sympathized with Lin Yi. She was originally a lively girl, but she became depressed because of a greedy father. It could be said that the current Lin Yi was harmed by her father. A moment passed. Boom. Lin Yi's delicate body shook, and a deafening muffled sound exploded in her body. On her chest, a potential imprint quickly emerged, exuding thousands of rays of light. Qin Feiyang hurriedly restrained his coercion, took out a heal pill, and gave it to Lin Yi. After Lin Yi took the heal pill, she said, "Brother Feiyang, I can still continue." No. Qin Feiyang refused as expected. What a joke, even he may not be able to open the gate of potential continuously. This girl was simply crazy. Lu Hong smiled and said, Opening the gate of potential has to be done step by step. When the injury is healed, open the second level. Don't force yourself too much, and don't make us worry." Lin Yi nodded. Buzz. At this moment, the image crystal in Qin Feiyang's arms finally made a sound. He hurriedly took it out, but the phantoms that emerged were not Fatso and Wolf King, but Yang Nanshan. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Uncle Yang, what's the matter?" Yang Nanshan nodded, but he didn't say anything directly. He looked at Luo Chenxue next to Qin Feiyang and smiled, "Long time no see." "Long time no see." Luo Chenxue also smiled. "Seeing you and Feiyang together, I am relieved." Yang Nanshan said with a smile, then looked at Qin Feiyang and frowned. You asked me to help Fan Jian open the gate of potential. Are you going to train him? Qin Feiyang nodded. Yang Nanshan said, if you really want to train him, then you should give him the potential pill. Qin Feiyang frowned. Seeing this, Yang Nanshan said suspiciously, you still don't trust him? Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, not really, but you can't judge a book by its cover. I have to be on guard, right? Yang Nanshan said, then I can only tell you, don't doubt the person you use. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded, I understand. Ask him to come to me, and I will give him the potential pill. Okay. Yang Nanshan answered and turned off the image crystal. Luo Qianxue said suspiciously, Feiyang, has Yang Nanshan also opened all the gates of potential? No, he hasn't even opened the first level. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed, when I gave him the Juku Yellow Dragon Pill, I didn't think of this. Now I feel quite guilty. Luo Qianxue nodded in realization. Qin Feiyang asked, Aunt Xue, what is your cultivation now? I am ashamed to say that after a few years, I only broke through to 5-star Martial Grandmaster. Luo Qianxue smiled bitterly. That's fast. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. After thinking for a moment, he said, then, have you ever taken a scarlet-colored glass pill? No. Luo Qianxue shook her head. That's good. Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief and immediately opened the furnace to refine the pill. After a while, a red fire glass pill with 3 veins came out. Aunt Xue, this red fire glass pill is enough for you to break through 4 small realms in a row, and you will be a 9-star Martial Grandmaster. Then, I will help you open the gate of potential. Qin Feiyang handed over the red fire glass pill. Luo Qianxue's eyes lit up and she took it without hesitation. Because there was no need to be polite. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi again. Seeing Yi's eager face, he couldn't help but smile and say, don't worry, I will refine it for you after I raise the Netherworld Devil Flame to the 5th grade. He was actually a little annoyed. When he was in the Pill Pagoda in the Forgotten Land, he only refined the Juku Yellow Dragon Pill, the Potential Pill, and the Potential Pill, but he didn't refine the Red Fire Glass Pill. If he had refined it at that time, it would have 5 veins and could increase by 6 small realms. But it was useless to regret now. Boom. Luo Qianxue's cultivation kept breaking through, and in less than 15 breaths, she stepped into the 9-star Martial Grandmaster. Then, Qin Feiyang helped her open the first level of the Gate of Potential. Luo Qianxue's willpower was also very strong. Maybe it was because of the death of Luo Qingzhu and Jiang Zhangyi. Swish. Next, Qin Feiyang left the castle again. Soon, Fan Jian appeared again, and Qin Feiyang took out 2 potential pills and gave them to him. Fan Jian could be said to be deeply grateful and almost knelt on the ground. After sending Fan Jian away, Qin Feiyang returned to the castle and helped Lin Yi open the 2nd level intermittently, and helped Luo Qianxue open the 3rd level. Time flew by, and a day passed just like that. Everyone was cultivating, and Qin Feiyang was also copying the battle character secret art while waiting for Fatso and Wolf King's messages. Another 2 days passed. Fan Jian had already stepped into the 1-star Martial Grandmaster, and he told Qin Feiyang at the first moment. Buzz. It was also on this day that the image crystal made a sound. Qin Feiyang hurriedly took it out, but found that it was not his image crystal. It's Wei Zhongyang's. Lu Hong took out an image crystal from her arms and threw it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang caught it in his hand and frowned. Lu Hong said, it should be the Dong family's people who will send a message to Wei Zhongyang at this time. Qin Feiyang sneered, it seems that the Dong family can't sit still. Lu Hong said, do you want to respond to them? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. The identity of the mysterious Martial Grandmaster had not been found out yet, so he had to temporarily drag out the Dong family's people. His eyes flickered slightly, and he picked up the unconscious Wei Zhongyang and appeared in the dense forest. In the past 3 days, Wei Zhongyang woke up several times, but every time he woke up, he was knocked out by the pangolin again. Swish. Qin Feiyang galloped in the dense forest for a while, found a river, and then threw Wei Zhongyang directly into it. Ah, there are aquatic beasts in there, help. Wei Zhongyang immediately quivered and woke up. Soon after, he let out a terrified scream and swam towards the shore while calling for help from Qin Feiyang. Roar. As expected. An aquatic beast rushed out of the water, opened its bloody mouth and revealed its sharp fangs, and pounced toward Wei Zhongyang. Qin Feiyang, save me, I'll do anything you ask of me. Wei Zhongyang was so scared that he wet his pants on the spot. You said it yourself. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, and the pressure of a 4-star combat emperor roared out. The aquatic beast was only a combat king, so it immediately stopped and fled back to the bottom of the water in fear. Wei Zhongyang swam to the shore with great effort, and collapsed on the grass, gasping for air. His face was full of fear. Qin Feiyang said, "Let me ask you, other than the Dong family, who else have you told about me?" "No." Wei Zhongyang hurriedly got up and shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, "Then my relationship with Ren Wuxuang, did you tell the Dong family?" "No. Because if I did, they would be even more afraid of you, and definitely won't cooperate with me." Wei Zhongyang said. "You're quite smart." Qin Feiyang sneered. Wei Zhongyang shrunk his neck, and his eyes were full of fear. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you for now." Buzz. At this moment, Wei Zhongyang's image crystal rang again. So urgent. Chapter 460. Wei Zhongyang was nervous and uneasy, afraid that Qin Feiyang would do something to him. After a few breaths of time, Wei Zhongyang's image crystal stopped ringing. Bang! It was also at this moment. Qin Feiyang's arm shot out explosively, his palm was like a blade, knocking Wei Zhongyang unconscious and sending him into the castle. Originally, he wanted Wei Zhongyang to appear and stall the Dong family. But then he suddenly remembered that Wei Zhongyang's cultivation was crippled and he had no battle chi, so it was impossible for him to revive the image crystal. In other words, Wei Zhongyang's image crystal could only receive the other party's message and could not activate the conversation mode. The most important thing was that Wei Zhongyang was unreliable and could not take this risk. Following that, Qin Feiyang lowered his head, his thoughts running at high speed. He couldn't be so passive anymore. He had to take the initiative to counterattack. However, he had to think of a foolproof plan. Got it. Soon. His eyes lit up as he took out his image crystal and quickly activated it. Not long later, a shadow appeared. It was Yang Nanshan. Qin Feiyang did not exchange pleasantries, and said, "Uncle Yang, there's something I need your help with." "What is it?" Yang Nanshan was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "Go to the prison right now." Yang Nanshan was startled, and frowned. "Why are you going to the prison?" "I want to set up a trap and lure that mysterious war sect out." "When you go to the prison, you don't need to do anything. You just need to hide nearby and monitor the prison. If I'm not wrong, someone will definitely go to the prison to investigate the situation. And this person, even if he isn't that mysterious war sect, is related to him. But if someone really goes, you don't have to take any action." Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. "All right." Yang Nanshan nodded. Although he did not know Qin Feiyang's detailed plan, he trusted Qin Feiyang unconditionally. After ending the conversation, Qin Feiyang contacted Fan Jian again. After communicating with Fan Jian, he kept the image crystal. "Mysterious war sect, let's see how long you can hide." Qin Feiyang sneered. He swallowed an illusory form pill and changed into Fan Jian's appearance. Then, he opened a teleportation door and walked in. The Dong family. Inside the great meeting hall, like ants on a hot pan, Patriarch Dong and the Grand Elder paced back and forth in the hall. Old Monster Dong sat on the chair above. He looked at the two of them and said angrily, "Can you two not appear in front of me? My head is about to get dizzy because of all of you." Patriarch Dong said, "Old Ancestor, it's already been 3 days, and there's still no news from Wei Zhongyang. How can I not be anxious?" "That's right. He didn't even respond to my messages. What is he doing?" The Grand Elder was furious. Suddenly, his gaze trembled as he looked at eccentric Dong and asked in surprise, "Patriarch, do you think he wants to take it all for himself?" As soon as he said this, the hall fell into deathly silence. Whoosh! At this moment, a man in black armor appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang. Seeing this, Eccentric Dong and the other two were startled, and immediately went up to greet him. Patriarch Dong said anxiously, "Brother Fan Jian, why didn't Brother Wei answer our message? Is he in some kind of trouble?" Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them, his eyes flashing slightly, and nodded, "I have indeed encountered some small trouble." "What kind of trouble?" The three of their faces changed. Qin Feiyang said, "Yang Nanshan has always been hiding near the prison, monitoring Lord Guard Captain." "Yang Nanshan? Why would he monitor Brother Wei?" Eccentric Dong and the other two were bewildered. Qin Feiyang said, "According to Lord Guard Captain's guess, he most likely received some kind of news." Patriarch Dong said, "If that's the case, won't it ruin our good deed? This is also what Guard Captain is worried about. He told me to tell you that you must think of a way to send Yang Nanshan away." Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Patriarch Dong frowned. "Yang Nanshan is the law-enforcing elder of the temple, and is also a one-star war sect. How can we send him away?" Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment and shook his head. "Then there is no way, we can only waste time." The three of them fell silent. Qin Feiyang glanced at them and said, "I have to go back and report, goodbye." Patriarch Dong hurriedly said, "Brother Fan Jian, wait. Is there anything else?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Patriarch Dong said, "Where are Lin Yi and Luo Chenxue imprisoned now?" Qin Feiyang said, "The second floor of the prison." Patriarch Dong asked, "Where is Qin Feiyang?" Qin Feiyang said, "The first floor." "That's good." Patriarch Dong breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang had too many means. If they were locked in the same floor as him, they might be rescued by him. Qin Feiyang said, "If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Take care, I won't send you off. Go back and tell Brother Wei that we will try our best to send Yang Nanshan away." Eccentric Dong said. "En." Qin Feiyang nodded, opened a portal, and quickly left. "Old ancestor, what can you do?" Patriarch Dong and the Grand Elder looked at Eccentric Dong suspiciously. "Now that my cultivation is crippled, what can I do? But we can find him. Grand Elder, go to the Mansion Master's mansion immediately and tell him about this situation. He must have a way," Eccentric Dong ordered. "Okay." The Grand Elder nodded and opened a teleportation gate. Without even turning his head, he rushed in. Outside the city, Qin Feiyang landed in the sky above the dense forest. Without any delay, he immediately sent a message to Yang Nanshan. Yang Nanshan had already squatted near the prison and gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang immediately rushed to meet Yang Nanshan. Within a few miles around the prison, there were no buildings, but there were many big trees with luxuriant branches and leaves. At this moment, Yang Nanshan was standing on the branch of one of the big trees. Swish! Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. "You're here." Yang Nanshan smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded, jumped up, and landed beside Yang Nanshan, looking at the prison. Standing here, he could clearly see the situation at the prison gate. Fan Jian disguised himself as Wei Zhongyang, standing straight in front of the gate, his eyes sharp. The other 8 guards also looked straight ahead. Yang Nanshan was puzzled. "Kid, what kind of trick are you playing?" Qin Feiyang smiled. "You'll find out later." "Oh right, Uncle Yang, do you know who the new East City governor is?" Yang Nanshan said, "I've heard of him, but I've never seen him." "Why?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Wang Hong told me that this person is helping me investigate the extermination of the Lu family. I don't know if he has found any clues." Yang Nanshan sighed. "It's difficult to investigate this matter." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "It's not that difficult. I've already found traces of the masked man, but where did you find him?" Yang Nanshan was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, "Near the Dong family. Wolf King and Fatso have already gone to track him. But it's been 3 days, and there's still no news. I'm a little worried." Yang Nanshan smiled. "With the 2 of them, what are you worried about?" "Just wait. He won't be able to escape." Qin Feiyang nodded. Time passed by slowly. Almost an hour had passed, but there was still no one coming to the prison. Yang Nanshan frowned. "Feiyang, Why hasn't anyone come yet? Qin Feiyang was also puzzled. Logically speaking, someone should have come long ago. Could it be that the Dong family was suspicious? Buzz. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound. Qin Feiyang looked at Yang Nanshan suspiciously. Yang Nanshan took out the image crystal from his pocket, but the image crystal shone brightly. Yang Nanshan frowned and said in a low voice, "Hide for a while." Qin Feiyang nodded. He took a step forward and landed on a tree opposite him, using the dense leaves to hide his figure. Yang Nanshan's battle chi surged and fused into the image crystal. An illusory figure appeared quickly. It was a burly man dressed in black. Qin Feiyang did not have any impression of him. However, he could tell from his attire that he was a deacon elder of the sacred hall. "Elder Yang, where are you now?" The burly man's face was filled with anxiety. "What?" Yang Nanshan frowned. The burly man said anxiously, "The disciples of the cultivation hall are fighting. Hurry back and take a look." Yang Nanshan's expression changed as he asked, "Weren't they fine when I left? Why are they fighting all of a sudden?" The burly man shook his head. "I don't know either. You had better come back quickly. Otherwise, someone might die." "All right, I'll go back right away." Yang Nanshan turned off the image crystal and looked at Qin Feiyang. "You heard it too. I have to make a trip back. You stay here and guard." "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Yang Nanshan immediately opened a teleportation gate and disappeared quickly. Qin Feiyang turned around and continued to monitor the prison. But suddenly, his gaze trembled. That's not right. How could the disciples of the sacred hall suddenly fight? And it just so happened to be at this time. Could it be the Dong family was behind this? That's not right either. The Dong family had already declined, so they wouldn't be able to cause such a huge commotion. That's right. It must be him. That mysterious war sect. You can't even force him out like this. You're really hiding your strength. Qin Feiyang muttered, his gaze gloomy. To be able to send Yang Nanshan away so easily, it seemed that he had met a very difficult opponent this time. He raised his head and looked at the prison. He jumped down from the branch and landed on the ground. There was no need to continue monitoring. Buzz. At this moment, his image crystal made a sound. Qin Feiyang took it out and poured his battle chi into it. Two shadows quickly appeared. It was Fatso and Wolf King. Qin Feiyang said angrily, "What are you doing? Why are you only replying to me now?" Fatso sighed, "Boss, we're in big trouble this time." Wolf King was also dejected, his eyes filled with helplessness. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Fatso said, "Give us your coordinates first, we'll talk about it when we get there." "I'm at the prison." Qin Feiyang looked at the man and wolf suspiciously and gave the coordinates to Fatso. In less than 3 breaths, a man and a wolf appeared in front of him. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "Speak, what's going on?" Fatso said, "At first, we were following them very smoothly, but we soon discovered that their scent was covered up." "Cover up?" Qin Feiyang was startled. "That's right, it's a cover-up. After 3 days of tracking, Fat Lord felt that the masked man and Lu Tingting were purely playing with us, leading us around the city." Fatso said. Qin Feiyang said, "So, not only did they notice that you were following them, they even tricked you?" Fatso nodded, a little angry. Chapter 461. Tracking was Wolf King's forte, and it had never failed before. But this time, not only did it fail, but it was also played like a monkey. This had seriously hurt its self-esteem. If it wasn't for the fact that it couldn't expose its whereabouts, it would have brazenly chased after Lu Tingting and her brother all over the city. After all, in the eyes of the world, Qin Feiyang was now locked in prison. If the whereabouts of Wolf King and Fatso were exposed, then the fact that Qin Feiyang had escaped from prison would also be exposed to the world. This was not a good thing for Qin Feiyang. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feiyang frowned. How did they cover up their scent? Pollen, and more than one kind of pollen. They obviously came prepared, and it's very likely that they are coming for us. Wolf King's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Qin Feiyang shook his head. "They are not coming for us." "How do you know?" Wolf King was suspicious. It's very simple. The fact that we were sent to prison has long been known to everyone. They must know as well. If they are really coming for us, they won't let go of this good opportunity, and will definitely expose your and Fatso's whereabouts. In this way, Wang Hong will go and capture you. But they didn't do that, which means they have other purposes. Qin Feiyang said. Makes sense. Fatso nodded and asked, did Yi and the others get out? They are now in the castle, but they also encountered a troublesome matter. Qin Feiyang said. At that moment, he briefly explained the situation to Fatso and Wolf King. Damn, it's actually related to the mansion master? Fatso was dumbfounded. Wolf King sighed. This time, we really met a difficult opponent. Difficult? Qin Feiyang sneered. No matter how difficult it was, he had to find this person. Fatso said, Boss, what should we do next? He was at a loss for what to do. Since Lu Tingting and Li Tianlan appeared outside the Dong clan's gate, their target is most likely the Dong clan. Don't chase after them anymore. Just wait near the Dong family's residence. Be smart, don't be fooled again. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso and Wolf King nodded. What about you? Fatso asked. I'm going to the Holy Temple. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Fatso understood. He opened a portal and left with Wolf King. Qin Feiyang took off his armor, took out the temple's disciple overlook, and put it on. Then, he swallowed an illusory form pill and changed his appearance into a very ordinary-looking young man. He opened the teleportation gate and walked in. The next moment, he landed in a small forest near the training hall. Glancing around, Qin Feiyang dashed out of the small forest and rushed towards the cultivation hall. On the way, Qin Feiyang met many disciples from the Holy Temple. They were all rushing towards the cultivation hall. From their discussion, he knew that they were also going to watch the show. But no one knew the reason why the disciples were fighting in the cultivation hall. Dozens of breaths later, the cultivation hall finally came into sight. At this moment, there was a sea of people in the square. Most of them were disciples from the Pill Hall. There were only a few disciples from the Martial Arts Hall. There was a lot of discussion and noise. In front of the gate, there were more than a dozen deacon elders guarding. They didn't allow anyone to enter the cultivation hall. Qin Feiyang mixed into the crowd and listened carefully. He didn't get any useful information and started to ponder. How could he sneak into the cultivation hall? Suddenly, he noticed that there was a short and familiar figure in the crowd not far away. Huang San. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He walked behind Huang San and patted Huang San's shoulder. He smiled and said, Long time no see. En. Huang San turned and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. He frowned and said, Do I know you? Don't try to establish a relationship with me. Establish a relationship? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He smiled bitterly and asked, Why are the disciples of the martial arts hall fighting? Who is the one leading them? This guy was well informed. He should know a thing or two. Huang San frowned and said impatiently, Who are you? Why should I tell you? Qin Feiyang moved closer to his ear and whispered. What? Huang San was startled at once. He seriously sized up Qin Feiyang and said with a flattering smile, Qin, sha. Qin Feiyang hurriedly gestured for him to keep quiet. Huang San understood. He looked around sneakily. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he whispered, Senior brother Qin, weren't you in the prison? How did you get out? Qin Feiyang said, Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Answer my question. Okay. Huang San nodded and whispered, As far as I know, the people leading the trouble are He Xiaolong and Xiao Jian. Who is He Xiaolong? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. He Xiaolong is an old disciple of the martial arts hall. You fought with him before. Huang San said. Fought with him? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Huang San said, On the day you killed Dong Cheng and Lu Ziyuan, you challenged all the geniuses. He was also there, but he was suppressed by you. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. But he had no impression of this person and had never heard of him. Then why did he fight with Xiao Jian? Qin Feiyang said. This Xiong Xiaolong has always been secretly in love with Dong Fangyu, but Xiao Jian beat him to it. As for Xiong Xiaolong himself, he has no background and no backing, so he doesn't dare to fight with Xiao Jian. But he has always been very unconvinced. Just yesterday, he broke through to the 9-star battle monarch first. So, he went to Xiao Jian and said that Xiao Jian is not worthy of Dongfang Yu, and asked Xiao Jian to leave Dongfang Yu. Xiao Jian definitely won't agree. They fought without a word. Xiao Jian is an 8-star battle monarch. He can't beat him alone, but his status is there, and he has a good relationship with all the geniuses. So, they formed a group and fought with He Xiaolong. If Elder Yang didn't come back in time to stop them, I'm afraid someone would have died. Huang San said. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. It turned out that they were jealous. He asked, "Is the news true?" "Absolutely true. I'm very familiar with a disciple of the martial arts hall. When I learned of this, I immediately sent him a message. He told me personally." Huang San whispered. He Xiaolong. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He didn't expect that there was such a crazy person in the sacred hall. But was it really just because of jealousy? This was too much of a coincidence. Huang San whispered, "Senior brother Qin, were you the one who exterminated the Lu family?" "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Huang San asked suspiciously, "Then what about the rumors outside?" Qin Feiyang said lightly, "Someone is deliberately framing me." "Preposterous. How dare they frame senior brother Qin? When I find out who this person is, I will not let him go," Huang San said with righteous indignation. "Ah." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Huang San strangely, then couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal in Qin Feiyang's arms rang again. "There's news about Fatso and White-Eyed Wolf." Qin Feiyang was suspicious and smiled at Huang San. "I still have something to do, I'll leave first." "So fast?" Huang San was stunned. "Now you're the only one who knows that I'm not in prison. Don't talk nonsense, otherwise you'll have to bear the consequences." Qin Feiyang whispered. "Understood." Huang San nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled and directly left the crowd, walking towards the small forest next to them. A moment later, he took out the image crystal and sent a message to Fatso. But the result was that Fatso and Wolf King didn't send him a message at all. Then who could it be? Fan Jian? Soon, his image crystal rang again. When he activated the image crystal, the image that appeared turned out to be Lu Hong. Swish. Qin Feiyang flashed and entered the castle. He looked at Lu Hong and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Hong pointed at Wei Zhongyang and said, "He has something to say to you." Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He turned his head and saw that Wei Zhongyang had already woken up and was sitting in a corner. "What do you want to say?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Wei Zhongyang asked, "If I tell you, will you let me live? Do you think you still have the right to negotiate? You don't have to say it, but you'll die now." Qin Feiyang sneered. Wei Zhongyang's face changed, and his eyes were filled with fear. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Hurry up, don't waste my time." Wei Zhongyang's body trembled as he said, "It's the Dong family." Qin Feiyang frowned. "What do you mean?" Wei Zhongyang said, "The news of you slaughtering the Lu family outside the city was deliberately released by the Dong family." "The Dong family?" Lu Hong's eyes flashed with killing intent. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but clench his fists as he said in a deep voice, "Speak clearly." When the Lu family was wiped out, the Grand Elder of the Dong family was hiding in the forest outside the plain. Wei Zhongyang said, "I see." Qin Feiyang muttered, "If the Grand Elder of the Dong family was hiding there, then he should know that Ruffian Wolf and I didn't kill the Lu family members." "That's right. He knows, and so do I, but no one else knows. Most importantly, you and the Lu family have a deep grudge against each other. Whether you did it or not, as long as there are rumors, they will assume that you did it." Wei Zhongyang said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, "Why was the Grand Elder of the Dong family there? Is it a coincidence?" "It's not a coincidence. The Dong family guessed that you would eliminate the root of the problem. Therefore, after the Lu family members left the city, the Grand Elder of the Dong family followed them. The patriarch of the Dong family told me this in person." It can't be false. Can you spare my life now? Wei Zhongyang looked at Qin Feiyang with a pleading gaze. The Dong family. You're courting death. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, his eyes flashing with bone-piercing killing intent. He looked at Wei Zhongyang and said, "Why didn't you tell me something so important earlier?" Wei Zhongyang said, "I didn't think of it until I overheard your conversation with the people outside." Good. Now, tell me everything that happened in detail. Lu Hong, record it all. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Hong nodded. Whoosh. Qin Feiyang left the ancient castle and went to the square outside the cultivation hall again. He stood behind the crowd, his eyes glittering. With Wei Zhongyang's words, he could completely clear himself of suspicion. But now was not the time. He had to meet this Xiong Xiaolong. He didn't believe that there could be such a coincidence in the world. Chapter 462. After waiting for half an hour, Yang Nanshan walked out of the cultivation hall with a gloomy expression. Elder Yang, how's the situation? The deacon elders surrounded him. It's fine now. But just in case, you have to continue watching. If anyone dares to cause trouble again, they will be kicked out of the sacred palace and never be recruited again. Yang Nanshan shouted. Yes. The deacon elders bowed and replied. Yang Nanshan looked at the crowd in the plaza and shouted, "Disperse, there's nothing to see here." The disciples dispersed in an uproar. But some people didn't leave. They gathered in twos and threes and discussed softly. Yang Nanshan didn't care about them. He turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Most of the deacon elders also left. Only 2 of them were left guarding the 2 sides of the door. Let's go in and see what's going on. Seeing this, the disciples who were pacing back and forth in the square all rushed towards the cultivation hall. Stop right there. The martial arts hall disciples can go in, but the pill hall disciples must go back immediately. The 2 deacon elders stood in front of the door and shouted. Those who were wearing white clothes all stopped. Their eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. On what basis? No matter if it was the pill hall disciples or the martial arts hall disciples, they were all disciples of the sacred palace. Was there a need to differentiate them so clearly? But no matter how dissatisfied they were, no one dared to force their way in. Qin Feiyang originally wanted to mix in with the crowd. But now, it seemed that he had to think of another way. At this moment, Huang San, who was in the crowd, suddenly noticed Qin Feiyang. He ran up to him and smiled. "Senior brother, didn't you leave?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "I also wanted to go in and join in the fun. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance." "You want to go in? That's easy. Follow me." Huang San ran towards the small forest at the side. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He quickly followed. After entering the small forest, Huang San took out 2 sets of black clothes from his Chenkuan bag. He passed one set to Qin Feiyang and laughed. "Senior brother Qin, for you." Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up and he gave Huang San a thumbs up. Then, he took the clothes and quickly put them on. Huang San also changed his clothes. Next, the 2 of them slightly changed their appearances and walked out of the small forest, entering the cultivation hall without any obstructions. The cultivation hall was different from the pill fire hall. Because there were too many disciples in the martial arts hall, the area of the cultivation hall and the number of cultivation rooms far exceeded that of the pill fire hall. In a long corridor, Huang San said in a low voice, "Qin Feiyang, you didn't sneak into the cultivation hall just to join in the fun, right?" Qin Feiyang said with great interest, "Then why don't you tell me what I'm here for?" "I don't know." Huang San shook his head. If it were someone else, he would still dare to make a guess. But Qin Feiyang was too unfathomable. It was hard to guess what he was thinking. Qin Feiyang did not beat around the bush and said, "I want to see Xiong Xiaolong." "Why do you want to see him?" Huang San was bewildered. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and did not explain further. Huang San was also tactful and did not ask further. He said, "Xiong Xiaolong is in the number 1 cultivation room. I'll take you there." There was also a courtyard in the center of the cultivation hall. A moment later, the 2 of them came to the bottom of the courtyard. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked over. To his surprise, he discovered that the cultivation hall actually had a total of 20 floors. Furthermore, Qin Feiyang felt like an ant standing inside an elephant when he stood at the bottom of the patio. A feeling of insignificance and inferiority arose in his heart. Huang San said in a low voice, according to statistics, there are 100,000 cultivation rooms here. So many. Qin Feiyang was shocked. In other words, there were 5,000 cultivation rooms on each floor. There are only 1,000 cultivation rooms on the top floor. As Huang San explained, he led Qin Feiyang along the corridor and went up. On the way, they met many disciples. From their discussion, they learned that it was indeed as Huang San said, Xiong Xiaolong and Xiao Jian were jealous of each other and caused this bloody fight. Qin Feiyang could not figure it out. He had seen this Dongfang Yu several times. She was indeed somewhat beautiful and talented, but she was still far from being a femme fatale. Was there a need to fight so fiercely? As if seeing Qin Feiyang's doubts, Huang San said in a low voice, Dongfang Yu's family is very powerful. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Dongfang family is located in the South City. In terms of overall strength and background, they are comparable to the Lu family in the East City and the Shen family in the West City. Huang San said. So powerful? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Huang San said, of course. After all, the old master of the Dongfang family is the city lord of the South City. I see. Qin Feiyang finally understood. It turned out that Xiao Jian and Xiong Xiaolong were pursuing Dongfang Yu because of her background. Dozens of breaths later, the two came to the 20th floor and went straight to the number 1 cultivation room. 3 young men in black walked towards them. The 3 of them had different degrees of aura, and their faces were a little red and swollen. When they saw Qin Feiyang and Huang San, one of them stopped them and frowned. Who are you? What are you doing here? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Huang San said with a flattering smile, Senior brother, we are here to look for senior brother Xiong Xiaolong. Please make an exception. Looking for Xiong Xiaolong? The 3 of them looked at each other, and their eyes suddenly became unfriendly. Don't you know that Xiong Xiaolong has a grudge against us? How dare you come to look for him? Let me tell you, if you want to continue in the Divine Palace, don't interact with him in the future. The 20th floor is not a place for you to come. Get out. The 3 of them shouted arrogantly. This, Huang San looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 of them, his eyes flickering. He, who was good at reading people's expressions, could tell at a glance that the 3 of them belonged to Xiao Jian's side. Moreover, right now, Xiao Jian's side was already suppressing Xiong Xiaolong. What are you still looking at? I told you to scram, didn't you hear me? Believe it or not, I'll throw you down. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was indifferent, the 3 of them were furious. Seeing that the situation was not good, Huang San leaned over to Qin Feiyang's ear and whispered, Senior brother Qin, let's retreat first, in case your identity is exposed. Retreat. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted, and a sneer appeared on his face. Seeing this, the 3 of them were furious. You still dare to sneer? I think you don't want to live. The man standing on the left raised his arm and slapped towards Qin Feiyang. Interesting. Huang San muttered and simply retreated to the side, crossing his arms in front of his chest and watching the show. Originally, he thought that Qin Feiyang would choose to endure for the time being. But now it seemed that this was not the case. Even if he had not gotten rid of the prison, this fierce man was not a fish that could be trampled on. Sure enough, Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold, and his big hand shot out like an eagle's claw, grabbing the man's wrist. There was a trace of surprise in the eyes of the 3 of them. Trash like you dare to block my way? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, and his 5 fingers tightened. The man's wrist was crushed on the spot, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Ah, that man screamed miserably, heartbreaking. Damn it. The other 2 were furious. Their battle chi surged, and at the same time, they rushed towards Qin Feiyang. You're really courting death. Huang San, who was standing at the side, shook his head. Once Qin Feiyang was enraged, he would even dare to challenge the heavens. Were these three punks not looking for a beating? Slap. Qin Feiyang took a step forward, and his big hand swung out like lightning, giving each of them a slap. A bright red palm print appeared on the faces of the three of them. The three of them were stunned. When did such a fierce man come to the holy sanctum? This is just a lesson. If you provoke me again, I'll kill you. Qin Feiyang looked coldly at the three of them, and continued to walk towards the number 1 cultivation room. You dare to order him around, you're courting death, understand? Huang San smiled at the three of them, and hurriedly chased after Qin Feiyang. The three of them were livid. They turned to look at Qin Feiyang's back, and their eyes flashed with shocking hostility. The screams also alarmed the others. Stone doors opened one after another, and disciples walked out, looking at the three of them in surprise. What's going on? Why are there palm prints on their faces? Who has the guts to hit the three of them? Could it be them? Everyone followed the three's gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang and Huang San, their eyes full of shock. In front of the number 1 cultivation room, Huang San ran up and knocked on the door. Soon, the stone door opened. A dignified-looking young man in black entered Qin Feiyang's sight. Qin Feiyang sized him up. This person looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, and was 1.85 meters tall. He had a strong body, but his face was pale, and his eyes were weak and lifeless. Moreover, his body was full of wounds and was still bleeding. The young man in black was also looking at Qin Feiyang with a puzzled expression. Qin Feiyang asked, "Xiong Xiaolong?" The young man in black nodded and frowned. "You are." Qin Feiyang said, "Let's talk inside." Xiong Xiaolong looked at him suspiciously, and then looked past Qin Feiyang. When he saw the palm prints on the faces of the three people behind, he was surprised and stepped aside. Qin Feiyang strode in. Huang San followed closely behind. Xiong Xiaolong closed the stone door as well, and turned to Qin Feiyang and asked, "The palm prints on the faces of the three of them, were they caused by the two of you?" Huang San pointed at Qin Feiyang and smiled proudly. "It's his masterpiece." Xiong Xiaolong's eyes flashed, and he clasped his hands. "You have guts, sir. I admire you." Qin Feiyang sized up the cultivation room. The cultivation room was unimaginably small, only about 100 feet in size, and the layout was also simple. Other than an old praying mat, a wooden tea table, and 2 wooden chairs, there was nothing else. From this, it could be seen that no matter how talented a martial artist was, he could not compare to the treatment in the cultivation room. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was silent, Xiong Xiaolong frowned. "How should I address you?" Qin Feiyang turned to look at Xiong Xiaolong, and smiled. "Who I am is not important. What's important is that I can give you something that even the divine temple can't." Xiong Xiaolong was slightly surprised. "What do you mean? Are you going to help me deal with Xiao Jian and the rest?" Huang San said disdainfully, "In front of this senior brother, they are just small fries. You can kill them whenever you want." Xiong Xiaolong was even more surprised. Chapter 463. Qin Feiyang stared at Xiong Xiaolong and said, "A straightforward person does not resort to insinuations, so I will not beat around the bush with you. Tell me, who instigated you to take the lead to cause trouble this time?" Xiong Xiaolong's pupils contracted. Huang San's face was also full of surprise. "Instigated? What's going on? What did you say? Why don't I understand?" Xiong Xiaolong looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "Playing dumb? Then I'll be frank. If I'm not wrong, you took the lead to cause trouble this time to send Yang Nanshan away," Qin Feiyang said. Xiong Xiaolong's dragon god expression froze, his eyes filled with disbelief. But these subtle changes were quickly covered up by him. He said, "I really don't know what you're talking about. If there's nothing else, you can leave now." But Qin Feiyang already had an answer in his heart. What he said before was purely to trick Xiong Xiaolong. Because if he slowly coaxed, he would not get anything out of him. After all, Xiong Xiaolong was not stupid. On the contrary, it would let Xiong Xiaolong gradually realize his purpose and think of a countermeasure. So he could only take Xiong Xiaolong by surprise and directly expose him, catching him off guard. Judging from the change in his expression, And the change in Xiong Xiaolong's expression just now was enough to explain everything. Because, if there was no such thing, Xiong Xiaolong's first reaction would not be to shrink his pupils, let alone be stunned. It should be confusion, doubt, or even anger. But there was none of these. There must be something fishy about it. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said lightly, I don't know what benefits the other party gave you, but as long as you cooperate with me, I can give you everything you want. Xiong Xiaolong frowned and said angrily, what are you talking about? Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, stop acting, your acting is really not that good. Xiong Xiaolong said gloomily, are you looking for trouble? Yes, and no. If you cooperate, I won't hurt you. But if you're stubborn, today may be the day you die. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. A cold light flashed in Xiong Xiaolong's eyes as he sneered, are you threatening me? Believe it or not, I'll throw you out right now. Qin Feiyang said, if you have the ability, you can give it a try. Arrogant. Xiong Xiaolong was infuriated. He raised his arm and battle chi surged in his palm as he slammed it towards Qin Feiyang. Pa. Qin Feiyang gently waved his hand and slapped Xiong Xiaolong's arm away. Xiong Xiaolong took a few steps back and looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. His entire arm was trembling, and a tearing pain was coming from it. If he had used a little more force, it would have shattered into pieces. A seemingly light wave of his hand actually contained such a terrifying power. This person was definitely not a disciple of the Divine Temple. Who was he? Qin Feiyang lowered his arm and said indifferently, I'll ask you one last time. Do you want to cooperate? Xiong Xiaolong said angrily, I don't even understand what you're talking about. How can I cooperate with you? If that's the case, Qin Feiyang whispered and took a step forward. His large hand was like an eagle's claw as he grabbed Xiong Xiaolong's neck. I'm going to end your life now. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. His 5 fingers exerted a little force and a cracking sound came from Xiong Xiaolong's neck. Xiong Xiaolong immediately panicked. Because this was the sound of a throat breaking. Seeing this, Huang San hurriedly said, You're really going to kill him? Qin Feiyang sneered, Those who dare to go against me, don't even think about living. Who exactly are you? Xiong Xiaolong roared in shock and anger. Huang San said, Xiong Xiaolong, he's a man of his words. You'd better cooperate with him quickly or you'll really lose your life. Qin Feiyang's 5 fingers exerted more force. Crack. Xiong Xiaolong could clearly feel that his throat was on the verge of breaking. He found it difficult to breathe and hurriedly said, I'll tell you everything. Wouldn't it have been better if you did this from the start? Qin Feiyang smiled and released his 5 fingers. Xiong Xiaolong immediately fell to the ground, gasping for air. Huff. After regaining his strength, he took a deep breath and stood up to look at Qin Feiyang, saying, You're right. Today's incident was caused by me on purpose. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, saying, Let's not talk about this nonsense. I just want to know who ordered you to do this. Xiong Xiaolong said, I only know that it's a woman. As for her appearance and identity, I don't know anything because she was wearing a mask. A woman? Qin Feiyang was stunned. If he remembered correctly, Yang Nanshan had said that the voice that appeared in Yang City was an old man. This meant that it should be an old man. It seemed that the woman who ordered Xiong Xiaolong was just a pawn in the hands of that mysterious battle master. This person was really cunning beyond imagination. Qin Feiyang asked, Did you establish a contract with her? No. Xiong Xiaolong shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, Then what benefits did she give you? She promised that after everything was done, she would give me 2 types of superior martial skills and 2 potential pills. I couldn't refuse such tempting conditions. Because I don't have a family background, the potential pills are simply wishful thinking for me. Xiong Xiaolong said in pain. Qin Feiyang asked, Then what's her cultivation level? Xiong Xiaolong said, Unfathomable. I want to hear the truth. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. Xiong Xiaolong hurriedly said, Everything I said is the truth. Please believe me. Qin Feiyang looked at him deeply, lowered his head and muttered. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he struck out like lightning, knocking Xiong Xiaolong and Huang San unconscious. Next, He took a facial restoration pill and recovered his true appearance. He took out an image crystal and sent a message to Ren Wuxuang. Soon, Ren Wuxuang's shadow appeared. Upon seeing that it was Qin Feiyang, she was shocked. How can you send me a message? Aren't you in prison? Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Sister, let me ask you something. How many old men are there among the 10 commanders? Ren Wuxuang said, 4. So many. Qin Feiyang frowned. If there were only 1 or 2, it would be easy to investigate. But 4 was a bit troublesome. Ren Wuxuang asked doubtfully, what's wrong? Nothing, I'm just asking. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and turned off the image crystal. He did not want Ren Wuxuang to know about this matter, in case she was worried. Then he sent a message to Yang Nanshan and briefly explained the situation. Soon, Yang Nanshan came to cultivation room number 1 and asked, Feiyang, is what you said true? Qin Feiyang nodded. How preposterous. He actually dares to instigate my disciples to cause trouble. We must find him. Yang Nanshan was furious. It's not easy. Right now, we can only wait. Xiong Xiaolong said that after this matter is done, that woman will give him a top-grade battle art and potential pill. I reckon that she will take the initiative to look for Xiong Xiaolong soon. Qin Feiyang said. But he was also a little uncertain. Because Xiong Xiaolong was just a chess piece, and now had no value. The most important thing was that Xiong Xiaolong didn't even know what she looked like. This person could completely go back on his word and not give him the battle art and potential pill. Yang Nanshan's eyes suddenly lit up, and said, Feiyang, it's actually very easy. I think that woman will find an opportunity to kill Xiong Xiaolong to silence him. As long as we catch that woman, there will definitely be clues. Silence. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat, but he immediately shook his head and said, No, Xiong Xiaolong has never seen that woman's true appearance, nor does he know her identity. There is no need to silence him. Then what should we do? Yang Nanshan frowned. This mysterious war sect is very difficult to deal with. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. To be honest, he didn't know what to do either. Yang Nanshan said, I might as well go back to the prison and squat there. Qin Feiyang shook his head. This person is very shrewd, he definitely won't use the same method a second time. He felt as if he had walked into a dead end. Calm down. He must not be impatient. There must be another way. Qin Feiyang took a few deep breaths. He lowered his head and carefully analyzed the ins and outs of this matter. Yang Nanshan was also deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he said excitedly, Feiyang, isn't the Dong family the best way to break through? The Dong family knew the identity of the mysterious war sect, so they could definitely start from them. No way. Qin Feiyang immediately rejected it, and said, the Dong family does not dare to take the risk now, because once the identity of the mysterious war sect is revealed, the mysterious war sect will definitely not let the Dong family off. Yang Nanshan said, I don't believe that they won't say anything when they're about to die. You don't have to say it. Even if we kill them, they won't reveal a single word. Moreover, I don't dare to take the risk. Because if we fail, that mysterious war sect will sense something. At that time, he will definitely hide even deeper, and it will be even more impossible to find him again. Qin Feiyang said. That's true. Yang Nanshan nodded. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself for a while, then his eyes suddenly lit up, and said, Uncle Yang, we can actually start from the Dong family, but we have to use the right method. Let's go find the palace chief. Yang Nanshan was slightly startled, and asked suspiciously, how can the palace chief help us? Just now, I was thinking that I seemed to have fallen into a dead end. Actually, it's because I'm too stubborn. I want to solve everything myself. But there are some things that require the help of external forces. And this time, the old man is the key. But before we find the old man, we have to go to the Dong family first. I don't believe that we can't find a way to find him this time. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and opened a portal. Yang Nanshan said in surprise, You're going just like that? Qin Feiyang said, There's no need to hide anymore. The two walked into the portal one after the other, and directly descended above the Dong family. Qin Feiyang looked down and yelled without hiding, Eccentric Dong, Patriarch Dong, Grand Elder, get out here now. Qin Feiyang. Isn't he in prison? Why did he suddenly come to our Dong family? All the members of the Dong family fell into a state of panic. On a street outside the Dong family, a brawny man stood in the crowd, looking up at Qin Feiyang with eyes full of shock. What's wrong with boss? The brawny man murmured to himself. At the same time, a small head poked out of the brawny man's arms and said excitedly, Little Qinzi should have found some clues. Let's go and meet him. Fatso shook his head and said, No, the masked man and Lu Tingting haven't shown up yet. We can't show up either. Then how long do we have to wait? Wolf King was a little annoyed. Fatso sneered, What's the hurry? They will definitely show their tails. That's right. The brawny man was Fatso in disguise. Chapter 464. At the same time, on the other side of the street, there was also a man and a woman. They were both very young, with average looks and temperament. Standing in the crowd, no one would take a second look at them. But at this moment, they were looking at Qin Feiyang, who was above the Dong family, their eyes shining brightly. Qin Feiyang, what do you want to do? Suddenly, an angry shout resounded through the clouds. Following closely, a ray of light shot up into the sky and landed in front of Qin Feiyang and Yang Nanshan. It was the great clan elder of the Dong family. Qin Feiyang said, Bring your ancestor and patriarch, and follow me to see the palace chief. See the palace chief. The great clan elder was shocked. The Dong family head and ancestor Dong below couldn't help but feel nervous. Not only did Qin Feiyang come out of prison, he was also so confident. Could it be that he had some evidence against the Dong family? The Dong family head asked in surprise, Ancestor, why didn't Wei Zhongyang send us a message for such an important matter? How would I know? Old Monster Dong said angrily. Qin Feiyang looked at the great clan elder, then lowered his head to look at the two Dong family heads, and said, Hurry up, don't waste time. I'll go prepare. The great clan elder's eyes flashed as he spoke to Qin Feiyang and flew down. Prepare. I think he wants to send a message to that mysterious war sect. Qin Feiyang secretly sneered, and nodded to Yang Nanshan. Yang Nanshan understood, and the pressure of the war sect emerged, directly imprisoning the great clan elder. Next, he reached out with his hand, and Old Monster Dong and the Dong family head flew up into the sky uncontrollably. Old Monster Dong shouted, Yang Nanshan, although you are the law-enforcing elder of the temple, you still can't interfere with my Dong family's matters. Yang Nanshan said expressionlessly, Indeed, I can't control it, but I will not let anyone who endangers my temple go. The Dong family head roared, When did my Dong family harm your temple? You must explain it clearly to me today. If there's anything, wait until you see the palace chief. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and opened a portal. Yang Nanshan said in a low voice, Feiyang, aren't you afraid that someone will inform that mysterious battle sect? There's nothing we can do about it. We can't possibly take everyone from the Dong clan away. But don't worry, even if that mysterious war sect received the news, they wouldn't dare to speak up for the Dong family. Because if you speak up for the Dong family, it will be tantamount to confessing without being pressed. However, we have to be careful of this mysterious war sect. Qin Feiyang muttered. Attack in secret. Yang Nanshan was slightly taken aback. He smiled and said, Aren't you overthinking it? That's the manor head's residence. How could he have the guts to do that? It's best if you don't dare. Qin Feiyang said and walked into the portal first. Yang Nanshan frowned as he led Patriarch Dong and the other two into the portal. Seeing this, among the crowd on the street outside, the eyes of the man and woman suddenly flickered. The woman said, The opportunity has come. Don't be impulsive. The Dong clan still has 9 clan elders, and the 2 beast kings are not in the city. If we sneak into the Dong clan now, once we are discovered by the Dong clan, with our strength, only death awaits us. The man shook his head and said. The woman frowned and said, Then how long do we have to wait? Don't worry, it won't be long. Qin Feiyang has already launched a counterattack. I think the Dong clan will be driven out of the city soon. As long as the Dong clan leaves the city, the end will come. What I'm most worried about right now is Fatso and Ruffian Wolf. Although we have been leading them by the nose for the past 3 days, they are still Qin Feiyang's capable subordinates. Especially that fatso, he is very smart. I wonder where he is hiding now. The man scanned the crowd around him with a trace of worry in his eyes. Manor Head's residence. In front of the door of the Great Council Hall. Swish. Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. The guards guarding the door immediately became alert. However, when they saw it was Qin Feiyang, they smiled warmly and were about to greet him. However, when Yang Nanshan and the others appeared, they stopped in their tracks. The smiles on their faces were replaced by indifference. The leader of the guards asked, "What are you doing here?" Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said with a smile, "I have something to discuss with the manor head. Please inform him." The guard said expressionlessly, "The manor head is not here now. You can go back first." "He's not here." Qin Feiyang frowned. Yang Nanshan also frowned. The Dawn clan's patriarch and the other two looked delighted. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "Brother, can I have a word with you? Follow me." The guard glanced at him indifferently, then turned and walked away. Qin Feiyang strode after him. The two of them came to a small tree with their backs facing the Dawn clan's patriarch. The guard said in a low voice, "Brother Qin, I'm really sorry about what happened just now." "It's okay." Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "Where is the old master now?" The guard smiled bitterly and said, "I don't dare to ask about the manor head's whereabouts. I only know that he left yesterday. Why don't you send him a message?" "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and immediately flashed into the castle. This matter could not be delayed. Otherwise, there might be an unforeseen event. He took out the image crystal and quickly activated it. After a while, an old figure appeared. When the manor head saw Qin Feiyang, he chuckled and said, "Little guy, why are you looking for me?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "Old master, aren't you surprised at all that I'm not in the prison?" "Surprised?" The manor head shook his head and laughed, "Don't you think I know you well? The prison can't hold you at all." After a pause, he added, "You can't stay in the prison obediently. It's all within my expectations." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Without further ado, Qin Feiyang said, "Old master, there's something I need your help with. Can you come back now? Is it important?" The manor head asked. "Very important." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Well then, wait for me in the meeting hall." After saying that, the manor head turned off the image crystal. Qin Feiyang also put away the image crystal and was about to leave the castle. But at this moment, a cry of surprise sounded. "You're so close to the manor head." Wei Zhongyang, who witnessed all this with his own eyes, looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang joked, "Is there a problem?" No. Wei Zhongyang shook his head. He originally thought that Qin Feiyang was only close to Ren Wushuang. He did not expect that he was so close to the manor head. If he had known, he would not have dared to scheme against Qin Feiyang even if he was beaten to death. He was simply courting death. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said calmly, "Then do you know what to do next?" I know. I'll definitely tell you the truth." Wei Zhongyang nodded repeatedly. Qin Feiyang had the manor head behind him. It was impossible to defeat him. Only by cooperating with him would he have a chance to save his life. Qin Feiyang smiled and left the castle. Although Lu Hong had a record of the conversation, it could not be compared to Wei Zhongyang telling the truth personally. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear, the guard asked in a low voice, "How was it?" Qin Feiyang smiled, "Old master will be back soon." The guard couldn't help but feel surprised. After working in the manor for so many years, he knew the manor head's personality like the back of his hand. Even the 10 great commanders and the 4 city lords might not be able to invite the manor head. But now, Qin Feiyang had asked the manor head to return with just one sentence. It was obvious how important Qin Feiyang was in the manor head's heart. This boy was indeed someone who could not be offended. The two returned to the main hall. Old Monster Dong looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang and said, "Since the manor head is not here, let's not waste time." Qin Feiyang glanced at him and sneered, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Did you do something wrong and don't dare to meet the man ahead? Old Monster Dong's pupils constricted and he shouted, Qin Feiyang, don't slander me. Qin Feiyang said, you know very well whether I'm slandering you or not. Old Monster Dong was about to say something. Boom. But at this moment, a battle chi suddenly appeared and shot toward Qin Feiyang and the others from behind like lightning. Who is it? Yang Nanshan turned around abruptly, but he only saw the battle chi and no one. The guards, as well as Patriarch Dong and the other two patriarchs, were also bewildered. Qin Feiyang also turned around and his eyes trembled. He shouted, Uncle Yang, protect Patriarch Dong's trio. You really dare to attack? Yang Nanshan's expression changed. He quickly stood in front of Patriarch Dong's trio and waved his hands. Battle chi surged out. Boom. The two battle chis met in an instant. With a loud bang, Yang Nanshan was sent flying. He spat out blood and crashed into the main hall behind him. The main hall was instantly turned into ruins, and Yang Nanshan was buried under the rubble. Qin Feiyang and the guards were also sent flying. They were covered in wounds and blood stained the sky. How is this possible? Even Uncle Yang is no match for him. Could it be him? Qin Feiyang's expression changed. He forcibly stabilized his body and used the phantom steps to grab Patriarch Dong's trio. If you don't leave now, when will you? A hoarse voice sounded. The Grand Elder quivered and a trace of joy appeared on his face. He decisively slapped at Qin Feiyang. His battle chi was like a rainbow and his power was astonishing. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. A golden light appeared in his palm and he slammed it against the Grand Elder's palm. Boom. Qin Feiyang was sent flying again. The skin on his arm was torn and the flesh was exposed. The Grand Elder was also forced back a few steps. However, at the same time, he opened a portal and shouted, Ancestor, Patriarch, leave quickly. Old Monster Dong and Patriarch Dong immediately ran towards the portal. I won't let you escape. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with madness. He stomped his right foot and a deep pit appeared on the ground. After stabilizing his body, he used the phantom steps and rushed towards the portal. At the same time, Yang Nanshan rushed out from the ruins. The pressure of the battle master roared and rushed towards the trio. Boom. However, at this time, not far away, two more battle chi appeared. One battle chi rushed towards Yang Nanshan. The other battle chi rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Yang Nanshan shouted, Feiyang, retreat quickly. Chapter 465. Qin Feiyang stared fixedly at the battle chi, his eyes flickering. In the end, he chose to dodge. The lethality of the war master was too strong, he could not withstand it. However, just as he dodged, the battle chi that was charging towards him suddenly turned in the air and charged towards the Dong family's patriarch and the other two. How could this be? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This is bad. All of a sudden, his expression changed drastically as he roared, Uncle Yang, this person isn't here to save them, he's here to silence them. What? Yang Nanshan's expression also changed. Old Monster Dong and the other two heard this and their faces were filled with disbelief. He was here to silence them. Damned bastard. Since you are heartless, then don't blame us for being unjust. Qin Feiyang, I'll tell you right now, he is. The great clan elder led Old Monster Dong and the Dong family's patriarch to flee in fear while roaring hysterically. However, just as he was about to reach the critical point, the battle chi arrived and drowned the teleportation door. Boom. Ah. Accompanied by an earth-shaking explosion, the teleportation door instantly turned into ashes. At the same time, 3 painful screams resounded through the cloud. Boom. Yang Nanshan also collided with the battle chi and was once again sent flying, his blood splattering across the sky. Damn it! Qin Feiyang roared like thunder, rushing into the sky and sweeping his gaze below. Suddenly, he noticed that not far away, there was a teleportation door. A black figure stood in front of the door, preparing to enter the teleportation door. Halt! Qin Feiyang roared and turned into a ray of light as he rushed over. However, the black figure completely ignored him and directly walked in, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Whiz. At this time, Yang Nanshan chased to Qin Feiyang's side and asked solemnly, "Where is he?" "Teleported away." Qin Feiyang stopped in the air, his gaze gloomy. Yang Nanshan said angrily, "Bastard, who is it?" "Whiz." Qin Feiyang turned in the air and landed on top of the ruins, looking down. Old Monster Dong and the other two had already disappeared, leaving only some broken corpses and severed limbs on the ground. The portal had also been shattered. Qin Feiyang looked at the guards again. Everyone was riddled with scars. Some of them were lying on the ground on the verge of death, their eyes filled with terror. Some of them were barely able to stand. They scanned their surroundings with dazed expressions. Obviously, they did not expect that someone would dare to make a move in the manor head's residence. Whoosh! At this moment, an old figure descended from the sky. It was the prefecture lord. But when he saw the broken ground below, the old man's face darkened. "Greetings, manor lord." The guards hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. Yang Nanshan also flew over and bowed. The manor head glanced at the guards before raising his head to look at Qin Feiyang and Yang Nanshan. He frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and kept silent. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with the old man. Because if the old man had returned earlier, the mysterious battle master would not have dared to make a move. Now, there was no evidence. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find out the identity of the mysterious battle master. However, the old man was Ren Wushuang's grandfather after all, and he was also the ruler of the spiritual state. He did not dare to really blame him. The manor head said, "Tell me." Yang Nanshan said respectfully, "Manor head, this is what happened." However, at this moment, Qin Feiyang's eyes shone brightly as he waved his hand to open a portal. The manor head and Yang Nanshan looked at him in confusion. "Come to the Dong family's residence for support." Qin Feiyang shouted coldly and entered the portal, quickly disappearing without a trace. Just as the manor head returned, a black shadow suddenly appeared above the Dong family's residence. He was wearing a black mask on his face, so his face could not be seen clearly. As soon as this person appeared, he did not say a word. With a wave of his hands, battle aura surged and turned into a destructive torrent that blasted towards the Dong family below. Boom! With an earth-shattering bang, the entire Dong family's residence was instantly razed to the ground. What's going on? The people on the streets all turned pale with fright. Fatty and the Wolf King, as well as the man and woman, all looked at the black figure in bewilderment. Fatso shouted, "Brother Wolf, he must be that mysterious war master. Quickly stop him, I will immediately send a message to boss." "Fuck, why don't you go?" Wolf King glared at him fiercely. The other party was a genuine war master. Even if he had those two broken bones, he was no match for him. Fatso laughed sinisterly, with Fat Lord's little strength, wouldn't he be sending himself to his death if he ran over? Boom! The black figure pointed in the air again, and his battle aura turned into a long rainbow, once again blasting towards the Dong family below. Next, he did not stay any longer and opened a portal, preparing to leave. Fatso urged, "Brother Wolf, if you don't stop him now, it will be too late." "Fuck, let's go all out." Wolf King clenched his teeth, took out 2 ribs, and soared into the sky, rushing towards the black figure. It was indeed hiding nearby. When the man and woman saw the Wolf King appear, their eyes flashed with light. At the same time, the black figure also looked at the Wolf King in astonishment, but soon after, the expression in his eyes became extremely disdainful. He pointed his finger in the air, his battle aura gushing out like a sharp sword, explosively shooting towards Wolf King. "Broken bones, whether or not I can keep my life depends on you," Wolf King whispered, his eyes filled with seriousness. Boom! In the next moment, it turned into a muscular wolf. Its body was more than 10 meters tall. Grabbing onto 2 ribs, it crazily charged forward. "Reckless fool." The black figure sneered and walked towards the teleportation gate without looking back. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air above the Dong family. "It really is here." As soon as he saw the situation here, a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes. He stretched out his arm, pointed his index finger in the air, and a red sword aura filled the air. It shot towards the teleportation gate in the sky. As long as the teleportation gate was smashed, this person would not be able to escape. What a troublesome little beast. The black figure was furious. With a wave of his hand, his battle aura roared, crushing the red sword aura as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He aggressively rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Boom. At this moment, Wolf King and the battle aura arrow collided. Howl. Accompanied by a painful howl, Wolf King was immediately sent flying. His strong body was lacerated, and his blood dyed the void red. Bastard, I will definitely kill you. Qin Feiyang was furious. He used the phantom steps, narrowly dodged the battle aura attack, and continued to rush towards the teleportation gate. Humph. Kill me. You don't have the ability. Qin Feiyang, just wait for your death. The black figure sneered coldly and stepped into the teleportation gate. Let's see where you can escape to today. An angry voice sounded. Yang Nanshan and the mansion master appeared almost at the same time. The mansion master immediately waved his hand, and an invisible force rushed towards the teleportation gate from all directions. Boom. The teleportation gate was instantly smashed. The black figure was about to disappear, but as the teleportation gate was smashed, he fell out of the void. Damn it! Why is the mansion master back? When he saw the mansion master, he could no longer remain calm and hurriedly fled out of the city. You still want to escape in front of me? The mansion master's eyes were cold, and his old body trembled. A shocking pressure, like a volcanic eruption, instantly shrouded the world. The black figure was immediately imprisoned in the void. I want to see who you are, Yang Nanshan said coldly and rushed towards the black figure. Qin Feiyang, ruffian wolf, I will kill you sooner or later, the black figure roared. If it weren't for Qin Feiyang and Wolf King stopping him, he wouldn't have fallen into this crisis at all. I will kill you now. Qin Feiyang swooped down with a murderous aura. Boom. But at this moment, a vast force descended from the sky and smashed the mansion master's pressure. It swept up the black figure and fled out of the city at lightning speed. Qin Feiyang and Yang Nanshan stopped at the same time, their faces full of shock. The mansion master was also stunned, and was instantly enraged. He leaped across the sky and chased after the black figure. What's going on? Yang Nanshan was a little confused. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened, and he was about to chase after him. Boss, come here. Suddenly, Fatty's shout rang out. Qin Feiyang looked down and saw Fatso standing in the ruins, his face full of anxiety. Fatso was holding a palm-sized small beast in his hands. It was Wolf King, but at this moment, it was covered in blood and it was unknown whether it was dead or alive. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang's heart sank immediately and he swooped down hurriedly. Yang Nanshan also quickly followed. Whoosh! The two of them landed beside Fatso. Qin Feiyang asked, "What happened to the white-eyed wolf?" Fatso said in a low voice, "His aura is very weak, I'm afraid his life is in danger." Bastard! Qin Feiyang cursed, took out a healing pill, and stuffed it into Wolf King's mouth. Fatso said angrily, "It's no use, I have already given it a healing pill, but it didn't get better at all." Qin Feiyang's body and mind trembled. "Feiyang, don't worry." Yang Nanshan comforted him, then carefully checked on Wolf King's condition. "I knew that person was the war sect, but I still asked Brother Wolf to stall him. I was the one who harmed Wolf King, I really deserve to die. Boss, do you think Brother Wolf will die?" Fatso grabbed his hair, his face full of pain and self-blame. "No. How can a scourge like him die so easily?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. Yang Nanshan stood up and said, "His injuries are very serious, if we don't think of a way, his life will really be in danger." Fatso's gaze trembled as he looked helplessly at Qin Feiyang, and asked, "Boss, what should we do? Brother Wolf can't die, right?" Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he hurriedly said, "A healing pill with 5 Dan veins will definitely be able to save Brother Wolf's life. Quickly take a look inside the universe bag." Qin Feiyang took out the universe bag, searched for a moment, and shook his head at Fatso. "Let this old man take a look." Just as the three of them were at a loss, The palace chief flew over and landed beside the three of them, observing Wolf King's injuries. Gradually, the palace chief's old eyes revealed a trace of seriousness as he said in a deep voice, "Ruffian Wolf's sea of consciousness is broken. I'm afraid that no matter how good the healing pill is, it will be useless." The sea of consciousness is broken. Qin Feiyang's face instantly paled, and said anxiously, "Old master, you are so strong, you must have a way, right? The sea of consciousness is where the soul resides, it is as important as the sea of consciousness." "I'm afraid I have no way." The palace chief shook his head. Chapter 466. The mansion master sighed deeply and said, "Don't worry, I can't do anything, but that doesn't mean others can't either." "Who has a way?" Qin Feiyang asked hurriedly, and strands of flames of hope burned in his eyes. The mansion master said, "I have an old rival. She has awakened a very special battle soul that has extremely strong healing abilities and can help repair one's consciousness." Qin Feiyang was overjoyed and asked hurriedly, "Where is she?" "I'll go find her right away." The mansion master said, "You can't rush this because she's not in Lingju." "Not in Lingju?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. The mansion master patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, although Ruffian will remain asleep, his life won't be in danger." Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and Fatso heaved a sigh of relief. Yang Nanshan asked, "Mansion master, did you catch up to that person?" The mansion master shook his head. Qin Feiyang and the other two were in disbelief. Even the mansion master couldn't catch up. "How is that possible?" Fatso asked. "Then do you know who that black figure is?" The mansion master said, "His voice is very unfamiliar. I'm guessing that he must have changed his voice." Qin Feiyang said solemnly, "I still insist on my suspicion. It must be one of the 10 commanders." "That's impossible," the mansion master said decisively. Yang Nanshan said, "Mansion master, you still don't understand the situation, Qin Feiyang, and I think that this matter must be related to the 10 commanders." "The situation?" The mansion master frowned and glanced at the increasing crowd. "We'll talk about it when we get back." After that, he waved his hand and opened a teleportation gate, taking the lead to walk in. "Take good care of it." Qin Feiyang reminded Fatso and sent Fatso and Wolf King into the castle, then entered the teleportation gate with Yang Nanshan. The next moment, the three of them landed in front of a courtyard. This was the residence of the mansion master. Entering the courtyard, the mansion master sat in front of a stone table by the pond and said, "Tell me, what's going on?" Qin Feiyang said, "Call the 10 commanders here first." Hearing that, Yang Nanshan's heart skipped a beat. The mysterious war sect had been rescued and was definitely not in the mansion right now. Naturally, he would not be able to rush here. When the time comes, he would know who the mysterious battle master's identities. The mansion master frowned. He still didn't believe that this person was one of the 10 great commanders. However, he didn't say anything. He shouted, "10 great commanders, come to me immediately." His voice was like a great bell, spreading in all directions. Whoosh! In less than 3 breaths, one after another, figures TSSS there were men and women, old and young, and their auras were unfathomable. Exactly, there were 10. The 10 commanders bowed and said, "T." The mansion master nodded and turned to Qin Feiyang, saying, "If you have anything to ask, just ask." Yang Nanshan whispered, "Feiyang, did we guess wrongly?" "Impossible." Qin Feiyang shook his head and whispered, "Uncle Yang, go to the Dong family again and see if there are any survivors." "Yes." Yang Nanshan nodded, bowed to the mansion master, and opened the teleportation gate to leave. "No matter how deep you hide, I will find you," Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. He glanced at Wang Hong and the others and cupped his fists. "May I ask, where were you all just now?" "We heard the commotion just now, so we all went to the meeting hall. But when we rushed there, you were already gone. So we waited in the meeting hall for the mansion master's orders," Wang Hong said. Qin Feiyang asked, "Were they all there?" Wang Hong thought for a moment and said, "I think there were 2 people who weren't there at the time." "Who?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Zhao He, 3rd young master Cao, Shui Huiyun." Wang Hong turned to look at the 2 men and 1 woman beside him and said, "If I remember correctly, you guys came later, right? The three of them nodded. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he looked at the three of them. Zhao He was an old man in white with white hair and a white beard. He was also wearing a pure white robe, like an otherworldly expert, exuding an otherworldly aura. Third young Master Cao was a young man. His body was quite thin, and he held a jade flute in his hand, giving off a scholarly aura. Xue Huiyun was also a young woman. She was beautiful, wearing a black lace dress that accentuated her graceful figure, making her look extremely charming. At the same time, the three of them also nodded at Qin Feiyang in a friendly manner. It was definitely impossible for Xue Huiyun, because she was a woman and could be excluded. As for Zhao He and third young Master Cao, Qin Feiyang really couldn't tell. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "May I ask the three seniors, where were you at that time, and what were you doing?" Third young Master Cao laughed. "At that time, we were chasing after a War Master Realm beast outside the city, and it was only when our subordinates sent us a message that we found out that something big had happened in the city." Outside the city? Qin Feiyang frowned without leaving a trace, and asked, "You're all here?" "Yes, we're all here." Third young Master Cao nodded. Xue Huiyun and Zhao He also nodded in agreement. Strange. Qin Feiyang frowned. Wang Hong and the other 6 were definitely fine. But these 3 people were fine as well. Could it be that he had guessed wrongly? But who had the ability to hide Lin Yi and Luo Chenxue in the Palace Master's residence? Qin Feiyang turned to look at the Palace Master and asked, "Sir, are there any other war sectors here?" The Palace Master said, "Other than this old man, there are only them." Wang Hong was puzzled. "Qin Feiyang, what exactly do you want to know?" The Palace Master said, "He is suspecting that the black figure from before is one of you." "What?" "Qin Feiyang, you can't say this without any evidence." "That's right, we are all reputable figures in the spiritual state. You will ruin our reputation like this." Wang Hong and the others immediately frowned, and there was a trace of dissatisfaction on their faces. Qin Feiyang said, "I have evidence." Wang Hong said, "What evidence?" At that moment, Qin Feiyang explained the whole story in detail. "There's actually such a thing." When the Palace Master heard this, he immediately slammed his palm on the stone table, his old face full of anger. The 10 commanders' faces were also filled with bewilderment. Wang Hong said, "Qin Feiyang, call Wei Zhongyang out, I want to ask him face to face." With a thought from Qin Feiyang, Wei Zhongyang appeared out of thin air. "Greetings, Palace Master." "Greetings, commanders." Wei Zhongyang immediately knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Wang Hong asked, "Is what Qin Feiyang said true?" "It's true." Wei Zhongyang nodded. Wang Hong said angrily, "How dare you? Do you know why Qin Feiyang and the others didn't expose their background?" Wei Zhongyang's body trembled, and he said, "Commander, please tell me. It's the Palace Master's order, no one is allowed to leak it. You actually told the Dong family and even asked them to kidnap his family. Tell me, how many lives do you have to kill?" Wang Hong shouted, "Sir, I know I was wrong, please spare my life." Wei Zhongyang hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. It turned out that all of this was the Palace Master's idea. Qin Feiyang said, "Senior Wang Hong, there's no point in holding him accountable now." Wang Hong said, "Then tell me, what do we have to do to make you believe us?" "I don't know either." But Yi and Auntie Xue were locked up in the mansion. And the only people who have this ability, except for the Palace Master, are you guys. Qin Feiyang said. Third young Master Cao said, "In fact, it's very simple. Lin Yi and Luo Chenxue must have seen that person. Let them come out and identify him. This method is feasible." The Palace Master nodded. But Qin Feiyang didn't think so. This person was cunning and would definitely not show his true face. However, he still wanted to give it a try. With a thought, he took Luo Chenxue and Lin Yi out and said with a smile, "Auntie Xue, Yi, have you seen them?" The two of them looked at the 10 commanders. A moment later, Luo Chenxue shook her head and said, "No." Wang Hong asked, "Then have you seen the person who kidnapped you?" "Yes. But he wore a mask on his face, we don't know what he looks like." Luo Chenxue said. "This is a bit difficult." Wang Hong frowned. Suddenly, Zhao He said, I know how to find the culprit. Everyone looked at him suspiciously. Zhao He said with a smile, Lin Yi and Luo Chenxue must know where they are locked up. As long as we find this place, we will naturally know who this person is. Yes. Wang Hong's eyes lit up. He looked at Lin Yi and Luo Chenxue and said, then describe the place where you are locked up for us. Luo Chenxue said, we only know that it is a secret room, about 10 meters long. There is nothing inside, let alone any eye-catching signs. Wang Hong said, then how were you locked up? Luo Chenxue said, the entrance and exit are all through the portal. There is no sign, and nothing to prove it. The Dong family, the only one who knew, was also exterminated. It seems that this matter is more complicated than we thought. Xue Huiyun sighed. The others also frowned. Qin Feiyang had also been paying attention to the changes in their expressions, but he didn't see anything strange. The mansion master said with a smile, anyway, the truth of the Lu family's extermination is finally revealed. Qin Feiyang doesn't have to be imprisoned anymore, but, speaking of this, the mansion master looked at Wang Hong and said, you promoted Wei Zhongyang, so you must be jointly and severally responsible. Wang Hong bowed and said, I am willing to accept the punishment. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, Senior Wang Hong also cherishes talents, but he was unlucky to meet a villain, so I hope the mansion master can give him a way out. In this case, this matter is over. Wang Hong, later you go and announce to the world that Qin Feiyang is innocent. At the same time, you 10 commanders, go and investigate for this old man. You must find that person for this old man. Dare to make trouble in this old man's mansion, I will not let him off easily. As for Wei Zhongyang and Qin Feiyang, you deal with them as you see fit. Yes. Chapter 467. The mansion master said, if there is nothing else, you can go now. We will take our leave. The 10 great commanders bowed, then turned and left. Qin Feiyang sent Luo Chenxue and Lin Yi into the castle. But at this moment, Yang Nanshan appeared out of thin air, leaned close to Qin Feiyang's ear, and whispered, except for some servants and children playing outside, everyone is dead. Qin Feiyang said, the 9 clan elders are also dead. Yang Nanshan nodded and said, yes, no one is alive. Even their bodies can't be found. Is there really no way? Qin Feiyang muttered to himself, his eyes full of unwillingness. What are you muttering about? The mansion master looked at them in confusion. Yang Nanshan said, Sir, it's like this. Just now, Qin Feiyang asked me to see if there are any survivors in the Dong family. The mansion master asked, are there any survivors? The 10 commanders also stopped and turned to look at Yang Nanshan. Yang Nanshan was about to say no. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he said, there are survivors. Everyone looked at him in bewilderment. Yang Nanshan's eyes also flashed a touch of suspicion. Wang Hong asked, who? The 2nd clan elder of the Dong family. Qin Feiyang looked at the 10 commanders and said word by word. He's not dead. That's great. He must know the identity of the mysterious battle master. Where is he now? The 10 commanders were all overjoyed. Qin Feiyang was obviously bluffing them, and the result was already out. It was a failure. Because the 10 people's expressions were not abnormal. Give up. No. The white-eyed wolf almost died because of this. They can't just let it go like this. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Yang Nanshan and said with a smile, Uncle Yang, where did you lock up the 2nd clan elder? This, Yang Nanshan glanced at the mansion master and the others, hesitating. He didn't know what Qin Feiyang was doing, so he didn't know how to answer. Don't worry, we're all on the same side here. We won't leak anything out. Qin Feiyang smiled. As he spoke, he gave Yang Nanshan a subtle look. What kind of medicine is this brat hiding in his gourd? Yang Nanshan was full of doubts, but he could not show it now. He had to cooperate. But how was he supposed to cooperate? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. It turned out that this brat was purposely setting up a trap to lure the snake out of its hole. After figuring this out, Yang Nanshan had a plan in his heart. He cupped his hands and said, reporting to the manor lord, although the 2nd elder is not dead, he is severely injured and is currently in a coma. All right. The manor lord was overjoyed and asked, "Does anyone else know?" "No. When I found him, there was no one around, so I secretly sent him to the holy temple and placed him in my resting room," Yang Nanshan said. The manor lord said, "Well done, this matter must be kept a secret. Otherwise, when the mysterious war sect receives the news, they will definitely find an opportunity to silence him." Wang Hong said, "How about this? We'll place him here with the manor lord. This way, even if that person receives the news, he won't dare to act rashly." "I don't agree," Qin Feiyang said. Wang Hong frowned. "Qin Feiyang, what do you mean? Don't tell me you don't even trust the manor lord." Qin Feiyang said, "It's not that I don't trust him, it's because that person is too powerful. If we have to talk about safety, then my castle is the safest place. Yes, we'll place him in your castle. When he wakes up, immediately bring him to see this old man. This is the only clue, there can't be any mistakes," the manor lord warned. "I understand." Qin Feiyang nodded. The manor lord waved his hand and said, "Then let's disperse." Qin Feiyang turned to look at Yang Nanshan, and said, "Uncle Yang, let's go to your resting room immediately." Yang Nanshan opened a portal. Qin Feiyang also sent Wei Zhongyang into the castle. Then, the two of them walked in one after the other. In the next moment, the two of them appeared in a resting room. Yang Nanshan immediately asked, "Feiyang, are you sure it's really one of the 10 commanders?" "I'm sure." Qin Feiyang nodded. Yang Nanshan frowned. "Then will he take the bait?" "Definitely." Qin Feiyang sneered. Yang Nanshan said, "If he really takes the bait, then you may be in danger." Qin Feiyang said, "As long as we can lure him out, I'm not afraid of any danger, but now we have to plan well, there can't be any more mistakes." Yang Nanshan said, "Tell me, I'll cooperate with you." Qin Feiyang said, "Cunning people are usually very suspicious, his first step will definitely be to go to the Dong family to confirm." Yang Nanshan said, "You can rest assured about this, I've already confirmed, not even a strand of hair is left. If that's the case, he will definitely believe it. The second step is to kill me, but before he kills me, he will definitely confirm if there are any war sect hidden in the castle. That includes you," Qin Feiyang said. Yang Nanshan frowned. "If I don't secretly protect you and he attacks you, won't you be dead for sure?" Qin Feiyang said, "So, I have to find a war sect to hide in the castle." Yang Nanshan asked, "Can Fan Jian do it?" "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "I also mentioned Fan Jian just now, the mysterious war sect will definitely pay attention to his movements." "Then who are you looking for?" Yang Nanshan frowned. Qin Feiyang said, "I can't find any of the war sects in the prefecture, but I can nurture a few war sects." Yang Nanshan's eyes lit up, and laughed. "Yes, you have the 9-Chu yellow dragon Dan, it's easy for you to nurture a few war sects, but I have to warn you, you must nurture someone you can trust." "I know this." Qin Feiyang nodded, lowered his head, and muttered for a moment. His eyes flashed with a trace of light. "I thought of someone." "Who?" Yang Nanshan asked. "Someone I can't trust, but I can work with." Qin Feiyang smiled, opened the teleportation door, and appeared in the sky above the inner hall. "It's Qin Feiyang. This fiend is back again." When the disciples in the plaza saw Qin Feiyang, they couldn't help but narrow their eyes and whisper to each other. Qin Feiyang ignored them and flew directly to the cultivation palace. Swish! A purple-clothed man flew into the sky and blocked in front of Qin Feiyang. He said indifferently, "Qin Feiyang, shouldn't you be returning to the Pillfire Hall? What are you doing here?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "Aren't you being too nosy? Does the inner hall belong to you? Do I have to report to you where I go?" The man blocking his way was the martial arts hall master. Qin Feiyang had long been unhappy with him, so he naturally wouldn't be nice to him. What's going on? Is he going to fight with the hall master? It's hard to say. This fiend isn't afraid of anything. There's nothing he doesn't dare to do. The disciples below whispered. The martial arts hall master's face darkened and said, "What's with your attitude? A good attitude is for people who are worthy of respect. As for people like you who create trouble out of nothing, I should be giving you enough face by standing here and talking to you." Qin Feiyang glanced at him indifferently, flew past the martial arts hall master, and entered the cultivation palace without looking back. Bastard! I'm going to tell the chief hall master to teach you a lesson. The martial arts hall master was furious. He opened the teleportation door and left quickly. On the first floor of the cultivation palace, Qin Feiyang walked in a long corridor. When the disciples saw him, they immediately hid in the cultivation room. It felt as though they had seen a devil. Qin Feiyang frowned and used the phantom steps to grab the arm of a disciple who was about to hide in the cultivation room. That disciple was instantly terrified and begged, "Senior brother Qin, there's no reason between us. Please don't kill me." Qin Feiyang was astonished and smiled bitterly. "I'm not a murderous maniac. Is there a need to do this? Then what do you want?" That disciple panicked. Qin Feiyang asked, "Which cultivation room is Dong Xingyang in?" "Number 2. That disciple didn't even think and blurted out. Swish. Qin Feiyang immediately used his speed and rushed to the courtyard. "What did he ask you?" After Qin Feiyang left, a group of people immediately surrounded that disciple. That disciple said, "He is asking about senior brother Dong Xingyang." "What? Is he going to deal with senior brother Dong?" Everyone was surprised. Arriving at the bottom of the courtyard, Qin Feiyang jumped up and landed on the top floor. He glanced at the number on the stone door and walked straight to the door of the number 1 cultivation room. "Dong." He reached out and knocked on the door. Not long after, the stone door opened, and a young man entered Qin Feiyang's line of sight. This person was about 1.8 meters tall, and his body was quite strong. He wore a black-fitted long robe, and his thick black hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were like black gems, giving off a wild aura. But Qin Feiyang noticed that this person's eyes were a little red and swollen, and there was a trace of sadness between his brows. It seemed that this person already knew what had happened just now. "What are you doing here?" Dong Xingyang asked, his voice low and hoarse. Qin Feiyang said, "Aren't you going to invite me in?" "You're not welcome," Dong Xingyang coldly said and prepared to close the door. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand, pressed on the stone door, and said indifferently, "Don't you want to avenge your father, your ancestor, and your dead clansmen?" Dong Zhengyang gritted his teeth and said, "I want to, but I know that I can't kill you now." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "I thought that our enemy was the same person, but it turns out that you treat me as an enemy. Forget it, pretend that I never came." Finished. Qin Feiyang turned and left. Dong Zhengyang stood in front of the door, his eyes flickering, and said, "Come in." Qin Feiyang stopped, turned around and walked into the cultivation room. Dong Zhengyang also closed the stone door, and said, "You want to cooperate with me?" "That's right. Although the reason why the Dong family has fallen to such a state is indeed related to me, that mysterious war sect is the main culprit. Because my original intention was only to chase your Dong family out of the state capital, and not to exterminate your entire family like I did to the Lu family," Qin Feiyang said. Dong Zhengyang said, "There's no point in talking about this now. Just say it, how do we cooperate?" Qin Feiyang's eyes became incomparably sharp, like blades of blades, and said, "I will help you step into the war sect, and immediately step into the war sect. Then, we will work together to lure that mysterious war sect out." War sect. Chapter 468. War Master was a realm that everyone yearned for. However, there was an insurmountable gap between the 9-star War Emperor and the War Master. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many 9-star War Emperor in the state capital, but so few War Masters. Although Dong Zhengyang was confident that he could step into the War Master with his own talent, it would take time. Moreover, he was improving, and so was the mysterious War Master. So, if he could break through to the War Master now, he would undoubtedly save a lot of time and close the gap. However, Dong Zhengyang also had his concerns. Qin Feiyang was a cunning old fox. Cooperating with him was equivalent to asking a tiger for its skin. What if he was tricked by Qin Feiyang midway? Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "If you don't cooperate with me, I will find someone else. I believe that there are many people who want to cooperate with me." Dong Zhengyang pondered for a moment, then nodded, "All right, let's cooperate, but I have a condition." "Speak," Qin Feiyang said. Dong Zhengyang said, during the cooperation, both sides are not allowed to stab each other in the back. Qin Feiyang nodded, of course, what's more, you are about to step into the War Master, I can't hurt you. Can you really let me step into the War Master immediately? Dong Zhengyang was surprised. Wait a moment. Qin Feiyang entered the ancient castle and opened the furnace to refine pills. Not long after, he appeared with a 9-chew yellow dragon pill and handed it to Dong Zhengyang, saying, take it, and in less than half a day, you will be able to break through. Dong Zhengyang's eyes lit up, but he grabbed the 9-chew yellow dragon pill and did not dare to take it. Qin Feiyang said, don't worry, it's not poisonous. Dong Zhengyang still did not dare to put it in his mouth. Although I am a ruthless person, I don't want to use such underhanded methods. Whether you take it or not, it's up to you. Come to the Pillfire Hall's second alchemy room early in the morning to find me. Remember, you have to use the teleportation gate. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he sent the coordinates to Dong Zhengyang. Then, he opened the portal and strode away. Dong Zhengyang's eyes flickered as he looked at the dissipating portal. When the teleportation door completely dissipated, he lowered his head to look at the 9-chew yellow dragon pill. He gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. He threw the pill into his mouth without hesitation. Next, he closed his eyes as if he was waiting for death. His appearance was rather comical. In the meantime, in a certain cultivation room, whoosh, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. A peerless beauty was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat in the pill refining room. It was Ren Wuxuang. Every time Qin Feiyang saw this cheap sister of his, he felt that she was very stunning. Seeing that Ren Wuxuang was indifferent, as if she didn't notice, Qin Feiyang quietly walked up to her, ready to scare her. But just as he approached, Ren Wuxuang suddenly opened her eyes and rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly and said, sister, where's the lion-headed eagle? Ren Wuxuang said, it and the blood eagle are still outside the city. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang said, I need its help. Let it come back first. Help? Ren Wuxuang was slightly taken aback and asked, what are you going to do? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, don't worry about it. Concentrate on your cultivation. Otherwise, the gap between you and me will be even bigger. Amazing, isn't it? Ren Wuxuang glared. She remembered that when they first met in the ruins, Qin Feiyang was only a martial arts great master. But now, not only had he caught up with her, he had even surpassed her. She was already very unhappy. Now that Qin Feiyang said this, she was naturally even more unhappy. No, no. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, when sister takes the Juku yellow dragon pill, her cultivation realm will advance by leaps and bounds. At that time, who will be your opponent? Don't talk nonsense. Ren Wuxuang glared at him and said worriedly, I've heard about ruffian wolf situation from Grandpa. Is it okay now? Grandpa said that its life will not be in danger. After I'm done with this, I'll take it to repair its knowledge sea. At the mention of Wolf King, Qin Feiyang's heart became heavy. Ren Wuxuang comforted, don't worry too much. Since Grandpa said there's a way, there must be a way. I know. I'll go back to the alchemy room first. When Old Eagle comes back, give it the Juku yellow dragon pill with 2 patterns. Tomorrow morning, tell it to come to the alchemy room number 2 to find me. It must use the transmission door. I don't want anyone to know that it's back. Qin Feiyang instructed. Okay. Ren Wuxuang nodded. After Qin Feiyang gave the coordinates, he opened the transmission door again and returned directly to the alchemy room number 2. Then, he began to refine battle chi pills. Now, not only Lu Hong recovered to the Battle King realm, but also Luo Chenxue and Lin Yi. He would need more battle chi pills. Therefore, as long as he has spare time, he must strive to refine more. At the same time, Wang Hong came forward and told the truth about the Lu family's extermination to the world. It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized that they had misunderstood Qin Feiyang. In a restaurant, a man and a woman sat opposite each other in a corner. The Dong family is almost exterminated now. Master asked us to capture Old Monster Dong and others. It can be said that we have failed. What should we do next? The woman asked. What else can we do? Now we can only find an opportunity to take away Lu Xingchen's body. And, we can't delay any longer. Otherwise, Lu Xingchen's body will rot. The man said. The woman frowned and said, who should we ask for the coordinates of the inner hall? Asking for the coordinates of the inner hall will definitely arouse suspicion. It's a bit troublesome. It seems that we can only ask the two beast emperors for help now. The man sighed. The woman said, then it's not too late. Let's leave the city immediately. The man nodded, got up, paid the bill, and was about to walk out of the restaurant. But at this time, a conversation caught their attention. I didn't expect the Dong family to be exterminated. Who is that black figure? Why can't even the mansion master catch him? Who knows? But then again, this Dong family is really stupid. Yeah, of all people to offend, they just had to offend Qin Feiyang. Isn't this courting death? It seems that the lesson of the Lu family didn't teach them a lesson. No, the Dong family is much better than the Lu family. The Lu family is really exterminated, but the Dong family still has Dong Xingyang, the Avildor. I heard that some of the Dong family's disciples who went out escaped by luck. It seems that Dong Qing is still alive. Speaking of Dong Qing, it's really a pity. Indeed. She was originally a talented girl with a bright future, but she had to provoke Qin Feiyang. Now, she's a cripple. In the center of the restaurant's lobby, a few young men and women were sitting around a table, discussing. Dong Qing is still alive. The young man and the young woman looked at each other, and their eyes lit up. They immediately walked out of the restaurant and sped toward the Dong family. The restaurant was only one street away from the Dong family. The two of them soon arrived at the Dong family. However, all that was left of the Dong clan was a wasteland that was filled with a tragic aura. At this moment, a group of people gathered in front of the Dong family's gate, looking at the ruins in front of them, their eyes filled with sorrow. These people were the servants and disciples of the Dong family who were lucky enough to survive. Dong Qing was standing at the back of the crowd, crying and heartbroken. Why, what did the Dong family do to offend you? Why are you so cruel? She clenched her fists, her face pale, and her eyes full of hatred. Miss, we want to talk to you. At this moment, a cold voice came into Dong Qing's ears. Dong Qing turned around and saw a man and a woman standing next to her. They were two unfamiliar faces. I haven't seen you in the Dong family. You don't belong to the Dong family. Who are you? Dong Qing looked at them warily. The woman leaned over to Dong Qing's ear and whispered something. At this moment, Dong Qing's delicate body trembled. She looked at the two of them in surprise and said in a low voice, "Come with me." The three of them walked into a deserted alley. Dong Qing turned to look at the woman and said in disbelief, "Why are you still alive?" The woman said, "It's a long story. I'll tell you later. Now, you just need to answer me. Do you want to cooperate with us?" Dong Qing said, "What do I get from cooperating with you?" The woman said, "I don't know what you can get, but you don't have a choice now. I don't have many wishes. As long as you can help me kill Qin Feiyang and Ruffian Wolf, as well as that mysterious battle sect. If you can do it, I'll agree to go with you." Dong Qing pondered for a moment and said, "We can't make the decision on this matter. We have to ask Master first. But I can tell you in advance that Qin Feiyang's potential pill formula was obtained from our master." The woman said, "Our master is powerful. As long as he agrees to help you take revenge, even if there are 10 Qin Feiyang, he can easily kill them." The man followed. Dong Qing's delicate body trembled. Without hesitation, she said, "Okay, I'll go with you." The man said, "Take your clansmen with you." "Why do I have to take them with me?" Dong Qing was puzzled. The man said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. It won't do you any good." "All right." Dong Qing nodded. The three of them walked out of the alley and came to the gate of the Dong family. The man waved his hand and opened a portal. Dong Qing looked at the clansmen and said loudly, "Everyone, follow me." After that, she took the lead and stepped into the portal. Although Dong Qing's sea of qi was broken and her cultivation was crippled, she was still the apple of the Dong family's patriarch's eye. She used to be an inner disciple, so she was quite prestigious in the Dong family. And at this moment, she was undoubtedly the backbone of the Dong family. They heard about it. Although the others were a little confused, they all followed in. Outside the city, on the top of a giant mountain, the Dong family members appeared one after another. Dong Qing glanced around, turned to the man and the woman, and asked, "Where is this?" The man and the woman looked at each other, knelt respectfully on the ground, and shouted, "Welcome Demonic Snake Emperor, Sand Whale Emperor." The Dong family members were surprised. Boom. Two terrifying auras appeared all of a sudden. A white jade demonic snake and a sand whale rose from the mountain below and landed on the top of the mountain. The demonic snake emperor glanced at the Dong family members and asked, "Why are there so few people?" The man said, "Master, something big happened in the city." Immediately, he briefly explained the matter of the mysterious battle sect slaughtering the Dong family. "So that's how it is." The two beasts showed a look of understanding. Chapter 469. Boom. The next moment, the two ferocious beasts erupted and instantly reverted to their true forms. They were dozens of feet tall, like two huge mountains in the sky. Then, they opened their bloody mouths at the same time. A gust of wind suddenly rose in this place. Apart from Dong Qing and the man and woman, the rest of the people were swallowed alive by them. "Ha, after sleeping for thousands of years, I really miss the taste of human flesh and blood." The demonic snake emperor laughed wildly like a devil, causing Dong Qing's beautiful face to turn pale. She looked at the man and woman and roared, "Why did you kill them?" The man said, "Sorry, this is Master's order. We have to do this." Sigh. The woman sighed deeply and said, "Dong Qing, I won't hide it from you. My Lu family was also exterminated by Master." "That's right, this woman was Lu Tingting." "What?" Dong Qing's body and mind trembled. She said in surprise, "The Lu family was exterminated by him, and you're still willing to work for him?" Lu Tingting pursed her lips and smiled bitterly. Who said she was willing? But her life was in the hands of others, and she couldn't resist at all. The Sand Whale Emperor said impatiently, "Cut the crap. Go to the inner palace immediately and get Lu Xingchen's body as soon as possible. Go back and report. Remember, no one will know." "Yes." The man bowed and looked at Dong Qing. Sigh. Dong Qing sighed and gave the man the coordinates. Then the man opened a portal, and the three people and two beasts walked in one after another. Whoosh. Soon, they appeared in a dense forest. Lu Tingting looked around and looked at Dong Qing, asking, "Where is this?" Dong Qing said, "In front of us is the cemetery of the inner palace. If the inner palace disciples are unfortunate enough to die, they will be buried in the cemetery." The demonic snake emperor and the sand whale emperor swept up the three people and sped forward. 10 breaths later, a huge mausoleum entered their sight. In the cemetery, there were neat tombstones of the same height, and names were engraved on them. Around them, thick trees swayed in the wind, their branches and leaves lush. There were some wild flowers planted in front of each grave. They were competing with each other in terms of beauty, and they emitted a delicate fragrance. But even so, this place still seemed gloomy, and it made one shudder with fear. Brother Xing Chen's grave is there. Lu Tingting scanned the cemetery and her gaze suddenly locked onto the second tombstone in the last row. The three words Lu Xingchen were especially glaring. The Sand Whale Emperor said, "Hurry up and dig his corpse out." The man immediately stepped forward and started digging the grave. Lu Tingting walked up to the tombstone and looked at the words Lu Xingchen on it. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. He was once the pride of the generation, the center of attention. He even led the Lu clan to unprecedented glory. However, at this moment, it was buried underground. It was truly lamentable. Very soon, the man dug up the grave and carried out Lu Xingchen's corpse. He laid it flat on the ground and observed it carefully. Then, he looked at the two beast emperors and nodded, "Not rotten." The demonic snake emperor said, "Very good. Hurry up and fill up the grave. Don't leave any traces." The man said, "My lady, I'm afraid it's impossible to not leave any traces." Dong Qing said, "It's fine. Usually, no one will come here." Just fill up the hole and sprinkle some withered leaves on it. The man nodded and quickly finished everything. Then, he opened a portal and left with Lu Xingchen's corpse. The whole process was very smooth. No one noticed it. Time flew by. The next morning, Qin Feiyang finally stopped refining pills. After sending the battle chi pills to the castle, he sat in the lounge and closed his eyes to recuperate. The higher the grade of the pill fire and cauldron, the more mental strength he consumed. In the past, he could refine pills continuously for a month without a problem. But now, he felt a little tired after refining for a day and a night. However, the feeling of exhaustion was not very obvious. Whoosh! When the sun rose, a black beast shadow descended in the alchemy room. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and looked up. He saw a black falcon flapping its wings and flying into the lounge. Ayaya! Kid, I haven't seen you in a few years. You've become so awesome. Lion-headed eagle cried out. Qin Feiyang stood up and smiled. Aren't you even more awesome now? Lion-headed eagle's current aura was very strong. It was obvious that he had already stepped into the War Master. This is all thanks to you. This emperor also didn't expect that the little guy from back then would have today's achievements. Kid, we are good brothers. If there are any benefits in the future, don't forget this emperor. Lion-headed eagle chuckled. Of course. Qin Feiyang laughed. Lion-headed eagle smiled from ear to ear, as if he suddenly thought of something, and said, give this emperor some potential pills and potential pills. Why? Qin Feiyang frowned. Lion-headed eagle said, Master and this emperor's little follower will need it in the future. The master was naturally Ren Wushuang. The little follower was Shui Ying. Qin Feiyang was startled, and asked, didn't I already give the potential pill and potential pill to sister? Lion-headed eagle laughed, Master has already given it to me. Right now, this emperor is an existence that has opened the 5th level of the Gate of Potential. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Wasn't this cheap sister too generous? But when he thought back to the past, he felt relieved. Ren Wushuang had been in the ruins for more than 20 years, and the lion-headed eagle had never left her, and had even thought of ways to save her. Qin Feiyang took out 6 potential pills, 4 potential pills, put them in a jade box, and threw them to lion-headed eagle. Haha, you brat, you are indeed loyal. Lion-headed eagle was overjoyed. Qin Feiyang coldly snorted, if not for my sister, I wouldn't have bothered with you. Lion-headed eagle was not angry, because it knew that Qin Feiyang was just joking. Shua. Not long after, another black figure appeared. It was Dong Zhengyang. His aura was extremely dense, and it was obvious that he had already stepped into the War Master. Dong Zhengyang was stunned when he saw lion-headed eagle. Lion-headed eagle was also stunned when he saw Dong Zhengyang. Qin Feiyang asked, do you know each other? Lion-headed eagle sneered, who doesn't know the genius of the Dong family? Dong Zhengyang raised his eyebrows, and said, Lion-headed eagle, why are you here? What does it have to do with you? Do you want to fight? Back then, this emperor was able to beat you up until you ran all over the streets. Now, this emperor can still beat you up. Lion-headed eagle looked at him provocatively. Dong Zhengyang's face darkened, and said in a deep voice, then come and try. Ayo, so awesome, this emperor is so scared. Lion-headed eagle hid behind Qin Feiyang and cried out strangely, but its eyes were filled with ridicule. Qin Feiyang was stunned. It seemed that 20 years ago, these two fellows had formed quite a few grudges. Seeing that the man and the beast were about to start fighting, Qin Feiyang anxiously said, all right, now that we are friends, we should share a common enemy. Who's friends with him? Lion-headed eagle's eyes were filled with disdain. I don't want to join hands with you either. Dong Zhengyang coldly snorted, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, it is Ren Wushuang's fierce beast. Could it be that you are very familiar with Ren Wushuang? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, Ren Wushuang is the manor head's granddaughter. I'm not worthy to be associated with her. When I asked her for help, I actually gave her an elixir just like you. Dong Zhengyang suddenly realized. But in his heart, he felt that it was inconceivable. What kind of pill was this, to actually have such a terrifying divine effect? If Qin Feiyang had enough pills in his hands, wouldn't he be able to create a large number of War Master S in just a few minutes? Just thinking about it made Dong Zhengyang's heart tremble. He really couldn't figure out why his father, ancestor, and little sister had to provoke this person back then. He couldn't afford to offend them at all. Qin Feiyang looked at him and said indifferently, "You guys go hide in the castle first, and be prepared to attack at any time." Dong Zhengyang and Lion-Headed Eagle nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the man and the beast immediately disappeared without a trace. With the Lion-Headed Eagle guarding the castle, he was not afraid of Dong Zhengyang messing around. Next, Qin Feiyang opened a teleportation gate and whispered, "The fishing plan has officially begun." Then, he stepped into the teleportation gate and descended above the Dong family. Immediately, he realized that something was wrong. Didn't the Dong family still have remnants? Why wasn't there a single person now? What was going on? Sure. He swooped down and landed in front of the Dong family's gate. Qin Feiyang. When the crowd outside saw him appear, they all hid far away. Qin Feiyang turned his head and swept his gaze over, and asked, "Where are the rest of the Dong family?" Everyone shook their heads. "I know." Suddenly, a voice sounded from the crowd. Qin Feiyang looked over and saw a middle-aged man standing in the crowd, looking at him with some fear. "Where did they go?" Qin Feiyang asked. The middle-aged man said, "I don't know where they went either. I only saw a man and a woman appear yesterday and leave with them through the teleportation gate." A man and a woman? Qin Feiyang frowned. The Dong family had just been exterminated, and someone had already taken them away. Could it be a distant relative of the Dong family? Sure. With a flash, he entered the castle and asked Dong Zhengyang, "Does your Dong family have any other branches or distant relatives?" Dong Zhengyang shook his head. "That's strange." Qin Feiyang frowned and left the castle again. He looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "Besides the man and the woman, is there anyone else suspicious?" "No," the middle-aged man said. Qin Feiyang landed in front of the middle-aged man and said, "Tell me the details of the situation at that time." Seeing this, the others retreated in horror, keeping a distance from Qin Feiyang. The middle-aged man also wanted to run, but Qin Feiyang's pressure emerged and directly imprisoned him. He said, "I won't hurt you. Don't be nervous." The middle-aged man swallowed his saliva and told him in detail. "What? Dong Qing is not dead?" Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. The middle-aged man said, "It is said that she was not in the Dong family at that time. It seems that she was out shopping with her friends and luckily escaped." "I see." Qin Feiyang was enlightened. He lowered his head and thought for a while, rubbed his forehead, and stopped thinking about it. Dong Qing had a deep hatred for him. As long as she was not dead, she would appear sooner or later. There was no need to speculate. Chapter 470. But to lure this person, he couldn't wander around blindly. Because this was too deliberate, it would instead arouse suspicion. Furthermore, he couldn't be in the city, because that would make the mysterious war sect worry. Therefore, he had to go outside the city. Sure. Qin Feiyang opened a teleportation gate and descended into the sky above a dense forest. Next, he took out the image crystal and quickly activated it. Very quickly, a short figure condensed. It was Huang San. "Qin Feiyang?" Huang San was slightly startled, and said with a flattering smile, "Senior brother Qin, what orders do you have?" Qin Feiyang said, "I am currently in a dense forest south of the city. Help me spread this news." "Why?" Huang San did not understand. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't ask first. In short, don't deliberately spread it. Pretend to accidentally spill the beans. After the matter is done, you will benefit greatly." Huang San said, "Then I have to find a reason for you to be outside the city." Qin Feiyang thought for a moment, and said, "Just say that I have just mastered a new battle art, and am secretly practicing it outside the city." "Understood, I'll do it right away." Huang San nodded. Qin Feiyang also put away the image crystal and began to look for vicious beasts to practice with. He still believed in Huang San's ability. Moreover, this matter wasn't that difficult. Half an hour passed. Qin Feiyang killed his way into the depths of the mountain range. None of the vicious beasts below the 7-star War Emperor could stop him. Why isn't he here yet? He stood in the air above a mountain peak, his brows filled with doubt. Aoo! Suddenly, accompanied by a loud beast emperor, a huge black tiger rushed out from the mountain stream. It was more than 10 meters long, and its millstone-sized eyes flickered with an astonishing ferocious light. Whiz! It rushed into the sky, stood in front of Qin Feiyang, and shouted, "Human, leave quickly." Qin Feiyang sized it up, and sneered, "You tell me to leave, and I have to leave. You're courting death." The black tiger was furious. Its ferocious aura rolled out in all directions. It opened its bloody mouth and rushed toward Qin Feiyang. What a powerful aura! Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. This beast's cultivation was definitely not lower than an 8-star combat emperor. Whoosh! However, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced towards the giant black tiger. The man and the beast began to fight in the void. The terrifying waves of battle shook the surroundings, and blood dyed the sky red. The battle lasted for several hundred breaths. Qin Feiyang pointed his finger in the air. The ultimate! An invisible force swept out, and the giant tiger's skin and flesh immediately split open, raw. However, this did not frighten it. Instead, it made it ferocious. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he decided to play with the black tiger slowly. Because, if the mysterious war master really came, then the battle fluctuations here would definitely attract him over. Time passed by slowly. Half a quarter of an hour had almost passed, but the mysterious war master still had not appeared. Qin Feiyang was about to lose his patience. Guiyuan sword art, annihilation. Qin Feiyang roared. Red sword chi emerged, condensing into 10 sword shadows, and slashed towards the giant tiger. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura burst out from the ground. Whether it was Qin Feiyang, the giant tiger, or the 10 sword shadows, they were all imprisoned in the void. Is he here? Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He was no stranger to pressure. He could immediately tell that this was the pressure of a war master. Whoosh! Following closely, a dazzling battle chi, along with rolling killing intent, surged out from the mountain stream below. He really came. Break for me. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. With a hysterical roar, he forcefully broke free from the shackles of the pressure and entered the ancient castle. Immediately, he looked at Fatso and said, "Immediately send a message to Uncle Yang, and let him inform the mansion master." Fatso nodded. At the same time, outside, the battle chi roared, and the giant black tiger was torn to pieces on the spot. Blood stained the sky. Below the mountain stream, a black figure stood in the forest. Looking at the place where Qin Feiyang disappeared, he could not help but frown. "You can't escape forever. Let's wait and see." He muttered in a low voice, opened a teleportation door, and was about to leave. Swoosh! At this moment, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air again and shouted, "Which bastard is hiding in the dark and sneaking an attack? Come out and die. You still dare to come out?" The black figure was surprised. With a wave of his hand, another battle chi rushed towards Qin Feiyang. "Are you a turtle? If you have the guts, come out and fight fair and square. If I, Qin Feiyang, take a step back, I'll be your grandson. If you don't come out, you'll be my grandson." Qin Feiyang shouted coldly. At the same time, he took a step forward and dodged the battle chi. "You're courting death." The black figure's eyes revealed a cold light. He turned into a ray of light and flew into the sky. "Why is it you?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and turned pale with fright. "Surprised?" The black figure sneered. Qin Feiyang said in shock and anger, "What deep grudge do I have with you that you have to deliberately kill me?" The black figure said, "Hand over your ancient castle, the potential pill formula, the dagger and the nether devil flame, and I'll give you a quick death." "So you're coveting the treasures on me?" Qin Feiyang suddenly realized and frowned. "Then how do you know my whereabouts now?" The black figure said, "This is all thanks to your friend Huang San. If it wasn't for him spilling the beans, I wouldn't have known that you were already outside the city. This bastard really has a big mouth." Qin Feiyang was extremely angry, and said in a deep voice, "Who the hell are you?" The black figure said indifferently, "Is it that important who I am?" Qin Feiyang said, "Even if I'm going to die, you should at least let me know why I'm going to die." The black figure pondered. Qin Feiyang also held his breath. But in the end, the black figure shook his head and said, "You'd better go and be a confused ghost." Qin Feiyang's face suddenly showed a trace of disappointment, but the next moment he sneered. The black figure frowned. "What are you laughing at?" Qin Feiyang said, "You're too naive. Do you really think that Huang San accidentally spilled the beans?" The black figure was startled, and a deep sense of uneasiness emerged in his heart. Qin Feiyang said, "Let me tell you, all of this was deliberately arranged by me in order to lure you out." "What?" The black figure was shocked. He didn't say half a word and angrily rushed towards Qin Feiyang. "You're indeed very smart. It can even be said that you're the most difficult person I've met so far. But so what? In the end, didn't you still fall into my trap?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and waved his hand. The lion-headed eagle and Dong Zhengyang appeared at the same time and shouted, "Hold him back." The man and the beast didn't talk nonsense and immediately rushed towards the black figure. How could this be? The black figure was extremely surprised and bewildered. Wasn't Dong Zhengyang a 9-star combat emperor? When did he break through to War Master? And that lion-headed eagle, wasn't it Ren Wushuang's pet? But why was it here? Qin Feiyang sneered, "Are you surprised?" The black figure's eyes darkened. "I already guessed that before you came to kill me, you would inquire about the whereabouts of Yang Nanshan and the others. So, I didn't look for them. And Dong Zhengyang is a 9-star combat emperor. You wouldn't pay attention to him. The lion-headed eagle is also an 8-star combat emperor, and it has always been outside the city. You wouldn't have thought of it, so I asked them for help. One wrong move, and you'll lose everything. Today is your doomsday," Qin Feiyang shouted. "Pay with your life for my Dong family's clansmen," Dong Zhengyang shouted. His aura soared into the sky as he crazily rushed towards the black figure. The lion-headed eagle also returned to its original form. It was dozens of feet tall and was filled with murderous intent. The black figure glanced at the man and the beast, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I admit, you're really amazing, but if you want to stop me with just the two of them, dream on." He pointed his finger in the air, and the battle chi roared. The terrifying power shook the mountains and rivers, and blasted towards Dong Zhengyang and the lion-headed eagle. Following closely, he waved his hand and opened a teleportation door. Dong Zhengyang shouted, "Lion-headed eagle, you block the battle chi, I'll go and hold him back." "All right." Lion-headed eagle nodded, and like a meteor, it directly crashed into the battle chi. Boom! With a loud bang, lion-headed eagle was sent flying. Its huge body was torn open, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Clang! At the same time, a black iron chain appeared behind Dong Zhengyang, vibrating with an ear-piercing metallic sound. This was his fighting soul. Crash! As soon as the iron chain appeared, it was like a giant python, cutting through the sky and heading straight for the black figure. The black figure was about to enter the teleportation door. The black iron chain arrived in an instant and wrapped around the black figure's waist. Dong Zhengyang said, "Although my fighting soul doesn't have the slightest offensive power, it's still easy to hold you back. My special ability, immobilize." Suddenly, the black iron chain emitted a dark light, and the black figure was immediately immobilized in the void. "Damn it!" The black figure's expression changed, and he said angrily, "Dong Zhengyang, although I destroyed the Dong family, I was forced to do so. The real culprit should be Qin Feiyang." "Cut the crap!" Dong Zhengyang shouted angrily. "Even now, you're still trying to sow discord. You're really lousy." Lion-headed eagle charged again, and a feather appeared on its back. The feather was 1 meter long and as thin as a cicada's wing. It looked as if it was cast in gold, and its entire body was golden. Golden feather, destroy. With a low roar from lion-headed eagle, the golden feather shot toward the black figure's lower abdomen like an arrow. "Damn it!" The black figure's eyes darkened, and he roared, "All of you, go to hell." Boom! A huge beast shadow appeared behind him as well. It was a white crane. Chirp! With a sharp cry, its sharp claws grabbed the black iron chain. With a loud clang, the iron chain broke on the spot. Dong Zhengyang immediately spat out blood. Bastard! Seeing this, lion-headed eagle cursed in its heart. With a thought, the golden domain turned in the air and blasted toward the teleportation door. Boom! The teleportation door instantly turned into ashes. The white crane's eyes flashed fiercely. It spread its wings and grabbed the golden feather, which shattered on the spot. Puff! Lion-headed eagle immediately spat out blood. The black figure suddenly turned around, looked at the two men and the beast, and sneered, "Seeing my fighting soul, all of you must die today." Whoosh! However, at this moment, 10 figures appeared out of thin air. They were Yang Nanshan, Wang Hong, and the other great commanders. "It's you, Zhao He." When Wang Hong saw the white crane, he was instantly enraged. Boom! A terrifying aura surged. He took a step forward and charged toward the black figure. "Zhao He, why are you doing this?" Third young Master Cao and the others were also furious. They turned into streams of light and surrounded the black figure. "You're all here." Chapter 471. Wang Hong rushed forward, his big hand like an eagle's claw, grabbing at Zhao He, and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense, take him down first." The other 8 commanders surrounding Zhao He also immediately swarmed forward. For a moment, battle chi surged in this place, and the power of battle arts swept in all directions. Dong Zhengyang and the lion-head eagle tactfully retreated, because they could not interfere in the battle of the 10 commanders. Swish! Yang Nanshan landed beside Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect it to be Zhao He." Qin Feiyang said, "I didn't expect it either." But he was very puzzled. Since it was Zhao He, why did third young Master Cao and Xue Huiyun say that Zhao He was with them yesterday? Yang Nanshan also noticed Dong Zhengyang and frowned. "Feiyang, why are you working with him?" Qin Feiyang said, "Fortunately, I'm working with him, otherwise I wouldn't be able to trap Zhao He." Dong Zhengyang's battle soul was actually able to trap Zhao He. This kind of innate ability made him feel very incredulous. Yang Nanshan looked at Dong Zhengyang in surprise. To be able to trap Zhao He, it seemed that this monster of the Dong family was really not a simple character. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and smiled. "With the 9 commanders here, Zhao He won't be able to escape even if he has wings. Now you can breathe a sigh of relief." "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "What do you mean?" Yang Nanshan was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, "Have you forgotten what happened yesterday?" After being reminded by Qin Feiyang, Yang Nanshan suddenly came to a realization. Yesterday, they could have captured Zhao He, but a mysterious force suddenly descended and saved Zhao He. Today, that mysterious force would probably appear again. Yang Nanshan asked in a low voice, "Could it be that Zhao He has accomplices?" Qin Feiyang said, "I don't know either, but we have to be careful." "Where's the old man?" Yang Nanshan shook his head. "He only asked the 9 commanders to come, I don't know what he's doing now." Qin Feiyang frowned. At this moment, a painful scream rang out. Facing the 9 great commanders, Zhao He did not even have the strength to fight back. Not only was his fighting soul destroyed, but his body was also covered in wounds. Furthermore, the mask on his face had also shattered, and his true appearance was exposed to everyone's eyes. Qin Feiyang said, "Seniors, please don't kill him." Wang Hong said, "We know." The 9 commanders charged forward once more. Zhao He was already at the end of his rope. Qin Feiyang, don't be complacent. Sooner or later, you will fall into the hands of others. Zhao He roared hysterically, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. "Then I'll wait." Qin Feiyang sneered. Boom. However, before he could finish his sentence, the mysterious power appeared again. "Who?" Wang Hong and the others were furious. The eyes of Qin Feiyang and the others also lit up as they scanned the surroundings. But as far as he could see, he didn't see anything suspicious at all. Zhao He, on the other hand, was overjoyed. But at this moment, an old figure flew out from the peak of a mountain below. It was the Academy Master. With a wave of his hand, a supreme power surged and blasted towards the mysterious power. Boom. Accompanied by an earth-shattering boom, the void began to distort. The Academy Master also took a few steps back, his face pale. But his eyes were like torches as he scanned the mountain range below and shouted, "Who is it? Don't hide like a coward." However, there was no reply. Wang Hong and the other 9 commanders also took the opportunity to take down Zhao He. Everyone waited for a while, but the mysterious power didn't appear again. Strange. When did such a powerful existence appear in the spiritual state? Qin Feiyang frowned. Swoosh. The Academy Master took a step forward and landed in front of Qin Feiyang, sighing. This person is mysterious and unfathomable. I'm afraid it won't be easy to catch him. In fact, after receiving the message, he rushed over immediately. However, he had been hiding in the dark and didn't show himself. His goal was naturally to capture this mysterious person, but unfortunately, he still failed. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and raised his head to look at Zhao He, who was caught by Wang Hong. His eyes flashed. Swoosh. He took a step forward and landed in front of Zhao He, saying, "Tell me, who is that mysterious person?" Zhao He said, "I don't know." Qin Feiyang sneered. "He saved you twice, how can you not know? He should be your accomplice." "I said I don't know, so I don't know. Today, I've fallen into your hands. Kill me if you want. Bring it on." Zhao He stared coldly at Qin Feiyang, his eyes filled with hatred. Zhao He doesn't look like he's lying. Then why did this mysterious person save him? Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought. The Academy Master glanced at Qin Feiyang, then at Third Young Master Cao and Xue Huiyun, asking, "Do you know your crime?" Their eyes trembled as they hurriedly said, "Sir, this has nothing to do with us. Please investigate." The Academy Master said, "Then how do you explain yesterday's situation?" Third Young Master Cao said, "This subordinate can't figure it out either, because Zhao He was indeed with us yesterday, chasing after a War Master Realm beast." Xue Huiyun was also puzzled, but she suddenly thought of something and shook her head. "No, he wasn't with us." Everyone looked at her suspiciously. Xue Huiyun said, "At first, Zhao He was indeed with us, but later, we split up to chase after that beast." Yes. I remember too. That's indeed the case. It seems that Zhao He took advantage of this time to return to the capital to commit crimes. Third Young Master Cao said. The Academy Master looked at Zhao He and said, "What else do you have to say?" Zhao He said, "The winner is the king, the loser is the thief, what else can I say?" Swoosh. Dong Zhengyang landed beside the Academy Master and bowed, "Academy Master, he killed countless members of my Dong family. I killed him with my own hands, please fulfill my wish. No, you should let me deal with him." Killing intent flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. The white-eyed wolf had almost died in this person's hands, this blood debt had to be paid. The Academy Master looked at Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhengyang, pondered for a moment, then turned to Wang Hong and ordered, "Take Zhao He to the prison first." Academy Master. Qin Feiyang and Dong Zhengyang spoke at the same time. The Academy Master said, "There's no need to say more, this old man has his own decision." Yes. The two bowed, but their eyes were filled with unwillingness. Swoosh. Wang Hong opened a teleportation gate and escorted Zhao He to the prison. The Academy Master also left with the other 8 commanders. Yang Nanshan comforted, "Feiyang, since the Academy Master did this, he must have his reasons. Don't take it to heart." "He's the Academy Master, do I dare to take it to heart?" Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Sigh. Dong Zhengyang sighed deeply and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Our cooperation ends here. If there's a chance to kill you in the future, I won't be polite. Be careful." Qin Feiyang said, "Anytime. Then we'll see." Dong Zhengyang sneered and opened a teleportation gate to leave. Yang Nanshan frowned. "Feiyang, did he take the 9-chew yellow dragon pill to break through to War Master?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Yang Nanshan said angrily, "Are you stupid? He's your enemy, you're raising a tiger, do you know that?" With Qin Feiyang's talent, it wouldn't be long before he could catch up to Dong Zhengyang. But now, Qin Feiyang had personally helped him step into the War Master. Wasn't this playing with fire? "It's fine," Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Although Dong Xingyang had stepped into the War Master first, he had not opened the door to his potential. Furthermore, Dong Xingyang did not have a perfect battle art. This was the difference. He was confident that he would be able to catch up to Dong Xingyang very soon. Yang Nanshan glared at him helplessly, and said, "Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you. What are you going to do next?" Qin Feiyang said, "Help White-Eyed Wolf repair his sea of consciousness." Yang Nanshan said, "Then you'll have to look for the palace chief. I'll return to the sacred hall first. If you need anything, send me a message. En." Qin Feiyang nodded. After Yang Nanshan left, the lion-headed eagle said, "Brat, I've heard about Ruffian Wolf. Since I have nothing to do now, why don't I accompany you?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, and said, "Send the potential pill and potential pill to sister first. If I need your help, I won't be polite." "All right then." The lion-headed eagle smiled, spread its wings, and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Mysterious man. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and glanced at the mountain range below. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he entered the ancient castle. Fatso immediately said angrily, "Boss, this is too unfair. Zhao He committed such a big mistake, why is he only imprisoned?" Qin Feiyang said, "Then tell me, what can we do? Let's go assassinate him and avenge Brother Wolf." Fatso's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Qin Feiyang sighed, "Old Master knows our characters and guessed that we might do this, so he won't let us succeed. What the hell is this bastard old man doing?" Fatso frowned, so angry that his body was trembling. Lu Hong said, "Calm down, the palace chief must have his reasons for doing this. If it doesn't work, we'll ask directly, I believe he'll tell us." Qin Feiyang nodded. Fatso looked at Wei Zhongyang and said, "It's over, and is no longer of any use. Shouldn't we get rid of him?" "Don't kill me." Wei Zhongyang's body trembled, and he hurriedly knelt on the ground, begging, "Qin Feiyang, I'm just a cripple now, I'm no threat to you. Please be merciful and spare me." "Spare you?" Qin Feiyang walked up and sent Wei Zhongyang flying with a kick. He stomped on Wei Zhongyang's stomach and sneered, "If I wasn't prepared beforehand, Yi and Aunt Shui would have been killed by you. Do you think you can still live?" Wei Zhongyang's eyes were filled with grief, and his entire body was drowned in despair. Qin Feiyang said, "But don't worry, since you're so cooperative, I'll leave your body intact and let you rest in peace." Sigh. Wei Zhongyang sighed deeply, closed his eyes, and said, "Then come." This way of dying was better than dying without a complete corpse. Qin Feiyang took out the Chang Shui, and with a light wave, cut off Wei Zhongyang's neck. Next. Chapter 472. In front of the mansion master's courtyard, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. The mansion master sat alone on a stone bench, basking in the sun and sipping tea, looking extremely relaxed. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear, he chuckled and said, "This old man knew you would come. Come in." Qin Feiyang walked into the courtyard. The mansion master asked, "Want a cup?" Qin Feiyang said, "I'm not as free as you." The mansion master held the teacup, took a sip, and shook his head with a smile. "I'm already so old, if I don't enjoy life, I might not have another chance." Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. What did he mean? The mansion master put down the teacup and smiled. "What do you want to know?" Qin Feiyang asked, "Why didn't you kill Zhao He?" The mansion master smiled. "You're such a smart person, how could you not think of the reason?" Qin Feiyang frowned, lowered his head and pondered for a while, then his eyes suddenly lit up. "You want to use Zhao He to fish out that mysterious person?" "That's right." The mansion master nodded, his old eyes flashing coldly. "I won't allow anyone to cause trouble in the spiritual state. Since this person helped Zhao He twice, he should think of a way to save Zhao He." "Old master, you're really smart." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. The resentment in his heart also disappeared. The mansion master said, "Compared to you, I'm still far behind. You made up the fact that the two elders of the Dong family are still alive." Qin Feiyang smiled. "If I didn't say that, would Zhao He take the bait?" "What a cunning brat." The mansion master shook his head and laughed. Originally, everyone thought that Qin Feiyang would give up after the Dong family was wiped out and the clues were cut off, but they didn't expect him to immediately throw out another bait. This kid's mind was truly terrifying. Qin Feiyang chuckles. His complexion immediately becomes serious as he says, "Old man, where is the person you said can help the Wolf King repair his sea of consciousness?" The mansion master said, "The land of ruins." "What?" Qin Feiyang turned pale with fright. The prefecture master sighed. "I won't hide it from you. The person I'm talking about is my child, Shuang'er's father." So it was him. Qin Feiyang was shocked. He frowned and said, "But isn't he already dead?" The manor head asked in return, "Who saw his skeleton?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. Ren Wushuang searched the ruins for more than 20 years, but he still couldn't find this person's skeleton. The mansion lord said, "If we didn't find his corpse, it means that he might still be alive." Qin Feiyang thought about it carefully, then looked at the manor head with a strange gaze and asked, "Old master, you can't be thinking of asking me to help you find him, right? I really can't hide anything from you." "That's right. Although Shuang'er hasn't been able to find her for decades, you are different. You are more attentive and capable than Shuang'er. This old man believes that you will be able to find it. Of course, you don't have any other choice right now. Because to save Ruffian Wolf, you can only find him." The manor head chuckled, as if he had Qin Feiyang in his grasp. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. A moment later, he looked up at the manor head and nodded. "All right, I'll go. But I want to ask, can I destroy the ruins?" "Chem?" The manor head suddenly stood up and asked in surprise, "Why would you have such a thought?" Qin Feiyang said, "Because the ruins shouldn't exist in the first place. Those who deserve to die shouldn't be alive either. This old man doesn't agree with your point of view. Every place has its reason for existence. Just like people, everyone has their own destiny. Moreover, although the people of the ruins are all wicked beyond redemption, there are also kind people. If you destroy the ruins, wouldn't they die for nothing?" The manor head asked. "Yes. There are indeed kind people, but do you know what kind of life they live? Do you know how cruel the conditions there are? Once, I met a child in the ruins. He asked me if I was thirsty. He looked innocent and cute, but the water he gave me was poisoned. Think about it, what kind of environment would make an innocent child poison someone?" Qin Feiyang asked. The manor head went silent. Although Qin Feiyang's words were cruel and heartless, they were the truth. Qin Feiyang continued, "Rather than letting them continue to live and suffer, it's better to free them as soon as possible." The manor head shook his head. "No matter what, this old man doesn't agree with killing them all." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "That will depend on your decision." The manor head pondered for a bit, then sighed, "How about this, you go to the ruins first. As for this old man will have to seriously consider it." "Very well." Qin Feiyang nodded, then asked, "What does your son look like?" The manor head waved his hand, and his battle chi surged, condensing into an illusory figure. It was a middle-aged man about 1.8 meters tall, neither fat nor thin, and his weather-beaten face looked extremely resolute. This person's appearance was average, but he had a very obvious characteristic. There was a crescent-shaped mark between his eyebrows, as if a white gem was inlaid on his skin. The manor head said, "Do you remember it?" Qin Feiyang nodded. At this moment, a guard hurriedly ran over and shouted, "Manor head, someone wants to see you." Qin Feiyang was stunned. "What's going on?" "It's just someone who wants to see you. Is there a need to be so anxious?" The manor head was also very confused and asked, "Who is it?" "Lu." The guard stammered and couldn't say anything for a long time. "Who is it?" The manor head frowned. The guard took a deep breath and said, "It's Lu Xingchen." "What?" Qin Feiyang and the manor head exclaimed. "How is that possible? Isn't Lu Xingchen already dead?" Qin Feiyang asked, "Did you see it clearly? Is it really Lu Xingchen?" The guard nodded heavily and said, "Yes, I saw it very clearly." The manor head said, "Let him come to see me." "Yes." The guard replied respectfully, then turned around and left quickly. Qin Feiyang looked at the manor head and asked, "What's going on?" The manor head shook his head and said, "I don't know either. Back then, he did kill Lu Xingchen, but why did he suddenly appear? Soon." A young man in purple walked over. He was about 25 or 26 years old, with an imposing appearance, sharp eyebrows, and an extraordinary temperament. Who else could it be but Lu Xingchen? Lu Xingchen stood outside the courtyard, bowed and said, "Greetings, Grandpa Ren." The manor head said, "Come in." Qin Feiyang's eyes were firmly fixed on Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen walked into the courtyard and said with a smile, "Brother Qin is also here." Qin Feiyang nodded and didn't say anything. He just wanted to know whether this Lu Xingchen in front of him was the real one or a fake. The manor head took out a Heaven's Eye stone, placed it on the stone table, and said, "Press on it." "Yes." Lu Xingchen walked up, stretched out his arm, and pressed on it directly. But after a long time, the Heaven's Eye stone didn't move, and Lu Xingchen didn't change either. The real one. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. "Grandpa Ren, I know you're very confused. Why didn't I die? Actually, I don't know why either. When I crawled out of the grave, I also felt puzzled. And I also found that my cultivation is still there. I guess the heavens took pity on me and didn't accept me." Lu Xingchen bowed and said, "Your cultivation is still there." Qin Feiyang and the manor head looked at each other, their eyes full of disbelief. Back then, the manor head personally crippled Lu Xingchen, and Qin Feiyang also saw it with his own eyes. But now, not only did Lu Xingchen come back from the dead, but his sea of qi had also been repaired. This was too bizarre, wasn't it? "Grandpa Ren, I'm here to apologize to you. What happened in the past was all my fault. I hope Grandpa Ren can give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. Besides, I'm the only one left in the Lu family now. Grandpa Ren, can you bear to see the Lu family die? As for my engagement with Wu Shuang, since it's already been annulled, I won't think about it anymore. I just want to stay alive and continue to stay in the city. And Brother Qin, I'm deeply sorry about what happened in the past. After this narrow escape from death, I've seen through everything. Fame and fortune are just a thing of the past. Brother Qin, I sincerely hope you can forgive me." Lu Xingchen bowed and said with a sincere expression. Qin Feiyang frowned. The manor head said telepathically, "Let's observe the situation first." Qin Feiyang nodded. This matter was too bizarre, and it would take a while to figure it out. The manor head looked at Lu Xingchen and said, "Since you know your mistake and have died once, let's forget about what happened in the past. As for your next destination," the manor head pondered for a while and said, "Let's go to the inner palace." "Thank you, Grandpa Ren," Lu Xingchen said happily. The manor head's eyes flashed, and he said, "But before you go to the inner palace, you and Qin Feiyang should go to the ruins together." Qin Feiyang turned to look at the manor head in confusion. Lu Xingchen was also a little surprised. "I asked him to go with you so that you can observe him carefully." The manor head secretly sent a telepathic message to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang frowned slightly. Lu Xingchen asked doubtfully, "Grandpa Ren, why are we going to the ruins?" The manor head said, "You don't need to know anything. Just follow Qin Feiyang." "But," Lu Xingchen said hesitantly, "I've heard of the ruins. It's easy to go in, but difficult to get out." The manor head smiled faintly, "You don't have to worry about that. Qin Feiyang has a way." Lu Xingchen was surprised. He turned to Qin Feiyang, cupped his hands, and said with a smile, "Then I'll have to trouble Brother Qin to take care of me in the future." "No problem." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The manor head waved his hand and said, "There's no time to lose. Let's go." At the same time, he secretly reminded Qin Feiyang to be careful on the way. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he opened a teleportation door and took the lead to walk in. Lu Xingchen immediately followed. When the portal disappeared, the manor head also opened a portal and directly descended in the sky above the inner palace cemetery. After glancing at Lu Xingchen's grave, he waved his hand and directly dug up the grave. There was no one inside. He really came back from the dead. But how did this happen? What exactly went wrong? The manor head frowned, puzzled. Phew. After a while, he took a deep breath and muttered, "It seems that I can only investigate from Lu Xingchen himself. I only hope that Qin Feiyang can find out something." After filling up the grave, he directly left the inner palace cemetery. He also ordered the guards who knew about it to keep quiet. Chapter 473. At the border between White County and Stone County, a bottomless abyss lay across the land. A black storm whistled, making ear-piercing sounds. Above the abyss, an ancient iron chain bridge led to the other end. The bridge was rusty and emitted an ancient and mysterious aura. Swish! In the void above the bridge, two figures appeared out of thin air. They were Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen. The dark abyss, the shocking hurricane, and the ancient iron chain bridge that was only wide enough for one person to walk on. Lu Xingchen's pupils couldn't help but shrink at the sight of it. Qin Feiyang's expression was very calm. Lu Xingchen turned to Qin Feiyang. Seeing Qin Feiyang's calm expression, he asked suspiciously, "Brother Qin, why aren't you surprised at all?" Qin Feiyang said, "I've been here once." "What?" Lu Xingchen looked at him in disbelief. "Let's go," Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Then, he swooped down and landed in front of the bridge. Lu Xingchen also landed beside Qin Feiyang. Looking at the iron chain bridge in front of him, his eyes were full of fear. "Don't worry, there won't be any danger inside." Qin Feiyang stepped onto the iron chain bridge and walked toward the other side unhurriedly. Lu Xingchen hurriedly followed. After walking for a distance and confirming that there was no danger, he secretly sighed in relief and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, it seems that your relationship with Grandpa Ren isn't ordinary." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He smiled faintly and said, "My relationship with the prefecture lord is purely based on interests. Unlike you, he watched you grow up and treated you like family." "Family?" Lu Xingchen shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Grandpa Ren and I were indeed like grandfather and grandson. However, because of my arrogance, our relationship became more and more distant." At this point, Lu Xingchen sighed. "I asked for it. I can't blame anyone." Qin Feiyang glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Why did it feel like Lu Xingchen had become a completely different person? If he hadn't used the Heaven's Eye stone to verify his identity, he would definitely have suspected that someone was impersonating him. However, it was undeniable that the current Lu Xingchen was even more difficult to deal with than the previous Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen steadied himself and asked suspiciously, "Brother Qin, why did we come to the ruins this time?" "Looking for the manor head's son." Qin Feiyang didn't hide it. Sooner or later, Lu Xingchen would find out. "Uncle Ren?" Lu Xingchen stared blankly and asked in surprise, "When did he come to the ruins?" "How come I didn't know?" Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "You have always been in the capital, how could you not know?" "I won't hide it from Brother Qin. In the past, when Uncle Ren suddenly disappeared, Grandpa Ren never came forward to explain. So all this time, we thought that he had unfortunately died outside. But we didn't expect him to come to the ruins," Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang revealed a look of realization. Lu Xingchen asked, "Do you know why Uncle Ren came to the ruins?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I don't know. The manor head never mentioned it." "That's strange. This place doesn't seem to have any treasures." Lu Xingchen's face was full of suspicion. After 3 days, Qin Feiyang finally set foot on the ground of the ruins once again. His journey was more daunting than dangerous. "This is the ruins." Lu Xingchen stood beside him and scanned the desolate land in front of him. His face was full of shock. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. Ren Wuxuang had said that during those 20 years, she had searched everywhere, but in the end, she couldn't find it. Moreover, at that time, Ren Wuxuang was the disciple of the King of Ruins and was famous throughout the ruins. If her father was here, he would definitely look for her, but in the end, he didn't. This meant that her father was most likely not here. And in the ruins, other than the land in front of them, there was only the black abyss left. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang turned around and looked down at the black abyss, his eyes flickering. Lu Xingchen said, "Do you suspect that Uncle Ren is down there?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "The black storm's lethality is astonishing. I'm afraid the chances of him being down there are not high." Lu Xingchen glanced at the hurricane in the abyss, then turned his head to look ahead, and said, "There's an ancient castle in front, let's go take a look first. If there's nothing, we'll think of a way to go down and look." Qin Feiyang thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, then let's go directly to the king's city in the ruins. Ren Wuxuang's father, as the son of the palace master, must have been an overlord-level figure. As long as he had entered the ruins, then as the ruler of this place, the king of ruins should know. Unless he had never set foot in the ruins. Or, he had directly gone to the Black Abyss. King's City? Lu Xingchen was stunned, and said in surprise, "There's a king's city in the ruins?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Sure. The two of them stepped forward at the same time and sped towards the castle. Finally, someone else is here. At the top of the castle, a black-armored man stood against the wind, looking at Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen. But suddenly, his pupils constricted, and he stared at Qin Feiyang. How could it be him? Didn't he leave already? Why did he enter the ruins again? The black-armored man's eyes were filled with disbelief, and at the same time, there was a trace of bone-piercing killing intent. The two of them arrived in front of the castle. When he saw the black-armored man, a trace of suspicion appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. Why did this person look so familiar? Lu Xingchen, on the other hand, was surprised. 3-star battle king? How could he be so weak? Qin Feiyang, die. The black-armored man looked down at the two of them, then suddenly shouted and jumped down. Battle chi surged, and he charged towards Qin Feiyang. Ooh! Qin Feiyang was stunned. What's going on? He raised his arm and slammed his palm in the air. Battle chi surged out, turning into a torrent, and collided with the black-armored man's body. Immediately. The black-armored man screamed and was sent flying, crashing into the castle behind him. Boom! With a loud bang, a big hole was smashed in the wall. Lu Xingchen was puzzled. Brother Qin, do you have a grudge with this person? Qin Feiyang shook his head, also feeling puzzled. How is this possible? Following an angry shout, the black-armored man ran out, covered in blood, and looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Qin Feiyang asked, "What kind of deep hatred do you have with me? You actually don't remember?" It would have been better if Qin Feiyang didn't ask, but the moment he did, the black-armored man was furious, and his face became incomparably ferocious. "Speak clearly." Qin Feiyang frowned. The black-armored man said, "Back then, when you barged into the palace in King City, I was the one who brought you to see the great commander." Qin Feiyang was stunned, and tried hard to recall for a moment. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, "You are that Commander Rong?" "That's right." Commander Rong nodded. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, "Weren't you in the palace? Why are you guarding here?" The black-armored man said angrily, "It's all your fault. What has it got to do with me?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "Back then, you brought Ren Wuxuang out of the ruins. When the king learned of this, he was furious and blamed the great commander for not looking after you. In the end, the great commander made me the scapegoat, so the king sent me to this place. There are neither resources nor essence qi here. In the past few years, not only did my cultivation not improve, it even regressed. All of this is your fault." Commander Rong roared. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Commander Rong with some sympathy and sighed. "If you want to blame someone, you should blame your king. If you didn't take Ren Wuxuang away, would I have ended up in this state today? Don't try to shirk the responsibility," Commander Rong roared. Qin Feiyang was too lazy to talk nonsense. "Then what do you want? Give me your life." When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. Commander Rong had already completely lost his reason as he madly charged towards Qin Feiyang. Revenge breeds revenge. When will it end? Lu Xingchen shook his head and stretched out his arm to grab Commander Rong's wrist. "You can't blame Brother Qin for this. Don't pester me endlessly." "Who are you?" Commander Rong said angrily. "It doesn't matter who I am. Now I have something to ask you. As long as you tell me the truth, I won't kill you. Stop fooling around. You're just a 3-star combat emperor, while Brother Qin and I are both combat emperors. You're no match for us." Lu Xingchen said. "Combat emperor." Commander Rong's eyes trembled. How was this possible? One had to know that when Qin Feiyang entered King City, he was only a martial ancestor. He broke through to the combat emperor realm so quickly? Wasn't this too monstrous? In an instant, Commander Rong was stunned. Lu Xingchen waved his hand and Ren Wuxuang's father's shadow condensed. He asked, "This person is Ren Duxing. Have you seen him before?" So the father of Cheap Sister is Ren Duxing. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself and then looked at Commander Rong, only to see Commander Rong looking at Ren Duxing with eyes full of surprise. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "You know him?" "I've seen him before," Commander Rong said. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, "Where is he?" "I don't know." Commander Rong shook his head. "Are you playing with us?" Lu Xingchen frowned. No. What I mean is that Ren Wuxuang was also looking for this person in the ruins. I only heard about it from her." Commander Rong hurriedly explained. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a trace of disappointment. They thought that they had found Ren Duxing's whereabouts, but they didn't expect that it was just an empty joy. "Let's go to the royal city," Qin Feiyang said lightly, then soared into the air and swept towards the depths of the ruins. Lu Xingchen waved his hand and directly killed Commander Rong. Then, he caught up with Qin Feiyang and asked with a smile, "You won't blame me, right?" Qin Feiyang said, "He deserved to die." Lu Xingchen smiled and asked, "Can you tell me what happened between you and Wuxuang here?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "It's nothing. I was just asked to do it." Lu Xingchen didn't continue to ask and changed the topic. The next morning, a huge city finally entered their line of sight. Dilapidated city walls, ancient buildings, and streets riddled with holes. All of these proved that this city had existed for a very long time. Chapter 474. In a certain hall of the palace, a middle-aged man was leaning against a chair. He was wearing a black robe. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. Two pretty maids were massaging his shoulders and legs, a look of enjoyment on their faces. "Commander, come out and face your death." Suddenly, a cold shout was heard. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. The two maids were also shocked. "Who is shouting outside? Are you looking for death?" The middle-aged man suddenly stood up and walked out of the hall boldly. He raised his head and saw two young men standing side by side in the sky. It was Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen. "It's you." The middle-aged man glanced at the two of them and locked his gaze on Qin Feiyang. His eyes flashed coldly. Qin Feiyang said, "That's right, it's me." The middle-aged man said, "You still dare to enter the ruins? What do you think this place is?" Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Cut the crap. Today, we are here to settle the scores of the past." "You are very confident. It seems that you have stepped into the combat emperor realm, but this is not a place where you can behave atrociously." The killing intent in the commander's eyes surged. With a shocking aura, he rushed towards Qin Feiyang. "Two-star combat emperor?" Lu Xingchen was stunned. He immediately retreated to the side and crossed his arms in front of his chest. The corner of his mouth was pursed with a trace of playfulness. "I am no longer the Qin Feiyang of the past. Killing you now is as easy as flipping my hand." Qin Feiyang sneered. He activated the Imperial Wind Step and instantly landed on top of the commander's head. He stepped on the commander's head. Bang! Ah! The commander immediately screamed as blood flowed out of his head. His entire body was like a meteorite as he shot downwards. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, he smashed into the main hall. The main hall was razed to the ground in an instant. Billowing dust and smoke covered all directions. What a powerful strength! The guards and maids who had rushed over after hearing the news were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Their faces were deathly pale. "Damned bastard, I'm going to tear you to shreds and grind your bones to dust." The great commander rushed out from the ruins. His eyes were red, and his killing intent was monstrous. "Do you remember how you threatened me back then? He even asked me to hand over the dagger. Every dog has its day. You might never have thought that I would surpass you so quickly." Qin Feiyang's body shook. Red-colored sword qi gushed out and turned into a hurricane that swept across the sky. The buildings below were like withered trees, shattering one after another. "Stop!" At this moment, a loud shout was heard. Then, a black figure flashed out from a large hall in the distance and flashed over like lightning. The Grand Commander roared, "Your Majesty, he is Qin Feiyang. Kill him quickly." Qin Feiyang coldly harumphed. With a wave of his hand, the world-destroying storm descended, engulfing the Grand Commander. Immediately, a pained howl resounded and spread in all directions. The Grand Commander was swept up by the storm, and pieces of wind blades ruthlessly cut into his flesh. In less than half a breath, his entire body was dripping with blood, and he no longer looked human. "I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me?" The King of Ruins was furious. With a wave of his hand, a black battle chi emerged. Like a giant python, it headed straight for Qin Feiyang. Lu Xingchen's pupils constricted slightly as he reminded, his cultivation should be at the 8-star War Emperor. "Brother Qin, be careful. 8-star War Emperor, it's not like I don't have the strength to fight." Qin Feiyang raised his arm, pointed his index finger in the air, and said expressionlessly, returning to ruins. An invisible force spread out and roared into the sky, colliding with the battle chi. Immediately, everything turned into nothingness. Qin Feiyang and the King of Ruins each took half a step back, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of their mouths. The King of Ruins also revealed his true appearance. This was a man in black. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had long black hair that draped over his shoulders. His entire body was emitting an astonishing aura. However, he wore a black mask on his face, covering his true appearance. Only his eyes could be seen. Those eyes were as black as ink, like two bottomless black holes. They were filled with an astonishing demonic nature, as if they could suck in one's mind. "King, save me!" The Grand Commander's cry for help rang out. The storm of sword chi mercilessly destroyed him. Not only was his body badly mutilated, even his bones were exposed. The King of Ruins glanced at the Grand Commander, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Let him go, and I will spare your life." "Can you do it?" Qin Feiyang looked at him coldly. Arrogant. The King of Ruins was furious. Both of his hands suddenly stretched out, and a pitch-black battle chi emerged, like a large waterfall, flowing against the current. In an instant, above his head, a huge black full moon appeared. Lu Xingchen frowned and said, "Brother Qin, his battle chi is of the natural attribute, the power of darkness. Its lethality is astonishing. If you need help, just say so. Don't force yourself." "Dark attribute," Qin Feiyang murmured and said indifferently, "Not for the time being." "Black moon slash." The King of Ruins shouted. Clang. Numerous black sharp blades swept out from the full moon. They were densely packed and carried an astonishing sharpness as they slashed toward Qin Feiyang. Swish. Qin Feiyang used the phantom steps and dodged to the side. Whoosh. However, those black sharp blades also turned in the air and continued to attack him. The aura of each blade was firmly locked onto him. They would not dissipate until they killed him. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. Clang. Accompanied by a loud sound that tore the sky and earth apart, a crimson battle sword rushed into the sky, and billowing waves of fire covered half the sky. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Come out, beast spirit." Roar. Immediately, an earth-shaking beast roar resounded through the sky. A flaming beast rushed out of the battle sword and went straight for those sharp blades. It was like a berserk beast, its ferocious aura shook the world, and nothing could stop it wherever it passed. That sharp blade instantly shattered a large area. What kind of fighting soul is this? The King of Ruins was shocked. A beast soul had appeared within the sword soul. One fighting soul was equivalent to 2 fighting souls. How could there be such a ridiculous thing in this world? Black moon strike. He waved his hand and the black full moon above his head trembled in the void, releasing a destructive aura. Immediately after, it whistled toward the flaming beast. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly, "Beast spirit, go." Roar. The flaming beast roared toward the sky, and its aura soared into the sky as it collided with the black full moon. Boom. Like Mars colliding with Earth, the flaming beast and the black full moon exploded in the void. At this moment, the world lost its color. The terrifying battle fluctuations were unstoppable and swept in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire palace was razed to the ground. Countless people were affected and died tragically on the spot. Puff. Qin Feiyang and the King of Ruins also spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time, and their feet uncontrollably retreated. King, save me, at this time. The Grand Commander's cry for help sounded again. But before he could finish his words, he was smashed into pieces by the sword Qi storm, and blood splattered across the sky. Bastard, this king is going to kill you. The King of Ruins frowned, unable to restrain his anger. One had to know. The land of ruins was lacking in essence, qi, and resources. To cultivate a war emperor was harder than ascending to the heavens. It could be said that the war emperor was a very precious asset to the land of ruins. Now, the Grand Commander had died in front of him. How could he not be angry? Come out, Black Demon God. The King of Ruins roared. Boom. A huge shadow soared into the sky from behind the King of Ruins. This shadow was dozens of feet tall. It wore a dark armor and held a halberd in its hand. It was like a giant that could support the heavens and earth. It was ferocious and imposing. However, its face was shrouded in black mist and could not be seen clearly. What? Human-shaped war soul? And it's even equipped with armor and weapons. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen were both dumbfounded. They had seen many war souls, but this was the first time they had encountered such an astonishing one. Shua. Lu Xingchen took a step forward and landed beside Qin Feiyang. He whispered, "This might really be the shadow of a demon god. So what if it's a demon god? Today, if God blocks, kill God. If devil blocks, kill devil." Qin Feiyang's aura soared to the clouds, arrogant and domineering. Clang. The crimson battle sword above his head slashed towards the black demon god with a world-destroying edge. Roar. The black demon god let out a beast-like roar. He waved his halberd and attacked the battle sword. Clang. The two weapons clashed and dazzling sparks flew. Crack. The crimson battle sword shattered. Qin Feiyang's face turned pale and blood spurted from his mouth. Defeated. Lu Xingchen's pupils contracted. Qin Feiyang also found it hard to accept. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. After all, the King of Ruins was an 8-star combat emperor and he was only a 4-star combat emperor. There was a difference of 4 levels between them. It was not shameful to be defeated. Qin Feiyang, accept my wrath. Black Demon God, kill him. The King of Ruins roared. The Black Demon God took a step forward and shook the void. The halberd in his hand glowed brightly and slashed towards Qin Feiyang. The terrifying sharpness tore the earth apart. Kill me. Can you do it? Qin Feiyang's eyes were like lightning. Another wave of fire soared into the sky. It's useless. Give up. Because your fighting soul is like a withered tree in front of my fighting soul. It can't withstand a single blow. The King of Ruins laughed. Can't you see it clearly before being so arrogant? Qin Feiyang pursed his lips and sneered. The King of Ruins was surprised. When he fixed his eyes on it, he turned pale with fright. In the wave of fire, it was not a battle sword but a 9-leaf fire lotus. How is this possible? You have activated 2 fighting souls. The King of Ruins was shocked. However, he laughed wildly and said, so what if I have 2 fighting souls? My fighting soul is enough to defeat everything. Is that so? Qin Feiyang glanced at him coldly. He raised his head and looked at the black demon god before retreating. At the same time, with a thought, a fire lotus leaf fell off and shot towards the black demon god like a meteor. Explode. As it approached, Qin Feiyang said coldly, boom. The fire lotus leaf suddenly exploded, giving birth to a destructive wave that flooded all directions. Crack. The armor on the black demon god's body immediately cracked. How is this possible? Chapter 475. Nothing is impossible. Qin Feiyang's eyes were cold and emotionless. Clang. Another fire lotus leaf fell off and shot toward black demon god with a wave of fire. Explode. Qin Feiyang shouted coldly. Boom. The fire lotus leaf exploded and a destructive shockwave swept across the sky. Catcher. The armor on black demon god's body finally collapsed and completely dissipated. Even the heavenly halberd was cracked. What terrifying combat strength! Lu Xingchen's pupils constricted as he looked at King of Ruins and shouted, 9 fire lotus leaves are equivalent to 9 ultimate moves. King of Ruins, you have no chance of winning. Surrender now. Surrender. You're asking me, the ruler of the land of ruins, to surrender to a brat who is still wet behind the ears? Are you kidding me? Innate ability, Black Demon God, Heaven shocking / King of Ruins roared hysterically, his voice like a bell that shook the heavens and earth. Roar. Black Demon God roared angrily as black light burst out from his body, plunging the place into darkness. Next. The Black Demon God raised his halberd and shot out a bone-piercing beam of light. Be careful, Lu Xingchen said in a low voice. His eyes were solemn as his aura spread out. Step back, Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingchen was taken aback as he turned to look at Qin Feiyang. He retracted his aura and flew across the sky to watch the battle from afar. The ruler of the land of ruins. Today, I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Qin Feiyang stood against the wind, his robes fluttering and his black hair rustling in the void. His entire body was brimming with invincible fighting spirit. The Fire Lotus War Soul's flames surged into the sky, dispersing the endless darkness. I, King of Ruins, have never submitted to anyone before. Heaven shocking / kill. King of Ruins roared, his hair fluttering in anger. Black Demon God grabbed the halberd with both hands and slashed down. A gigantic black blade of light suddenly broke through the air, its sharpness wanton, almost tearing the sky apart. Clang. Qin Feiyang only felt his blood boiling. With a thought, the 2 fire lotus leaves left his body and shot out explosively, leaving behind a fiery red trail. Explode. The moment they met, he let out a roar. Boom. The 3 leaves exploded at the same time, destroying everything along with the Black Demon God's shocking slash. I'll end you right now. Qin Feiyang's long hair danced in the wind and his clothes were stained with blood. He was like a god of war, his aura soaring to the heavens. Another fire lotus leaf streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, shooting towards the King of Ruins. Killing fighting souls was useless. This was because even if the fighting soul was destroyed, it could still be summoned again. Only by getting rid of the original fighting soul would he be able to get rid of all future troubles. The King of Ruins' pupils constricted, and he hurriedly said, Stop, stop, stop. This king surrenders. Surrendering now is meaningless. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. Brother Qin, you can't kill him. Lu Xingchen hurriedly came over to stop Qin Feiyang. If he killed the King of Ruins, this trip would be in vain. Qin Feiyang frowned. With a thought, the fire lotus leaf stopped above the King of Ruins' head, spitting out scorching flames. Now, you'll answer whatever I ask you. If you dare lie, Brother Qin will definitely kill you on the spot. Put away your fighting soul first. Lu Xingchen looked at the King of Ruins and said, I'll definitely cooperate. The King of Ruins nodded. With a thought, the Black Demon God disappeared without a trace. Lu Xingchen waved his hand and Ren Duxing's phantom image appeared. He asked, Have you seen him before? No. The King of Ruins sized him up seriously and shook his head. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, You really haven't seen him before, or you don't want to say. The King of Ruins hurriedly said, I really haven't seen him before. It seems that you're very dishonest. I can only send you to hell. Qin Feiyang's eyes revealed a cold light. The fire lotus leaf floating above the King of Ruins' head released a shocking aura. It was about to explode. Lu Xingchen crossed his arms and said indifferently, Since you don't know, there's no need to keep him. The King of Ruins' body and mind trembled as he hurriedly said, Wait, I know. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen looked at each other with a trace of surprise in their eyes. In fact, they were only trying to scare the King of Ruins to see if he was lying or not. They didn't expect that they would really be scared by them. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the King of Ruins and said, Since you know, why are you lying to us? The King of Ruins said bitterly, I have no choice. This is what Master told me. Master? Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen were stunned. Lu Xingchen asked, What do you mean? The King of Ruins said, The person you're looking for is my master. Ah. The two of them were stunned again. Wasn't this too big of a twist? The King of Ruins hurriedly said, "Please believe me. What I said is true." Qin Feiyang said, "What can you prove?" "His name is Ren Duxing, the son of the spiritual state mansion master and Ren Wushuang's father. There's a crescent-shaped white mark between his eyebrows. His battle soul has a strong healing ability." The King of Ruins said a lot in one breath. "You know so much." Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen looked at each other. It seemed that it was true. "I accepted Ren Wushuang as my disciple because I was ordered by Master to protect him in secret. Because Master guessed that Ren Wushuang would definitely come to the Land of Ruins to look for him." The King of Ruins said again. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and said, "Then where is your master now? How did you become his disciple?" "I really don't know where Master is. As for becoming his disciple, this matter has to be explained from the beginning. Back then, when he entered the Land of Ruins, I was only a 5-star combat emperor. At that time, when I received the news that he came in, I gathered people to assassinate him and rob him of his resources. You also know that there are too few resources here, it's not enough for everyone to cultivate. But when we met him, we realized that he was too strong. All the people I brought with me died in his hands. I was going to die too, but when he heard that I was the king of the Land of Ruins, he didn't kill me. Later, when I learned of his identity, I wanted to be his disciple and get some resources at the same time. At first, he didn't agree, but after my continuous efforts, he finally agreed and even gave me a lot of battle chi pills. It's also thanks to these battle chi pills that I can become an 8-star combat emperor so quickly." The King of Ruins said, his face full of gratitude. Qin Feiyang asked, "Then how long did he stay in King City?" "Not long, only half a month. And in this half a month, he seemed to be looking for something. His footprints were all over the Land of Ruins." The King of Ruins' eyes were also full of doubts. "Looking for what?" Qin Feiyang frowned. As Ren Duxing's father, the palace master should know what Ren Duxing was looking for. But before he left, he didn't think so much, so he didn't ask. But now, this clue had become the key. Because as long as they could figure out the purpose of Ren Duxing's visit to the Land of Ruins, they could follow the clues and find Ren Duxing's traces. Lu Xingchen asked doubtfully, "Then why didn't you tell Ren Wushuang about this?" The King of Ruins said, "Master specifically told me not to. He said that he didn't want Ren Wushuang to take risks." "Risks?" Lu Xingchen was stunned. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "It seems that what Uncle Ren is looking for is somewhat dangerous." Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at the King of Ruins and asked, "Did Ren Duxing appear again?" "No." The King of Ruins shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, "Since he wasn't in the Land of Ruins or the spiritual state, it seems that there is only one possibility, the Black Abyss." "Impossible. The storm in the abyss is enough to tear apart a War Emperor realm powerhouse in an instant. Master was only a 7-star War Emperor at that time. It's impossible for him to go down there." The King of Ruins shook his head decisively. Lu Xingchen pondered for a moment and said, "The Black Abyss is indeed the only explanation." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, "Let's go to the abyss immediately." Lu Xingchen said, "Why don't we ask Grandpa Ren first?" Qin Feiyang said, "We can't send messages in the Land of Ruins, and we can't open a portal." Lu Xingchen's expression froze, and he said with a wry smile, "It seems that we can only go down and find him." The King of Ruins looked at the two in shock. Who are these two guys? They even dare to enter the Black Abyss. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and dispersed the Fire Lotus leaf. He put away the Fire Lotus battle soul and looked at the King of Ruins. "The Land of Ruins may disappear soon. You'd better make plans early." "Disappear?" The King of Ruins was shocked. "Let's go." Qin Feiyang called out, turned into a stream of light, and returned the way he came. Lu Xingchen quickly chased after him. After watching Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen disappear, the King of Ruins' eyes flashed, and he also left. The next day, Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen once again arrived at the ancient iron chain bridge. Lu Xingchen glanced at the storm below and frowned. "Brother Qin, how do we go down?" "It's not difficult to go down. The only thing that worries me is that we don't know anything about the situation below. Qin Feiyang frowned. This problem, Lu Xingchen hesitated for a moment and smiled. As long as we are careful, there shouldn't be any accidents. I hope so. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, took out 2 ribs, and handed one to Lu Xingchen, saying, "Return it to me immediately after we go down." Lu Xingchen nodded, took the ribs, and questioned, "Is this thing really okay?" "No problem. Last time Ren Wushuang and I left the Land of Ruins, we relied on it." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he directly jumped into the abyss. That terrifying gravitational force immediately emerged. Qin Feiyang's body trembled, and he immediately spat out blood. All the pores on his body were also spurting blood, instantly dyeing his whole body red. Buzz! Seeing that Qin Feiyang's body was about to be crushed by the gravity, the ribs in his hand suddenly shone brightly, forming a white barrier to protect him. Qin Feiyang also hurriedly took a healing pill. "It really works." Lu Xingchen looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and also jumped down. The 2 of them continued to sink, and the storms they encountered were also isolated by the barrier. But even so, their faces were still solemn, and they did not dare to be careless. This was because the unknown always made people panic, especially in this place. However, Chapter 476. The abyss was bottomless. The black storm covered every corner, emitting an ear-piercing howl. If not for the ribs protecting their bodies, Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen would have been torn to pieces. The 2 of them sank side by side, paying full attention to the movements around them. In the end, they found that apart from the storm, there was nothing else. About an hour passed. The 2 of them finally arrived at the bottom of the abyss. Looking at everything in front of them, the 2 of them were completely stunned. This place was actually a verdant canyon. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and vines curled around them. Weeds grew, and mountains rose and fell. Rapid rivers meandered to the ends of the earth on both sides. This place and the ruins above were 2 completely different worlds. Whoosh! After Lu Xingchen returned the ribs to Qin Feiyang, the 2 of them landed on a mountain peak and looked around. This was a primitive jungle. Moreover, there was the aura of ferocious beasts in the jungle. After a moment of observation, Qin Feiyang looked up at the sky and frowned. The black storm did not disappear. It whistled thousands of feet high in the sky, isolating this canyon from the rest of the world. In other words, this was a sealed and independent world. Lu Xingchen said, "That's strange. There is no sun here, but why is there light?" The light here was not weak, as if it was daytime. "They are emitting light." Qin Feiyang pointed to the cliffs on both sides of the canyon. On the cliffs, there was a basin-sized glowing stone every 10 meters, emitting white light. Lu Xingchen glanced at the glowing stones and said, "It's too standard, too neat. It must be man-made." This was a major discovery. Because if it was man-made, there must be someone. Whoosh! The 2 of them soared into the air and flew down the canyon, carefully searching the jungle below. Roar! However, they did not search for long before a loud beast roar suddenly sounded. A ferocious beast rushed out from the jungle below and stood in front of the 2 of them. It was an ape with a tall body of more than 5 meters. Its fur was as black as ink, like steel needles, emitting a shocking sharpness. However, what shocked Qin Feiyang and Li Qie was that there were actually 3 millstone-sized heads on top of this ape's head. 3 pairs of eyes, 6 pupils, all exuding a terrifying, ominous light. Lu Xingchen asked in surprise, "How can there be such apes?" Qin Feiyang whispered, "It's called the Blackstone ape. It's a species from 10,000 years ago." 10,000 years ago. Lu Xingchen's gaze trembled. "Doesn't that mean it's a remnant from 10,000 years ago?" Qin Feiyang nodded. His heart was also filled with bewilderment. The fact that the Forgotten Land had descendants from 10,000 years ago was already inconceivable to him. But in the canyon below the ruins, there were descendants from 10,000 years ago. Moreover, these Blackstone apes were somewhat similar to the Snow Mountain apes in the Forgotten Land. At the Battle King level, a second head would be born. At the War Emperor level, a third head would be born. But why? Was there any connection between the ruined land and the Forgotten Land? The Blackstone ape was also sizing up the two of them, its 6 eyes constantly rolling. Humans, leave this place immediately. Suddenly, a ferocious shout resounded in the minds of Qin Feiyang and Xiao Chen. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "Your Excellency, we have no ill intentions. We are only here to find someone. After we finish searching this canyon, we will immediately leave." The Blackstone ape said, "Leave immediately." There was no room for negotiation. Impossible. Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Don't be ignorant," the Blackstone ape shouted, the ferocity in its eyes even stronger than before. "Then I'll have to offend you." Qin Feiyang said coldly. The aura of a 4-star war emperor exploded, and he threw a punch at the Blackstone ape. "With your little strength, you dare to come here and behave atrociously? You really don't know your place." The Blackstone ape's eyes revealed disdain as it raised its fist and punched Qin Feiyang. Puff. Catcher. Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood and was actually sent flying. His arm was even shattered on the spot. So strong. He was shocked in his heart. Lu Xingchen was also dumbfounded. "Now you don't have the chance to leave even if you want to." The Blackstone ape was extremely overbearing. It raised its thick arm again and punched towards Lu Xingchen. "Your Excellency is too arrogant." Lu Xingchen's face turned cold. He didn't take it head-on. He retreated to the side and pointed his finger in the air. "Whirlwind and clouds." With a low roar, a storm appeared out of thin air and instantly engulfed the Blackstone ape. "Ant." The Blackstone ape's contemptuous voice sounded. Next. It took a step out of the storm, and there was not a single wound on its body. How is this possible? Lu Xingchen's face was dull. One had to know. He also had the cultivation of a 5-star war emperor, and the whirlwind and clouds was a superior battle art. How could it not break through the Blackstone ape's defense? Boom. Without waiting for him to regain his senses, the Blackstone ape threw a punch. The strong astral wind was like a sharp blade, blowing Lu Xingchen's entire body and causing him to feel a sharp pain. His body felt like it was being torn apart. "Get out of the way." Qin Feiyang had already stabilized his body at this time. Seeing this, he hurriedly shouted and pointed his index finger in the air. "Ultimate void." The invisible force turned into a torrent and roared. Lu Xingchen hurriedly used a mysterious footwork and fled far away. Boom. The invisible force collided with the fist, but it didn't cause any damage to the Blackstone ape. Lu Xingchen said in surprise, "Isn't this defense too amazing? I'm afraid that it has the cultivation of a 9-star war emperor. In addition, its skin is as hard as a rock. I'm afraid that it would take at least a 6-star war emperor and the assistance of a superior battle art to tear through its defense." Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy. He didn't expect to meet such a difficult opponent. However, he had the perfect battle art. As long as he broke through to the 5-star war emperor, he believed that he would be able to fight it. However, it would take time to break through to the 5-star war emperor. Lu Xingchen's heart also sank to the bottom. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, "I'll be the main attacker. You assist me." "Okay." Lu Xingchen nodded. "You still haven't given up." The Blackstone ape looked at the two of them in surprise. However, deep mockery climbed up from its 6 pupils. "In my, Qin Feiyang's, dictionary, there is no such thing as giving up." Qin Feiyang snorted and used the windwalk to rush forward. "Since you're so arrogant, I'll kill you first." The Blackstone ape's murderous intent rose and it took the initiative to attack. Qin Feiyang's eyes were like torches. He raised his other hand and slammed it. Shatter. The Blackstone ape roared and punched out. When the fist and palm collided, Qin Feiyang secretly activated the return word technique. Golden light burst out from his palm. Boom. Immediately, Qin Feiyang's arm was cut open and his body flew out. At the same time, the Blackstone ape also let out a wail and smashed into the distance like a meteorite. Its thick arm was also cut open and blood splattered everywhere. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Take advantage of this moment and break off one of its arms." Lu Xingchen had long been waiting at the side. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, he indeed made his move. A gust of wind gushed out from his palm and instantly condensed into a wind blade that was more than 10 meters long. Wind blade, slash. Lu Xingchen roared and the giant wind blade suddenly broke through the air. Like a bolt of lightning, it instantly approached the Blackstone ape and slashed its shoulder. Ayo! Immediately, the Blackstone ape let out a miserable howl and its entire arm was instantly cut off. Qin Feiyang frowned. Lu Xingchen's battle qi was actually of the wind attribute. Natural attributes were also divided into strong and weak. Apart from the thunder attribute, this wind attribute was considered the most lethal one and was almost comparable to the dark attribute. Lu Xingchen shouted, "Quick, now is a good chance to kill it." Qin Feiyang nodded, took a regeneration pill and went straight to the Blackstone ape. "Humans, you all have to die." Roar. The Blackstone ape stabilized its body and roared towards the sky. Roar. Suddenly, in the jungle below, there were deafening roars of beasts. The mountains and rivers trembled at this moment. What's the situation? Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen stopped in the air and looked down in surprise. But in the next moment, their expressions changed. Whoosh. One after another, beasts rushed out from the jungle below. They were all Blackstone apes. And basically all of them had 3 heads. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 Blackstone apes had appeared. It was hard to imagine how many more were lurking in the jungle. "Not good, quickly retreat," Lu Xingchen shouted, turned around, and began to flee with a mysterious footwork. Qin Feiyang did not hesitate and used the phantom steps to quickly catch up. He glanced at Lu Xingchen and said, "Your speed is very fast. Is it a high-grade auxiliary battle art?" Lu Xingchen smiled faintly and said, "For top-quality alchemists like us, isn't it very easy to get a high-grade auxiliary battle art?" "That's true." Qin Feiyang nodded. Before he went to the continent city, only Lu Xingchen refined pills to the outside world. He must have earned a lot of wealth. However, although he and Lu Xingchen's speed was comparable to an 8-star war emperor, it was impossible to escape today. "Where do you think you're going?" Sure enough. Not long after, accompanied by an angry roar, Blackstone apes rushed out of the jungle in front of them. Their aura was unfathomable. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen stopped in the void and scanned their left and right sides. There were also Blackstone apes blocking the way. There were at least 200 of them. Moreover, there were more than 39 Star War Emperor Blackstone apes. Lu Xingchen said angrily, "If their skin wasn't so thick, we could have killed our way out." The most terrifying thing about the Blackstone apes was their skin. Its defense was too strong. "Use it." Qin Feiyang took out 2 ribs and threw one to Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen grabbed the ribs. With the bones in hand, the two of them were suddenly 100 times more confident. "Don't split up," Qin Feiyang whispered. At this moment, his shattered arm had also been regenerated. "I know." Lu Xingchen nodded. "Kill." The two of them roared at the same time and turned to kill the injured Blackstone ape. The Blackstone ape's eyes were filled with a cruel and bloodthirsty light as it roared, "Kill them!" Boom. Suddenly, the surrounding Blackstone apes swarmed towards Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen. "Let's see if your skin is thicker or the bones in my hand are harder." Chapter 477. Boom. He took a step forward, swung the rib bone, and smashed it at a Blackstone ape. This Blackstone ape had the strength of a 7-star combat emperor. Seeing this, it roared angrily and punched the rib bone. Bang! Crack! Its millstone-sized fist shattered on the spot, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. The intense pain made it howl miserably. Its huge body was blasted away, and the few Blackstone apes behind it could not dodge in time. They were also sent flying, spitting out blood from their mouths. The other Blackstone apes looked at the rib bone in Qin Feiyang's hand in shock. "Ayo!" All of a sudden, another wail of anguish rang out. An 8-star combat emperor Blackstone ape was also sent flying by Lu Xingchen. "How could this be? What bone is that?" The monkeys were shocked and could not help but stop in their tracks, looking at the 2 rib bones in fear. The ape that lost its arm roared, "Don't be afraid of them, attack." Roar. The monkeys' eyes were fierce, and they once again charged at the 2 of them. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen were not afraid at all. They held the rib bone in their hands and fought bravely in all directions, looking like they would kill any god or Buddha that stood in their way. The apes were constantly sent flying, some flying into the distance, and some smashed into the forest below. Rumbles and angry roars were incessant. However, even with the rib bone in their hands, Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen were also riddled with injuries. After all, there were too many Blackstone apes, and they were all very strong. Sometimes, it was impossible to dodge. As long as they were hit by a punch, they would lose half of their lives. Fortunately, they were both alchemists and did not lack supreme-grade healing pills. The two of them cooperated quite well, and they fought their way out. The forest and mountains below were already in ruins and dyed red with blood. Qin Feiyang sent a Blackstone ape flying and shouted in a low voice, "Don't fight, let's go." Although they had fought their way out of the encirclement, none of the Blackstone apes died. They were only seriously injured. Moreover, most of the apes were still full of energy and were completely unharmed. Most importantly, the Blackstone apes continued to rush out from the forest below. These were all fresh troops. If this were to continue, the two of them might really die here. Whoosh! The two of them flew away without looking back. Lu Xingchen said, "If these bones could recover automatically like when we entered the abyss, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. One must know how to be content with what one has. It's already a great help that it can automatically wake up at the critical moment." Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingchen was stunned. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Brother Qin is right. I was too greedy. Humans, you won't be able to escape today. If you know what's good for you, then obediently accept your death. Otherwise, it won't be so easy for you to die later." The group of monkeys chased after him relentlessly, their vicious auras overflowing the heavens. Lu Xingchen's eyes darkened. "We can't go on like this." Because they didn't know what other ferocious beasts were lurking ahead. Roar! Before his voice faded. Accompanied by a series of earth-shaking roars, another group of Blackstone apes charged out from the forest ahead. "Humans, where are you going?" As soon as the group of apes appeared, they rushed towards the two of them. Damn it! Qin Feiyang was extremely angry. How many monkeys were hiding in the forest? Bang! Bang! With a wave of his hand, he took out another rib and grabbed one in each hand. Following closely, he took the lead and swooped down. Like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, he crazily fought with the group of monkeys. The apes were constantly blasted away. Their blood was like a waterfall, dyeing the void and the earth red. Die! But suddenly, a 9-star combat Emperor Blackstone ape attacked him from behind. The pitch-black fist seemed to be cast from black iron. Before it even got close, the terrifying force made Qin Feiyang feel as if he was in the abyss. His whole body was cold. "Don't even think about it." Lu Xingchen saw this from behind and rushed forward. He raised his rib and smashed it on the head of the Blackstone ape. Oh! With a painful howl, the Blackstone ape's head burst open on the spot. Its body was like a meteorite, smashing into the depths of the earth below. But it was not fatal. Because it had 3 heads, it was equivalent to having 3 lives. Unless one directly smashed its heart or all of its heads, everything would be in vain. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang thanked him, but his face suddenly changed. He hurriedly shouted, "Get out of the way," because behind Lu Xingchen, there was also a Blackstone ape that wanted to sneak attack Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen heard Qin Feiyang's shout and stepped out without hesitation. At the same time, Qin Feiyang rushed towards the Blackstone ape, raised his rib and swept towards the Blackstone ape's legs. Crack! 2 thick legs were shattered on the spot. The ape screamed, lost its balance, and fell into the forest below. "We can't be so passive. Let's kill it first and see if we can intimidate them," Lu Xingchen roared. He swooped down and landed on top of the ape. He smashed 3 of its heads at lightning speed, and it died on the spot. Roar! However, this move not only did not have a deterrent effect, but also made the monkeys go crazy. They beat their chests and stomped their feet, roaring angrily. Their pitch-black eyes quickly turned red. Not good. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. There were too many Blackstone apes. It was impossible to kill them all. It seemed that they could only retreat first. But Lu Xingchen was another problem. Qin Feiyang was very worried about letting Lu Xingchen go to the castle. But it did not seem right to leave Lu Xingchen alone. After all, the two of them were now standing on the same boat. You hurt my people. You deserve death. Suddenly, an angry shout rang out. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen were shocked as they looked towards the direction of the voice. The angry shout came from the top of a mountain in front of them. Boom! A terrifying, ferocious aura surged. Next, a huge creature flew out from the top of the mountain and entered their line of sight. Immediately, Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen's pupils contracted. It was also a blackstone ape, but it had 4 heads on its shoulders. There was no doubt that it was a war master. The group of monkeys surrounding the two of them also began to roar excitedly. Qin Feiyang did not dare to hesitate any longer, and brought Lu Xingchen into the castle. What a joke! A war master-level blackstone ape had an even more terrifying defensive power. It was definitely a master that could not be provoked. Where is he? Seeing the two of them suddenly disappear without a trace, the monkeys scanned their surroundings in bewilderment. After a moment of silence, the place was drowned out by the angry roars of beasts. Inside the castle, hearing the vicious beast roar, Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen were both terrified. Lu Xingchen swept his gaze across the castle and sighed, "Brother Qin, if not for this castle of yours, I'm afraid that we would have been in deep trouble today." Fatso sneered, "Lu Xingchen, can you stop acting in front of us?" Lu Xingchen was slightly startled. He looked at Fatso and asked suspiciously, "Brother Fatty, what do you mean by that?" Fatso sneered, "We were the ones who destroyed the Lu family. Would you give up on revenge so easily?" Lu Xingchen sighed deeply, and said, "Brother Fatty, I really wanted to kill you guys in the past, but it's different now." "How is it different?" "We all understand your personality, so don't act here. Just say it. What exactly do you want to do?" Fatso said impatiently, "Why don't you believe me? I'm someone who has died once. I've seen through many things. Hatred will only make people lose themselves. There's a good saying, if revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? I don't care if you believe me or not, I've really let it go, and I don't want to talk about the past anymore." Lu Xingchen sighed. Fatso sneered. What else did he want to say? Qin Feiyang said, "All right, since Lu Xingchen said so, there's no need to harp on it. Hurry up and cultivate." Fatso pursed his lips and looked at Lu Xingchen. "Don't let Fat Lord find out that you have bad intentions, or you'll die a horrible death." Lu Xingchen said, "Time will prove everything." "All right, let's wait and see." Fatso snorted, then closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked at Lu Xingchen and said, "Give me the rib." Lu Xingchen did not hesitate, and there was no greed in his eyes. He directly handed the rib to Qin Feiyang. This action made Qin Feiyang quite puzzled. Had this Lu Xingchen really turned over a new leaf? Putting away the rib, Qin Feiyang said, "Go find a place to cultivate, but don't go near that altar." Lu Xingchen looked at the altar and nodded, "I know what to do." "That's good." Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, "Do you have any plans next?" "The blackstone ape is so ridiculously strong, what other plans can there be?" Lu Xingchen pursed his lips and smiled bitterly. "The most important thing now is to improve our strength." Qin Feiyang said, "I have the same idea. I am now a 5-star combat emperor. Once I break through to 6-star combat emperor, with a superior battle art, it won't be difficult to deal with the blackstone ape. It's the same for you. As long as you break through to 5-star combat emperor, with a perfect battle art, you will be able to sweep through the monkeys. The only thing we have to worry about now is that War Master Realm Monkey King." Lu Xingchen was worried. Qin Feiyang also fell silent. This canyon was unimaginably terrifying. If they continued to walk like this, who knew what kind of terrifying beasts they would encounter? The future could be said to be bleak. Phew. He let out a long breath and said, "We will cross the bridge when we get there. Let's cultivate first." Lu Xingchen nodded, sat cross-legged in a corner, and closed his eyes to cultivate. Qin Feiyang also walked to the altar, opened the iron box, turned to the second page, and continued to copy the 8th stroke of the battle formula. Spirit state. The Palace Lord's mansion. The Palace Lord sat by the pond, fishing. Wang Hong and the other commanders stood behind him, frowning as if they were thinking about something. A moment later, the Palace Lord asked without turning his head, "What's wrong? You don't dare to make a decision?" "My lord, I admit that Qin Feiyang's words are reasonable, but it is not a small matter to destroy the ruins. I think we should ask the current emperor." Wang Hong bowed and said, "I also agree with Wang Hong's suggestion. After all, the ruins have existed since the beginning of the Great Qin Empire. If they wanted to destroy it, the emperor would have already given the order. But no matter if it was the current emperor or the previous emperors, they all left it alone. This means that there is something else going on. Moreover, we have never been to the ruins, so we don't know the real situation there. We can't completely trust Qin Feiyang's words." Third young Master Cao said.